But you know, if any of those steps don't work correctly, you'll be stopped, and you're going to have to just kind of troubleshoot and figure it out yourself, or call Miguel and ask him to take over your machine with the team viewer. But again, that necessitates him being available. So that's the other clincher here, is that you have to be available. He has to be, if you run into trouble, you have to be able to call him and solve it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get the crazy audio loop. I'm going to mute that. Mute myself. It shouldn't now broadcast sound to me, but of course that's not going to affect my mic, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would make sense. And I think that's what Miguel said last time too, is if you, oh no way, what is this like?
Why so many windows?
I don't know.
Oh, you okay? You see at the bar, you have 20. It said 21. It looks like you have 21 windows up in the corner on the biggest window.
Wow, look at all the windows it's loading.
Can you?
It's infinite.
Can you click on any of them and close or the window, or that would be?
I don't know, actually. I think technically it's just broadcasting to YouTube right now, so I can just close this. It's up. It's still broadcasting.
Didn't you have to copy and paste the?
Oh yeah, I did. How do we go back to the stop live stream? It's still copy streaming link. Look at that.
Oh.
Hey Anna, you can't see this? Well, maybe I can share my other screen. Let me share screen. Share one. Are you looking at this screen right now? Are you looking at my mouse?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
That's
so
weird.
you look at this here. You see this option, copy streaming link? I thought there was an option that says pause the live stream.
Okay, so no, I'm seeing a screen that with a very like blocks, like tiles, black tiles. That's what I'm seeing.
Do you see these two links over here? Stop live stream, copy.
Well, I'm not seeing what you think I'm seeing. I'm seeing
really?
a background with black tiles, black
Yep.
and gray tiles, and nothing else.
Nothing else. Wow. Let's see if we bring this guy over. What about now?
I see you and my
you don't
name
see
there.
You don't see the control bar?
No.
Interesting. If you go right now on the control bar there, if I click the three little dots, you get down at the bottom, it gives me copy streaming link and stop live stream. If you can't see it, I don't know how to fix it.
Yeah, so up on the screen that I see, in the green bar, it says you are viewing Christopher Ryan's screen, and next to it is view options. Let me see.
They might purposely omit this option because they think that you don't want to share it.
On the left side of the screen, there is live on YouTube at the top on the left side.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't, Zoom is not letting you see.
Okay, I have an option, say copy stream link.
Oh yeah, there you go.
The streaming link has been copied to the clipboard. What is the clipboard?
That's just like your computer is operating in the background. So we have the link.
Let me minimize this windows because let me see. Something's going on here. It's blocking my view.
So the clipboard's just like your computer's background memory, right? It just stores it to like,
yes,
it's called the clipboard, but it's just like the RAM.
Okay, hold on.
with that.
Okay. Okay, let me
So
see.
here's the link.
Try to get there.
Oh, you know, he told me too, is to email all three of them. And we might want to remind them in this message that we're having a hearing like in 45 minutes. Phil, here's the link.
Okay, I got it. I got the YouTube link. So
Good.
let me send it to Miguel.
I'm going to send it to him right now. I've got you as CC.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I don't need to do anything.
Fine. Oh, no. Today. Please post. Notice of hearing. Boom. You want to send this message without a subject. Don't send.
Hello?
Miguel, good morning. This is Ana.
Morning.
We're about to send, Chris is about to send you the link for today's hearing
Okay,
for the YouTube thing.
okay. I'll
Thanks.
switch it. And then, is there something on top of the webpage
So once they post that.
We already have
Yeah,
something,
that's the
we already
thing,
have
too.
something
How do you-
posted
No, but do I get rid of
for
it?
So
case
whatever the machine is
19.
picking up in terms of like Zoom's settings to say, listen and focus in on whatever you're hearing. That's what Zoom's sort of doing in the background. Technically, it's going to pick that up and then just, you know, broadcast it on YouTube. We don't have an option. So this is what I don't understand is like, if I stop the stream, can I just restart it real quickly?
Let me ask him, I think.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Chris, is
Yeah.
your case, is this case 1999 or 2099? Because
19.
I think it's 19. It's 19, Miguel.
I think I made a mistake on the 20 00085. I might have used 19 instead. If I screwed up the 20 to them on the 2019, then
Yes, we're on
that's
the
my
YouTube.
bad.
He was showing me how to do it.
No, but ask him.
Let's go. See, so what he did last time.
Right, 'cause I didn't change that one.
Let's do
Monday was the
Put the link
2085.
here.
Mhm.
Okay, because I modified
I
that.
talked to Anna, like,
Okay.
no, why couldn't you just like take over some section of it
Okay,
to be on the
so
post
yeah,
if
he
you
said
if
he
you
said
see
that
fit?
he
But they didn't apparently want to do that.
mistakenly say
You know, not like make
20
pictures and stuff. Just
0099.
have like,
The
hey, I
one
want
that it
this to go
starts
into this
today,
box
but
up
it's
here, and then you wouldn't have to get those guys to do it for us. Post it
190099.
ourselves.
That
And
is
all you're
El
gonna do is
Paso.
put your notice and like some basic text.
Mhm.
Why do we need
That's
to make it so
the
complicated?
link is for that one.
We can
Okay.
control it and not have to bug those dudes, but Anna couldn't get anyone to
It's already done.
Yeah,
do
that
that. It was too complicated.
Okay.
the yeah.
Wednesday, August 26th. Okay, perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, and Anna, we didn't receive any requests for public comment, right? There's nothing like
Sorry,
that.
I had to take off my headphones. Miguel is doing it just now.
That's good. But we didn't get
Uh-huh.
any public comment requests or anything for this case?
I didn't get anything. Let me browse through my emails. I didn't see anything yesterday or the day before about this. Oh, no.
I had the numbers, right? 1999.
I'll send you an email. Oh, no, hold on. Can I text? Are you allowing texting?
No,
through
no
Zoom?
chat. Ashley killed chat. Ashley's
Chat.
against chat.
Okay. Let me see.
You may have to close it before you can see the YouTube stream,
Close.
the browser. Or the PRC page.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean because it hasn't refreshed? Is that
Yeah.
what you're talking about? Yeah. We could just, yeah. And relaunch it, was that you were gonna say?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, you can just hit this refresh button and it'll just go to the web and figure out like what's been updated. It should just like auto-populate once Miguel puts it up there. And I wonder where he'll put it. I mean, I didn't know. He asked, and I was like, I don't know, man. Just put it wherever makes sense.
Chris,
Yeah.
did we post this notice just Monday or was last Friday?
I thought we did it last week. Well, I got in touch with those guys in IT to do it on like Wednesday last week. Maybe even Tuesday. I think they put it up there finally Thursday, Friday. I can't recall.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay,
don't
so
care,
I
whatever
need
it's
to
up
go
there.
a little further down then to find if anybody responded. Right now, I can tell you I did not receive anything, but I could have missed an email. So
Yeah, I don't, you probably would have caught it if someone had emailed you, because it
Mhm.
would have been like an outside email account, and those are always kind of obvious. All right, so that's pretty much it. I mean, today felt pretty harmless, like it's pretty simple, but like I just, when you try to do it on your own and it doesn't work, it's gonna frustrate you. So, but now you know how to make it work. So,
Okay, thanks.
all right, Anna, are you good?
Yes, I am.
All right, so
So if I find any request, which I believe there is none, I'll send the link to the Zoom meeting to the people, to the person, and then I'll,
send the link to the the YouTube stream for the
yes,
for
but
the.
how do I let you know that there is somebody coming?
Tell me by email.
Okay,
And if you want to just stay logged on to the Zoom thing, that's cool. You don't need to be there. You just want to throw it on mute, and you could
okay.
do that too if you want. And
I'll
then
do
just
it better by YouTube. By this.
by Zoom.
By Zoom, and I'll just try to speak to you. I hope it doesn't happen when you are in the middle of a hearing that somebody calls at the last minute. But
No, we'll
the,
just, how about we'll check in like a few minutes beforehand. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom and get some stuff organized in here. So I'll just come
okay,
back and chat with you like 10 minutes till, and we'll see where we're at. Does that work?
okay, I'll take a look right now.
Sounds good. I'm
Mhm.
gonna put the thing on mute, okay?
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Hmm. Chris, I confirm that there are no requests for public comments in my inbox or voicemails.
Hey, sorry, I was muted there. So that's good. Okay, I appreciate it.
All right. So,
How are you talking to me? Oh, your videos is off. You're not muted. Okay, it's fine.
Well, I don't have makeup. That's why my. All right. Do you need me for anything?
No, but here's the question though. Why is the YouTube stream continuing to show you? Let's see. Can you open the YouTube? Well, let me see if I can do it. Let's see what happens. Because when I was in Carol, it should be on me, but the
Well, I'm your co-host in this one, right?
you are. Oh no, there I am. It shows. It's showing you, and there should be a few second delay, so I should pop up on the screen in just a moment.
Now, as a co-host, I used to have, I don't know if something was disabled there. I used to have the option of assigning the co-host duties to somebody else, and that was my plan to give them to Caroline, but
I think you should be able to once she's logged in.
oh, okay. So do you want me to do that?
Whatever. I think yeah, if you want to, when she comes on, and I could do it. I don't know. Can we have
Well,
unlimited co-hosts?
I don't know. I do know that that as a co-host, I can bounce my co-host thing to somebody else.
Yeah,
And
Carolyn.
and as a host too, I can make somebody else host.
Yeah,
If
you know,
I
it's
were a host.
that's fine. Yeah, we should sign. She should just automatically come in when she's on. But what's interesting is even though I turned off the waiting room, I got 2 people in the waiting room. I got Wayne. I got like the independent evaluator, and I've got an EP IT guest.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. So
you know what? Something is disabled, I think, because actually I go to next to where my name is on the column there, it says mute and more. I click on more, and the only option it gives me is rename myself. Other times I had a list of options that are available to me. So that I'm co-host, but I really don't have any capacity to do anything.
well, so yeah, but I guess maybe as even your co-host permissions only extend as far as I may have disabled some of the stuff given.
Okay, so in this case,
Yeah.
I cannot switch to Caroline because I cannot do it on myself.
I might be able to just make her the co-host when she gets in.
Okay.
Let's just get her on now. If she can log in, let me call her. Oh no, stop. I don't want FaceTime. I want cell phone. No, I don't want that. Caroline Glick work. There we go. Thank you for helping, Anna.
Sure, anytime.
This is Carolyn.
Hey, Caroline, it's Chris. Can you just get onto Zoom? Anna and I want to give you co-host privileges and just want to make sure we can do that.
Yeah, I'm on it now. Should I get off?
No, are you in the meeting?
No, I'm actually drafting an invitation for my hearing next week.
Oh, okay. Can you just jump into the meeting real quick? Just get into the meeting. It should let you in right away, and then you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
We just want to make you the co-host.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I thought that you were not gonna meet waiting room.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
yes.
So Chris, for this one, you do have the waiting room active, right?
I guess I do. What happened though is my audio just kicked out. My mic just did. Let me see if I get that back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. It kicked off for a second. That was crazy. Anyway, oh, you're in, Carolyn. Let's do that real quick. More, make co-host. You want to make, yes. You should have just, did you receive notice you're co-host now, Carolyn?
I can see her here.
Yes,
Now, yes.
Okay.
So now you have two co-hosts.
Good, that's all. You
Well,
don't need-
mine didn't remove but that's fine. It doesn't matter. Do you guys need me for anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. Good luck. Well, you know what? I like to hear, I'm gonna stay connected if you don't mind.
No, that's fine, yeah.
Okay, that I can see how that goes. Oh, and by the way, let me see. The court reporter, I think it's going to be Melissa, but let me,
She's there. Is it Melissa Goodson?
oh, okay, yes.
Let me admit
That's
her.
from, Melissa is from TAS Court Reporting.
Let's get her on so you can say hi. There she is.
Yes.
Hi, Melissa, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, thank you. Is this audio okay?
It is?
Very good, and you're very clear too.
Excellent.
Good, so I don't know, Anna and Carolyn are here at the moment. I'll just go over a few things. I mean, if you need to interject at any time, I've watched one of these before. I know people can feel like weird about just jumping in the middle of a sentence, but of course you feel free to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then the other thing I watched was sometimes people who have certain mics set up, if they move their body or their arm in a certain way, it can obscure sound. So if that happens, feel free also to like yell at the witness. Don't do that.
Okay, sounds good.
And then I was going to ask quickly, we have today's hearing is, it's not a lot, but we have kind of a good bit to pack into today and then a half day tomorrow. If we run over at all, is this something that will trouble you?
No,
No, okay. And I hope that's not the case, but it may just happen, and as a consequence of trying to pack everything into effectively, what, like a 12-hour time frame. So just,
right,
I appreciate your flexibility.
absolutely.
Okay, anything from me at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get the document with the you should have like a little bit of a spread chart there. It looks like a Excel file. I sent that along. Anna provided to you.
Yes, I did get that.
And I'm not sure the chart exactly matches up the way the witnesses will appear. Like, if you just, but it doesn't matter. I mean, you'll just be able to see and have an sense of who it is and how long it'll go.
Right. Mhm.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're muted, Caroline, I think, or at least I don't hear you.
I haven't been talking.
Oh, I heard your voice mouth move. Okay,
And there are people waiting to get in. I don't know if you want to admit them already.
I'm just gonna. Well, yeah, I guess we could do that and see if make sure their audio works and everything. You know what I can do? I think is admit all. Morning, Mr. Borman.
Morning.
Yeah, your audio is nice and clear. That's good. Mr. Oliver, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you
Hi,
hear
how
me?
are you doing? I can.
Very good, thank you.
Good. And is your video, is it functional? Is that going to kick in? You're just keeping it off for the moment?
I was just keeping it off. Let me just check and make sure it is functional. Oh, there we go. Okay.
There we go. Very good. Don't you have to keep it on if you want to turn it off. That's fine. I just wanted to check. Miss Olson, are you there? Is EPE IT? I assume that's a self-explanatory explanation. This is IT department from EPE. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We wanted to have the IT on the Zoom link in case the witnesses had any issues with their setup at the EPE offices, if that's okay with you.
No, that's fine. Just curious. And Ms. Olson, is your video enabled, or are you
Yeah, we're just getting the room set up, but I'll turn the video on
That's
in
fine.
just a
No,
minute.
no worries. I just want to make sure you would, it's off on purpose. That's all.
Yep.
Can you guys hear this? This is going to be the main witness.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Awesome. I'll be turning off video until the witness comes in and we set them up.
Very good. Thank you.
Just so you're aware, we're going to be setting up a EP witness room as well. And that's going to be the view only. That's their waiting area.
Okay.
Good
Hello, Ms. Souls.
morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, you can hear me fine?
I can. Thank you very much.
Okay, good.
Did you have any further insights about the corrupted file issue?
I had a guess. I do have a question though. Did it eventually get uploaded properly?
It did, yeah. I mean, I have exhibit MLS 04, direct testimony of Mary Lee Souls. The modification date, which is just the date I admitted it was 8/25/20 at 10:50 a.m. So that was the day after. It's up there.
So I saw Anastasia Stevens couldn't open it after
Yeah.
you had up.
Yeah, and I think that was something specific to Ms. Stevens, and I don't know exactly what. I've just forwarded her the document for convenience purposes.
Well, just as a heads up, when I went to the Dropbox folder, I saw the same thing she did.
You did,
And that-
okay.
And that my file said 0 and wouldn't open anything useful.
I have a size 1 megabyte. Did you, oh, that's interesting. I can make sure, so perhaps we can just bring that up if it's an issue for other folks. We'll see. Is that
Okay.
satisfactory? I can ask ahead of time to make sure everybody got your document.
I, of course, have
Yes.
my document, so
Ms. Borman, Mr. Borman, did you receive Ms. Souls?
I don't think I have it. I tried to, like others, I tried to open it on the Dropbox and I was unable to do so.
Huh. Interesting. No, I didn't hear anyone. No one else emailed me, so I assumed it was a specific problem to Ms. Stevens.
Well, let me try it again. So, because I tried it yesterday and
Yeah, if you click the link and see where it takes you in, you should see a copy of it.
it
with
says,
Go
oh,
ahead.
is there a separate version of this? Because the version I just opened, it says Adobe Acrobat could not open Mary Lee Souls Exhibit MLS 04 direct testimony. Mary Lee Souls.
Okay, and you're clicking into the, you're clicking through the link that I sent. It's the file transfer.
No. Okay, no, I'm clicking in the document that was part of the, so you sent
So
the,
just go back into the file transfer that I sent you. That if you go to that Dropbox thing that I shared and said, hey, everybody, this is what you'll click to get into the folder.
okay, so wait a minute, I got like 10,000 emails that I'm going through here,
No,
so.
I understand. I'm part of,
But, so where did you send this?
it's in the Dropbox folder. So if someone can just click through the link that gets you into the
Okay.
folder.
So if I go into it again, basically,
Yeah, it'll be updated and it'll have the updated version.
I clicked on the link and it said the file request has been closed or deleted.
It's got to be, you got to click on the file transfer link.
Okay,
So that's the upload one. And then there was another one I sent that said, hey, click this one to get into all the folders that people shared.
okay, so this one was sent yesterday morning. All right, got it. Okay,
And you should see one that says Exhibit MLS 04 direct testimony of Mary Lee Souls.
well, I got it. Look, to me, it's like I got the whole kit and caboodle, basically.
Yeah, I know I didn't resend her specifically. It just, it'll auto update. So anytime you re-click that link, if anything's changed
Yeah.
in the folder, it'll just
Okay,
auto.
okay. So
Oh, no.
it's downloading the whole thing again, so hold on.
Oh, is it? You can't click a specific one.
No, just, I can just open the whole folder. That's all I can do.
Okay.
So here we go. So now the folders, and I see, now I get the same message.
Same message with the same thing, huh?
Yeah, Adobe Acrobat could not open Mary Lee Souls Exhibit MLS 04.
Interesting. I'm gonna do another one specifically with her testimony. I'll send it to the service list right now.
Okay.
So if that's a problem.
It wouldn't open for me either just now.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's, I'm more
It's not a
interested in like
crisis.
why that happened. I mean,
This is, you know, this is kind of new for all of us. So we're working through this. So,
yeah.
Well, I have a theory as to the original problem, but I don't know any way to prove it.
what's the theory?
Well, the theory is that I had the Word document open on my computer when the computer shut down and then did an auto save and was waiting for me to say whether or not to keep what it had auto saved.
Ah,
And I hadn't dealt with that question before I printed to PDF. So my theory is that those various versions of the Word file had gotten tangled.
Ms. Souls, well, you obviously use your document, but if you, it should, if you click the email that I just sent to somebody, that should take you to the document, and then you would all have it. It was just the single document.
Okay. I'll
I just sent the email 2 seconds ago.
look for it. I got something from you. That seems to be successful.
Okay, good.
Excellent, thank you.
No, I'm sorry that glitch happened. I assumed, we'll have to check on that because Dropbox should be auto updating. Like if you change the contents of the file and you click back into the file transfer link that you've received, it should be it should have the most recent information in it. 'Cause it's just a link to the folder in the cloud. So whatever, I'll just sort of work with that.
Okay, so this one. Okay, I think now I'm all good to go.
Good, thank you.
Philip, what is your last name?
Simpson.
Thank you.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. Carolyn, will you just keep your eye on the participants? If anybody shows up in the waiting room, let them in so I don't forget to do that.
Sure.
Thank you very much. There are some few housekeeping matters I was going to go over, but I thought I would start just by taking appearances, and we can kind of use that just to make sure everyone's video and audio is working effectively. Hopefully that's acceptable to everyone. So, Ms. Court Reporter, are you ready to begin?
I am.
Terrific. Okay, so this is the hearing for 19-00099 UT, EPA's Renewable Energy Act RPS case. Today is August 25th, 2020. My name is Christopher Ryan. I was appointed as a co-hearing examiner to preside over this case. Carolyn Glick, my co-hearing examiner, is also present here today. I'll take appearances from the parties, beginning with EPE.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm Carrie Olson from Montgomery and Andrews, appearing on behalf of EPE. With me in this room is attorney Nancy Burns. For social distancing reasons, we're not both on video. And then we also have our paralegal on the Zoom call to help with technical issues on our end. And then we have our witnesses and EPE IT to help with issues on the EPE's end.
Great. And can you just run through which witnesses are present, and maybe I can just hear them speak to make sure that their mics work and everything?
So the way EPE has this set up is we have a hearing room that the witnesses will go into when it's time for them.
I understand.
And so the other witnesses aren't on the Zoom call. I think they're watching the public hearing from their
Fine.
offices.
Very good. Okay. Ms. Souls?
My name is Mary Lee Souls. I'm in this case as a pro se party representing myself.
Thank you very much. The city of Albuquerque?
That's the city of Santa,
Sorry.
of Las Cruces.
Sorry, I don't know why I wrote
You're
down
like-
Albuquerque. My apologies.
This is Anastasia S. Stevens on behalf of the attorney on behalf of the city of Las Cruces, and I see in the pictures above that witness Jose F. Provencio is online, and I'm not sure whether Lisa LaRock has joined us yet, so I'd kindly ask you to have each of them speak up just to make sure that they're there.
Mr. Provencio, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hearing examiner, thank you.
Terrific. And Ms. LaRock, are you hearing this? I don't know if I see her on the participants list at this point.
Yeah.
And that's a question, I guess I'll just run through the appearances, Ms.
I'll
Stevens,
send
then
her a
we'll-
text message.
Sure, that'll be one of the questions I have is when do we expect Ms. LaRock to come, but let's just make sure everybody else is with us before we get into that. So CCAE?
Oh, here she. I just, this is Anastasia again. I just got a message email message from her. She needs the Zoom link, so I'll forward that to her, and
Yes,
she
please
should
do.
join us shortly.
And
This is
Chris,
Stephanie Zur for CCAE.
Chris, I just want to interrupt for a second and tell you that something's wrong with the live stream, and I've contacted Miguel about it. So
Okay.
just in case anybody was wanting to let us know that, we're aware of it and we're going to try and get it fixed.
Ms. Sure, do you have anyone else with you today?
I'm sorry, did you
Any
say Ms. Zur?
witnesses? Yes, I did, sorry.
No, I have no witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you. Western Resources Advocates?
Good morning. This is Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates, and our witness, Patrick O'Connell, I see has joined the Zoom meeting.
Mr. O'Connell, can you hear us and see us?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you. Apologies, I'm not camera ready at the moment.
That's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Simpson?
Yes, this is Philip Simpson, representing myself as a pro se intervener.
Very good. Mr. Downs?
Good morning, hearing examiner Alan Downs, pro se, representing myself.
Thank you very much. And then Danya Ana County? Oh, they would, if I recall correctly, they were being excused from attending the hearing, so my apologies. I believe that's everyone. Has anyone on our participant list not asked for your appearance?
Yes, this is Brad
Oh,
Borman.
Brad, I apologize,
On behalf-
staff.
No, not a problem. Brad Borman appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff. I'm joined by our witness, who I see online. It's Milo Chavez. And Milo, if you just say hello so we know that we can hear you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. Sorry again.
Not a problem.
All right, now is there anyone else that I've forgotten? Looks like that's everybody. We've not had any requests for public comment. Anna Kippenbrock, the paralegal for our office, the hearing examiners confirmed that she received no responses, given that there was going to be an opportunity for public comments, so we'll move on from them. And that, so Ms. Stevens, if you could perhaps tell us when will Ms. LaRock be available? I know we're working around her schedule. So do we have
Oh, she will be available momentarily, I hope, on this thing, because I did just forward her your link. And she is not available from 2 to 4 this afternoon. She's got a commitment. And Miss Olson and I spoke yesterday morning about the possibility of having her go right after Mr. Gallegos this morning. This was based on the matrix of cross-examination times that was circulated over the weekend, and the concern that Ms. LaRock is scheduled for like 3 hours plus, not including the hearing examiner's examination. So we didn't want to ask her to go, stop, come back 2 hours later. That would be hard on everybody, especially Ms. LaRock.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
So is there any objections from anyone that Ms. LaRock testifies after Mr. Gallegos?
No objection from EPE.
Okay, so if that's amenable to everyone, I don't see any reason why Ms. LaRock couldn't testify after Ms. Gallegos. Carolyn, is that acceptable to you?
Yes. And
Okay.
I'd just like to say before we get started with cross-examination, I have a countdown app that I will be using to time each cross-examination. I have warnings set up for certain times. So for example, when Ms. Stevens cross-examines Mr. Gallegos, I said I have warnings set off to go off at 45 minutes, 20 minutes, and 5 minutes. Hopefully you will hear those. And if you hear it and you're speaking, please pause for a minute and I will interrupt and say, you have 45 minutes remaining. When the final buzzer goes off, you may finish with the question and answer that you are on. You may not ask further questions, so don't bother asking. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Carolyn. And one last moment, housekeeping business. Ms. Stevens sent a message to everyone yesterday saying she was having difficulty with Ms. Soul's exhibit. I didn't hear from anyone else, so I thought that perhaps the problem was just a specific one. And Mr. Borman, or I think someone else this morning informed me that they also were having difficulty. So I resent Ms. Soul's uncorrupted version of her file just in the last 15 minutes. You should receive a link from me to the Dropbox folder, and it's just going to take you to her specific exhibit. And I've confirmed with Mr. Borman that it was accessible and he was able to get it. So I just wanted to notify the parties about that. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move to the presentation of witnesses and cross-examination. So EPE, if you would like to call your first witness.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, EPE calls Mr. Omar Gallegos as our first witness.
Good morning, Mr. Gallegos.
Good morning. Can you hear me good?
Hear you fine, thank you. Madam Court Reporter, if you could please swear the witness in.
You raise your right hand, Mr. Gallegos, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, Ms. Olson.
Good morning, Mr. Gallegos. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Sure. Omar Gallegos, O-M-A-R, Gallegos, G-A-L-L-E-G-O-S.
And Mr. Gallegos, what is your current professional position?
I'm a Senior Director of Resource Planning and Management at El Paso Electric.
Thank you. Mr. Gallegos, do you have before you what has previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes, is that my testimony in support of the contested stipulation, which I drafted for this case.
Was that stipulation testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And on page 2 of your stipulation testimony, there's a list of 3 exhibits. Do you see that? It's the numerat 2. Apologize.
Yes, I do.
Are these exhibits identified as part of your stipulation testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony? Or the
No, I do not. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, on the exhibit OGST1, I do have a correction.
And what is that correction?
Yes, on page 13 of the exhibit on table 3, I forgot to replace the numbers, the correct numbers with the updated Regis cost based on the Macho Springs proposal being removed from the table. And so on the Regis line item for 2020, the number that is presently reading 3,354 should be crossed out and replaced with 3,078, so 3078.
Which page is that of that OGST1 page?
Should be page 13.
13 and 14, okay.
Should be table 3, within table 3.
I see that. I see the red cross marks there. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And on that same row for 2021, that number of 4,238 should also be crossed out and replaced with 3,134. And in similar fashion for 2022, the number 5,534 should be crossed out and replaced with 5,191.
Mr. Gallegos, just for clarification, you said earlier that was you made those corrections because of the elimination of Macho Springs. Is that correct?
Correct. The formula in there for calculating the Regis cost was formulaic in the Excel table. And on this document, it was text, and I forgot to update those numbers on this table in text.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Gallegos, did you have any other corrections to your stipulation direct testimony?
No, I do not.
With those corrections, is the stipulation testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Hearing examiner Ryan and hearing examiner Glick, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number 1 along with the accompanying exhibits.
Are there any objections to admission of this testimony and exhibits? Hearing no objection, the exhibit shall be admitted.
And Mr. Gallegos, do you also have before you what has previously been marked as exhibit 2, El Paso Electric exhibit number 2?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I recognize it as my rebuttal testimony in support of consent stipulation.
And was that stipulation rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is the stipulation rebuttal testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would you give those same answers under oath?
Yes.
Hearing examiners, El Paso Electric would offer EPE exhibit number 2.
Very good. I assume there's no corrections to this document.
That is correct. There are no corrections on this exhibit.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the admission of this exhibit? Hearing no objection, the exhibit shall be admitted.
And Mr. Gallegos, do you have before you what has previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 3?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do. It's a direct testimony in this proceeding.
And was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, I have a couple of corrections.
Will you please walk us through those corrections?
On page 31, line 9, the range that is 32 to 42 should be crossed out and replaced with 36 to 44. And then on page 32, in the figure 1, the labels for EPE Hecate 2 or EPE HCTE 2 and the one next to it to the right were crossed. So on that first column, that is the first bar, that is 1988, that should read EPE BV2 for Buena Vista 2. And the one adjacent to it at 1893 should read EPE HCTE 2, Hecate 2. And then similar change as the previous page on line 10, the range instead of 32 to 42 should be 36 to 44. And those are all the corrections on my direct testimony.
And Mr. Gallegos, with those corrections, is your direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked those same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
And on, again, numerat 2 underneath the table of contents, there's a list of 5 exhibits.
Correct.
And are those exhibits identified as part of your direct testimony?
Yes, they are.
Hearing examiners, again, EPE offers EPE exhibit number 3 along with the accompanying exhibits.
Any objections to the admission of this exhibit with exhibits? Hearing no objection? Yeah, the document be admitted. Go ahead, Ms. Lawson.
I apologize, I jumped the gun.
Excuse me, I just heard from our IT chief that the problem with the Ustream YouTube stream is that if you are participating in the Zoom hearing, you can also not simultaneously have the YouTube stream on. So if any of you are doing that, please disconnect from YouTube.
Interesting. I have to check all of my browser. It's not me, so. We were testing it this morning to make sure it was up and running. I was wondering if it was, but no, this is not, it's not me. All right, well, we'll carry on. I think that's all we can really do, Carolyn, correct? I mean, we'll just. So Ms. Olson, continue, please.
Okay, Mr. Gallegos, do you have before you what has previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 4?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes, it is my rebuttal testimony in this filing.
And was that rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, one correction on page 17. Page 17, line 10, it currently reads in the middle of the sentence, when PPA owners to PTCs, insert the word lose right in front of PTCs. So it should read the when PPA owners to lose PTCs.
Mr. Gallegos, with that correction, is the rebuttal testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
And did you have any exhibits to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Hearing examiners, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number 4.
Any objections to the admission of this exhibit?
Objections.
Thank you very much, Ms. Olson. Exhibit 4 will be admitted. Is there anything further seeking admission?
We have,
Ms. Olson?
yeah, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we do have 2 supplemental testimonies that Mr. Gallegos sponsored in response to bench requests. Would you like us to go through the same process for those supplemental testimonies?
Oh, I see. This is the 2 bench requests, and then the supplemental testimony Mr. Gallegos offered in response to those bench requests.
That's correct.
Caroline,
I don't know.
Yeah, Caroline, do we need to go through that process as well?
Yes, we do.
Great. So, Ms. Olson, if you could proceed.
Okay. Mr. Gallegos, do you have before you what has previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 5?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes, it's supplemental testimony dated June 3rd of 2020.
And was that supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
Hearing examiners, EPE offers exhibit number 5.
Any objections? Thank you, Ms. Olson. The document will be admitted.
And last one, Mr. Gallegos, do you have before you what has previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 6?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it's the second supplemental testimony dated June 19th.
And do you have any corrections to that second supplemental testimony?
No, I do not.
Is the second supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
If you were asked those same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
And on page numerat 2, again, under the table of contents, I believe, of the second supplemental testimony, there's 2 exhibits listed. Do you see that?
Yes, correct.
Are those exhibits identified as part of your second supplemental testimony?
Yes.
Hearing examiners, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number 6 along with the accompanying exhibits.
Any objections to the admission of the exhibit? The exhibit shall be admitted.
And at this time, we tender Mr. Gallegos for cross-examination.
Ms. Olson, I believe Ms. Stevens, you're first up for cross-examination, and you've requested 75 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gallegos.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good. Now, there's an awful lot of testimony that you just went through, so I'm going to try to cut across it and focus on 2 big areas: curtailments and EPE's use of the annual cost methodology. But before doing that, I'd like to go through a few general concepts. First of all, is it your understanding that under the amended REA, curtailed amounts of solar or wind resources result in no RECs being created at all?
Right. Well, yeah, it is my understanding that if, well, first of all, with or without.
Objection, Ms. Olson?
I believe the question is asking for a legal interpretation of the amended REA, which Mr. Gallegos has not been offered to provide and goes beyond his testimony.
Ms. Stevens?
Mr. Gallegos is the primary witness on RECs and on the implications of curtailments. This whole case is about solar energy and solar curtailments. And if he'd like to, he's got many exhibits that list the wrecks that are associated.
Yeah,
with,
thank you, Ms. Stevens. So what I would say there is I understand Ms. Holson's objection that Mr. Gallegos' legal understanding of the actual act itself is not entitled to much weight in light of the fact, but I think you can certainly answer whether or not EPE understands that that is in fact the state of the law and if they conduct themselves in that manner. So go ahead, Ms. Stevens. Please, last question.
So Mr. Gallegos, can you answer that question or do I need to repeat it?
Yeah, if you can repeat it, please.
Is it your understanding that when the output of a solar or a wind facility is actually curtailed, that no RECs are created?
Right, a REC is for 4 megawatt hours that are generated. If renewable energy is not generated, there would be no REC associated.
And now, under the amended Renewable Act, is it your understanding that if renewable energy is sold off system, that EPE cannot use the RECs associated with that renewable generation to fulfill its New Mexico RPS requirements?
So again, I'm not, I guess, a legal expert in the reading of the REA, but it is my understanding that the renewable energy needs to be delivered and allocated to EPE customers, New Mexico customers, in order for it to be part of the RPS.
So throughout your testimony, and particularly in your most recent rebuttal, I guess it would be, gotta go through the list here, exhibit number 2, when you criticize Ms. Rock's testimony and say that she doesn't understand, I think, are you referring to the notion that the company would displace, would curtail other conventional facilities in order to allow renewables to keep on running, and those renewables would be attributed to New Mexico customers?
Objection.
By Ms. Olson, could you say that again?
I object to the form of the question.
And Ms. Stevens, the extent to which the objection is, the question was difficult to understand. I'm in agreement with Ms. Olson.
I realize it sounded compound. It actually wasn't, but I'll try again. So are you saying that if the company curtails conventional resources in order to not curtail its renewable resources, that creates an opportunity for RECs that can be used in New Mexico to be credited to New Mexico customers because the renewable resources are in fact generating and being assigned to New Mexico customers? Is that the gist of your testimony?
Well, I think there's multiple topics in the testimony. I will clarify that there are parts of my testimony where I state that in order to try to minimize the potential for curtailment, we would dispatch in a manner where we would try to minimize generation from conventional generation as much as possible to make room for renewable generation to be able to generate and in turn generate RECs.
And in those circumstances, the RECs would be the renewable energy, for example, for the two proposed PPAs in this case, that renewable energy would be assigned fully to New Mexico customers so that New Mexico customers and the New Mexico RPS gets the full value. Is that the intention of your testimony?
Any renewable energy that is generated would be allocated and assigned to either Texas or New Mexico if depending on if it came from a system resource. If it comes from a system resource, New Mexico's 20% share of that system resource would be allocated to New Mexico and in turn applicable to the RPS. And if in the case of the two procurements in this proceeding, since they would be 100% dedicated to New Mexico for RPS purposes, 100% of any RECs generated by those facilities would be assigned to New Mexico customers.
And have you presented anywhere in your testimony an explanation of how the curtailments of the conventional resources in those circumstances where you're curtailing conventional resources in order to allow the renewables to keep running? Is there anywhere in your testimony or in the companies filing this case that explains how the cost assignments relating to curtailed conventional resources will be reflected to customers, both in New Mexico and Texas?
And I'm sorry, I think I got confused with the questions. I think I heard a part in the beginning and then another question at the end.
So I think you just explained to me that you would assign the energy, the renewable energy, either to the specific jurisdiction or between the jurisdictions if it was a system resource. Now I'm going back to the curtailed plants, the curtailed conventional facilities. How do you deal with the costs of those? How do you assign those curtailments, and how do you, so let's start to make it one question. How do you assign those curtailments?
So in terms of conventional generation, we specifically in my department in resource planning do not dispatch conventional generation, which are system resources, on a jurisdictional basis, and we don't assign those costs. I guess in terms of assignment of cost of conventional generation, that question may be better for EP witness Mr. Shisto, who works in that arena.
And you've also testified that another way to make room for renewable resources is to make off-system sales. I think is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe, again, in the sales scenario, when you criticize Ms. LaRock for not understanding, I think the gist of your testimony is that you will make the off-system sale out of the conventional resource so that the renewable resource may be assigned within the jurisdiction so that you get the RECs. Is that a summary of what you're trying to say?
Right. If I recall the particular portion of my testimony and Ms. LaRock's testimony, yes, I believe that there was a statement made by Ms. LaRock in her testimony that any renewable energy that was sold to off-system customers will not benefit New Mexico for RPS. And so my testimony was clarifying that we would make sales of, as my testimony states, make sales to make room for renewables, which is basically selling either nuclear or conventional generation, gas generation, to off-system sales to make room for the renewable resources to generate more energy for local customers and accordingly assigned between New Mexico and Texas.
Excuse me. Could I get the witness to just pull the microphone a little bit closer, please?
Is that possible, Mr. Gallegos?
Is this better?
Yes, that is better. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to keep my hands out of the way. I think my arms were in front of the microphone.
So, Mr. Gallegos, in that circumstance, does EP actually make unit-specific or unit-contingent sales out of its conventional resources to assure that the source of the off-system sale is a conventional resource rather than a renewable resource?
So the, any nuclear generation is typically sold out of and appropriately identified as being generation from nuclear, and then the local generation is identified as local generation. And in terms of the assignments of the resources supporting those sales, that is, you know, kind of dealt with in terms of the cost allocations and the proper cost assignments. And so in that fashion, they're assigned, those other resources are assigned to the off-system sales.
Is there any evidence in this case by yourself or Mr. Schiestel that describes, graphs that process or puts numbers to it?
I do not recall any specifics in my testimony that would provide that detailed of an explanation associated with how all system sales are accounted for and managed.
Okay, let's move on quickly to another topic in your testimony. This is the 2% curtailments that came up first with one of the bench requests in this case. The 2% curtailments allowed under the proposed PPAs. I just would like you to turn to your rebuttal testimony in support of this step, and I'm going to have a hard time keeping track of these numbers. I believe that's Exhibit 2.
Correct.
And page 9 of that testimony. You testify that, it's your testimony that the curtailments based on excess generation are within the 2% provision because it's considered necessary and an industry accepted operating tool to reliably operate and maintain EPE's generation system. Is that right? And I'm focused on the word generation. And then farther down that page, you quote section 9.72 of the FERC form, and which refers to curtailments that are necessary to safely and reliably operate and maintain the transmission system. So I'm asking you whether or not there's a difference between generation system and transmission system in these circumstances.
No, I think collectively they comprise the bulk electric system. I believe that the generation resources provide support for the transmission system. So in terms of the context and the reliability of a system, they're dependent on each other, and they're both part of the bulk electric system and fall under the reliability requirements.
Have you ever, has the company, well, to your knowledge, has the company ever been in a situation so far with its existing PPAs where the legal import or of that 2% provision has been tested or disputed between the parties?
No, not to my knowledge.
Are you familiar with Ms. LaRock's testimony in opposition to the stipulation? I think you are.
I read her testimony.
And would you agree that the exhibits LL Stip 3 and LL Stip 4 attached to that testimony are in fact the company's standard interconnection agreements for large and small generators?
And I'm sorry, and that what exhibit number was that?
That would be City Exhibit 1, and in the back of City Exhibit 1, LL Stip 3 and LL Stip 4.
Objection.
Ms. Wilson, nature of the objection.
I don't believe that Ms. Stevens has laid the foundation that Mr. Gallegos is familiar with those exhibits that she is asking him to verify.
Ms. Stevens, can you respond?
Mr. Gallegos' testimony was that 9.72, the FERC form, this is basically the company's version of the FERC form. And I think if he just takes a look, he will recognize them. They are, these interconnect agreements are referenced throughout his OGST2 and OGST3, the purchase agreements, the proposed purchase agreements. But I think if we give Mr. Gallegos a second, I think to find it, I think that he may be able to say that.
Ms. Olson, you were trying to say something?
Yes, all I'm asking Ms. Stevens to do is start by laying the foundation with the exhibits to give Mr. Gallegos the opportunity to confirm that they are what she thinks they are and he's familiar with it before he's asked to verify the veracity of them.
Okay. So, Mr. Gallegos, I think you seem to be moving quickly through the testimony. Have you found those two exhibits attached to Ms. LaRocque's testimony?
I am looking at it.
I don't think there's been a ruling on the objection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I understood Ms. Stevens was going to comply with your request, Ms. Olson. So I think I'll let her just respond and see where this goes. Go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
So are you there at LL Stip 3 and LL Stip 4, Mr. Gallegos?
I am on exhibit LL Stip 3.
And is the city? And I'll help you. Maybe I'll help you. Maybe I won't. I'm not sure whether Ms. Olson will object, and she might be correct in doing so. But I'll just tell you that the city downloaded those off the company's website while we were preparing the testimony, and I've lost track of the months. It was either this month or last month, and I just want to know whether those are the whether that looks like what is on the company's website, and if what's on the company's website are the standard agreements that are referred to within the Cate 2 and Buena Vista 2 agreements.
So it is my understanding that the FERC templates for the interconnection agreements are made available by our transmission system department on the website. I do not work in that department. They look generally familiar as those that would be on the website, but I could not confirm that they're exactly every single page is that. Generally, they do appear to look like the templates that are provided on EPE's transmission system website.
So in your rebuttal testimony on the STIP EPE 2, Exhibit 2, when you were quoting Section 9.72 of the FERC form, were you quoting from the large system, the LL STIP 3, or were you quoting from a different source?
I believe I was quoting from the website form that is on there.
So if you looked at LL STIP 3, you scroll to section 9.72, would that be the same? Is that the same language as you quoted in your testimony? I think that might be the easiest way to confirm that we're talking about the same thing.
Okay, give me a second to get to that section. Yes, I believe it is the same.
Good. So if your interpretation of the curtailment provisions as stated in your response to the the bench request response that is in your second supplemental testimony, if your position about the curtailments is erroneous, because you just told me it hasn't been tested to your knowledge, is EPE willing to represent and commit to the commission and to New Mexico ratepayers that it will not seek to recover that 2%, the portion of that amount that does
Hold on, Ms.
not?
Stevens, what's the objection, Ms. Olson?
I object to the characterization as erroneous. I don't believe Mr. Gallegos has testified that his testimony was erroneous.
No, I said if it was, or if it turns out to be erroneous. I'm not saying it's erroneous. I'm just saying if it should be determined to be erroneous, will the company commit to not seek recovery of that 2% of, or some portion of that 2% from New Mexico customers?
I understand the question. Yeah, I understand the question. Ms. Olson, do you have an objection to the question still?
No objection.
Mr. Gallegos, if you could answer, if you understand the question.
Well, I mean, my testimony is that our interpretation of that agreement is that it would fall under the 2%. And so under that, understanding that we would be under no obligation to pay if they were curtailed for reliability reasons, then there would be, no commitment from EP to pay the vendor for curtailments up to 2% if they were for purposes that fall under this description in the IA.
Now, my question, Mr. Gallegos, is if your interpretation is incorrect and you do have to pay for some of that 2%, is the company willing to stand by its interpretation and commit to the commission and to ratepayers, New Mexico ratepayers, that you won't come back and ask them to recover amounts through the RPS cost rider that were actually paid because your testimony, your interpretation was not correct?
Objection.
Ms. Olson, yeah, I understand. What's the objection?
I believe this is going way beyond the purpose for which Mr. Gallegos is being offered today.
Yeah, Ms. Stevens, I'm not sure I understood the question either. In addition, I think Ms. Olson has a point. Can you rephrase the question in a way that would be more easy to understand as a preliminary matter?
Shall I rephrase it or shall I answer the argument? I'm not sure what you're asking me to do.
I didn't understand the question, I'll tell you that. So if you wish to re-ask it, and then we'll see where there's still an objection.
Okay, so Mr. Gallegos, I understand what the company's position is about how that 2% curtailment provision works. My question is, if that turns out to not be the correct interpretation and EPE does find itself having to pay the PPA providers for that little band in that 2% or some of that curtailment within that 2%, are you ready to commit that you will not seek rate recovery for that because your application or your presentation in this case has presented it as a benefit to ratepayers that you will not pay that 2%?
And I object again to the question. Mr. Gallegos is not a company witness. He's here as an expert to testify to a limited scope. And the question Ms. Stevens is asking, one, is something that would be determined by the commission in a future proceeding, and two, is well beyond the scope of Mr. Gallegos's testimony.
May I ask that question of Mr. Schiestel, who's a senior vice president?
Yeah, so the objection, let me just answer quickly. If the answer is that Mr. Gallegos is not competent to answer whether or not the company will commit to some course of action. You can ask if, I suppose, if he's even in a position to make that sort of recommendation or make that decision for the company. But otherwise, it seems the question itself is, I had to tend to agree with Ms. Olson. You're asking him to say something that he may not have the ability to answer.
I just wanted him to tell me whether he could or couldn't answer it. But you know, if not,
Mr. Gallegos, can you just answer that to the extent of that question? If you understood Ms. Stevens' point, are you in a position to commit to that for the company?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Gallegos has done this enough times to know hearing examiner Hurst's rule of thumb is that when you defer something to another witness, he gets part of your salary, right, Mr. Gallegos?
Well, that's
why he's giving you a hard time. Okay, let's move on to something entirely different. Throughout your various testimonies, Mr. Gallegos, you've presented the proposed procurement plan, right? And that's in Exhibit OG1, ST1. Well, right now, in the most recent exhibit, in Exhibit 1, your testimony in support of STIP, that's Exhibit OG1, ST1. Let's turn to page 13 of 14 of that document. I can find it.
So pages 13 of 14?
13 of 14. 13, page 13 of 14. That's the table 3 on which you made a couple of revisions before your testimony was admitted.
Sorry, Mr. Stevens, can I say real quick, would it be useful to you if I present this information on screen? I mean, I'm looking at it, I can do that. If you, I'm not trying to help anyone, I'm just saying if it's useful, I can do it.
I think that he and I'm trying as much as possible to minimize that, because I don't think it's fair to ask you to be doing that. So are you with me, Mr. Gallegos? It's actually page 34 of the PDF, if that helps anybody.
I found it. That's correct.
Yeah, so I am on page 13 of 14 of Exhibit OG ST1.
That's table 3. This is the procurement plan now, right? As a result of the stipulation.
Yes.
And let's go to the DG rec line at near the bottom.
Yes.
That 45 for 2020, the number of DG recs is 45,421, 2002, and that's in kilowatt hours, right?
Yes.
So in the next column over, it becomes 45,421 recs. Right?
Correct.
How did you develop that 45,421,202 figure?
There's 45 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
That number was provided, I believe, via our customer service group that tracks and manages the interconnection, DG interconnections, and that number itself was provided to me by, if I recall correctly, via EP witness Renee for those numbers.
Do you personally refer to the company's annual DG reports or QF reports to the commission?
I am not involved in those QF reports.
Could you take a look at CLC Exhibit 6, please?
Yes.
And just is this the report that do you believe that Mr. Gonzalez uses this report for the information that he provided to you?
I'm not certain if he used this report or what numbers he used.
And is it your understanding then that the QF recs, or maybe you don't have an understanding that you're testifying to, that includes all of the production of QFs on EPE's system except for CRLEF, which has a separate line on your table 3.
Objection. Form of the question. I wasn't clear what she was asking. There seemed to be a lot of.
Rephrase, Ms. Stevens.
So do you believe that all of the generation by QFs on EPE's system is represented in the DG rec line on table 3 plus the CRLEF line on table 3?
I believe it is my understanding that it's the full output of the DG facility that is being estimated in that room.
And at any point in preparing your these plans, the one that you filed in October and one you filed in March, and this final one that you filed here in July, I guess it was the end of July, maybe it was the beginning of August. Did you consider the amendments to the REA concerning RECs when you use these DG rec numbers?
I did not. That might be a better question for Mr. Schiestel in terms of the amended REA and the DG rec relationship.
Have you read the old REA and the amended REA?
Yes, it's been a while, but yes, I read the REA.
Okay, so I guess I'll have more questions for Mr. Gonzalez than I expected. So let's go on to the curtailment question. So in your direct testimony, which is EPE Exhibit 3, you testified that it may be on page 20 to 21, you testified that it may be necessary to curtail during low load months and potentially in the mornings in the heavy load months. So I'm going to ask you, are you with me there?
So I did not get to that page. I'm sorry, but
page 20 and page 20 on your direct testimony, the March 31st EPE 3, Exhibit 3.
Okay. Is that lines 8 through 9?
Let's see. It is. Yes. And then in the following sentence, the following question and answer, you say that EP evaluated the amount of curtailment mitigated by battery storage and its cost versus adding additional solar capacity to generate a higher amount of renewable energy during heavy load months and replace the curtailed energy. EPE determined that adding additional renewable energy to replace the curtailed energy was more cost effective. Is that analysis or that evaluation in the record of this case? Other than your summary here?
No, it's not. No, that's the specific analysis and the details of it is not in my testimony.
But it's EPE's theory that adding more solar in the high load months was, specifically in the high load months, was more cost effective. Is that right? Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did determine that it was more cost effective to add more standalone solar than it was to add battery storage. And, you know, recognizing that the pricing of battery storage in the bids was confidential, but looking back at our case in 348, where we did propose battery storage, I think that the number that was made publicly available there for the cost of battery storage, if I recall correctly, the lowest number was $5.46 per kW month. And if we were to look at that, what the procurement cost of that of a battery storage would be of a hypothetical battery storage at that price level, if we were to add 25 megawatts of battery storage at that price, the procurement cost would be approximately $1.6 million to procure that battery storage capacity. As we mentioned, battery storage is not as beneficial. It has a finite limit as to how much it can benefit shifting of solar output during the winter months, because EPE does not have enough load at nighttime to discharge the battery so that it would be ready for charging the next day. So that's a finite limit in the winter. So then if we're to consider, we're gonna add a procurement burden of $1.6 million for a 25 megawatt battery for 4 hours, it would be about $1.6 million. And it's only available, 4 hours of, it only has 4 hours of discharge capability if we look at a 4-hour battery. And if we identify the energy, the amount of energy that it could move in a summer month, it might be about 20,000 megawatt hours approximately for a summer period. I'm sorry, I think I said month, but for a summer period, it might be about 20,000 megawatt hours. But the Buena Vista project, if I recall correctly, looking at table 6 of my testimony on page 23.
I'm sorry, which testimony?
Of my direct testimony, page 23.
The original direct.
Yes. On table 6 there, the price of the Buena Vista for the energy is $19.88. And if you were to look at the energy output and the expected procurement cost of that, it's approximately $1.3 million. And so looking at, you can either get a 25 megawatt 4-hour battery that could potentially, not always, salvage about 19,000 megawatt hours of curtailment, as opposed to 1.2 million, we can get 63,000 megawatt hours of additional renewable energy. Even if half of that was curtailed down to 30,000 megawatt hours, it's still at approximately 1.3 million as compared to a hypothetical battery storage at the pricing levels that we saw in the 348 case. So that's that, and I don't know, hopefully that helps clarify how it, we evaluated battery storage and the benefit that it could bring for the purposes of the RPS, where the purposes of the RPS is to try to attain a certain amount of renewable energy.
Thank you, Mr. Gaius. Let's keep our finger on this table on page 23 of your direct and turn to your second supplemental direct, exhibit. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little confused here. Your second supplemental direct is exhibit 6. Because that was where I would like to bring you. This is on the second supplemental direct. You have on page 6 the curtailments, the first set of projected numbers for curtailments of Acate 2 and Buena Vista 2, right?
Yes.
And am I correct in saying that in those tables, you were projecting a total of 90,951 megawatt hours of curtailments for those two combined facilities. Is that right?
That sounds about right. Taking the total, the summation of rows 5 and 5 there. Yeah, I agree. If you want me to do the math, I can, but yes,
And on the next page, you calculate, she's still trying, you calculate the next page, you calculate the LCOE with curtailment and without curtailment. Tell me how you, given that the curtailments shown here were in the range of 45%, according to Ms. LaRocque's testimony, tell me how you reached these, the LCOEs with curtailments, which were only a few dollars more than the uncurtailed amounts. I'm having great difficulty with that arithmetic. Can you just tell us how you did that?
sure. I think it's stated on page 7, line 9. The LCOE calculated with the curtailment for the first 5 years of curtailment. And so the curtailed energy for the first 5 years was incorporated into the LCOE calculation of the project for the life of the project.
So are you saying that you got those relatively small changes because you only put 5 years of curtailments in the 20-year life of the agreements?
If I recall the bench request correctly, and it's stated there in the question, our interpretation of the request was to, for each PPA, state the levelized cost of the PPA, taking into account the projected curtailments during the first 5 years of operation. And so, yes, we only incorporated the curtailed energy amount for the first 5 years of operation.
So you pretended that beyond that for the next 15 years, they would not be curtailed.
Objection.
That's also what you explain.
I believe that Ms. Stevens is mischaracterizing the testimony that Mr. Gallegos just gave.
Okay, I'll move on to another question. Let's try to calculate that in a different way, Mr. Gallegos. If you go to the table, let's just do let's do Gate on table 1. So in the first year, you have 143, the expected output is 143,319, correct?
Yes, and just to confirm, it's table 1 of exhibit 6 still.
Table
correct?
1, yeah, table 1 of exhibit 6 on page 6. So, and your position is that you do not have to pay for 2,866 or 2% of the output of the curtailed amounts. Is that right?
Correct.
So if you subtracted 2,866 from 143,310. Do you have a calculator by chance?
Let me get that.
I'm going to get out of the picture too and dig out mine just to make sure I did this right last night. Okay, are we together? So if you subtract the 2% curtailment amount from the expected output, do you end up with 140,453 megawatt hours in year 1?
140,453.
And the price, if we flip over to the next page, would be $18.93 per megawatt hour. Is that right? So could you multiply it by $18.93?
Okay.
And do you get $2,658,775?
Yes.
And now going back to table 1, if we take the expected output and subtract the total annual curtailment from that to get the actual energy, do we end up with 80,821 megawatt hours from that facility?
I'm sorry, what number did you say?
I got 80,821, which would be 140.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't scroll back up to table 1. I used the wrong table. Give me a second.
Are you with me? 80,821.
So did you subtract out the 2% or not? Because I'm
No,
getting a
well, the
different-
2% is a cost matter. I think you don't need to subtract that out because the 62,498 includes the 2%, correct?
Yes, I'll do it from the original. So yes, 80,821.
So if you divide the $2,658,775 by 80,821 megawatt hours, what price per megawatt hour do you end up with?
So the math of the division that asked me to do, which was the 2,658,755 divided by 8821, the result is $32.90. $32.90. I would like to add that, as curtailment has become more prevalent due to the success of being able to integrate greater renewables, curtailment has become a normal part of operations in systems where higher levels of renewables are integrated. I have not seen any methodology in the manner of, looking at the renewables in that manner in terms of the math that we just carried out. Another item that I would add is that, as I explained in my testimony, that it's a relatively conservative estimate, assuming that we're not able to make any off-system sales to make more room for renewables. And so the actual amount of curtailment will be within the bounds of either, very low numbers to potentially numbers of the magnitudes that were conveyed in my testimony. And they'll land somewhere in between there. It's difficult to identify exactly where they will land because in addition to being dependent on the variable output characteristic of EPE renewables and these procurements, it's also dependent on load profiles. But other than that, it's also dependent on markets, on the market that's out there that's dependent on other utilities integration levels. So while I understand the math that you asked me to walk through, I'm not sure that I've seen the curtailment of renewables in this context before.
So I understand that, but again, we have not been able to, we cannot, because of all these variables, quantify the dollar effect. So would you agree that in case 1900348 UT, the levelized cost for the Buena Vista 1 project, which included 100 megawatts of solar and 50 megawatts of battery, was $32.52 per megawatt hour, including transmission costs?
That I don't have the explicit decimal points, but yes, generally sounds correct that it was in that range.
And of the 69 bids that EPE received in response to the 2019 RFP for purposes of RPS compliance, were there at least 5 bids for solar plus battery, including transmission, that had a lower LCOE than the level that was approved in case 19348?
So yes, I generally recall that there were a few proposals in the RPS RFP that provided numbers that were slightly below the Buena Vista 1 project that you referred to. But I would also add that that a comparison to the pricing of that project that was selected for purposes of capacity in case 348 is a different purpose. In that filing, we were soliciting approval for resources to meet a capacity requirement. In that filing, battery storage was also competing against gas generation. And so the decisions on when storage is beneficial to customers is dependent on the purpose for which we're soliciting resources. So while yes, I agree that there were some solar with storage that in the arena of solar and storage were competitive, even competitive with the resource that we selected in the 348 case from that RFP. That was for different purposes as opposed to this filing, which is to solicit energy and obtain a certain amount of renewable energy for the RPS.
So I was asking about this RFP, and you just said that the prices were lower, a little bit lower. Would that range of lower than the 348 case be from nearly 5% to more than 10% less?
That sounds approximately right.
And were most of those solar and battery bids for 150 megawatts of solar and various amounts of storage?
If I understand the question correctly, yes, there was different sizes of solar and storage combinations.
But was one of them considerably small?
Excuse me, there's 20 minutes remaining.
And was one of them smaller, like in the 20 megawatt solar range?
I do recall that there was a 20 megawatt range type of proposal.
So would you agree, Mr. Gallegos, that even if battery storage, as you previously described, is not a perfect solution to excess solar generating capacity, it is a partial solution?
Battery storage may be utilized for mitigating some curtailment. I definitely believe that in the future, battery storage will play a more integral role in the portfolios and resource planning selection of portfolios, given the higher integration levels of renewables that are called for by the RPS. But at this time, we found it to be more cost effective to add the additional solar, adds more renewable energy. If we are, successful mitigating some of the curtailment, customers will get even more renewable energy with less curtailments for a lower price than what the battery storage would provide at the moment. And so understanding that the expectation is that battery storage prices will probably continue to drop, we feel it's in the benefit of customers that battery storage be added, be added later when it's essential and they might be at a lower cost. At the moment, we did not see the net benefit to customers to incorporate battery storage for purposes of RPS. I think that the benefits to customers were in the 348 case, in which battery storage was in essence competing against the gas peaker for serving peak loads for those higher top 4 hours of load on a peak day.
Let's turn to your rebuttal testimony. EP Exhibit 4. That's your rebuttal before the stipulation. And I'm on page 15, bottom of 14 and onto 15. Is this now what the company is representing will be the expected curtailments based on that question on the bottom of 14 and then the chart on page 15? Is this what you're expecting?
Yes, this would be given the resource portfolio, given that curtailment is dependent on the resource portfolio, operating reliability requirements, and customer load profiles. This chart represents an allocation of the curtailment of all renewables allocated on a pro rata basis across all the solar facilities that would be in operation in 22-23 time.
And are you representing that this is actually how El Paso Electric will execute curtailments when it needs to curtail?
Right. This would be the methodology in which curtailments would be allocated across the different facilities. Not necessarily that we would physically curtail all of those facilities certain amount simultaneously, but rather that the total curtailment of renewables, regardless of which facility gets physically curtailed, will be allocated on a pro rata basis as described in my testimony and on this table.
Can you first, on the column, the chart on page 15, the nameplate column, would you agree that that totals up to 105 megawatts of existing plus 150 the existing elements, not including the Hecate and Buena Vista 1 and 2, totals up to 105 megawatts?
I believe it's 107, but I can confirm the math. It would be everything through Holloman and then the one at the bottom, Texas Community Solar.
In the most recent case, 19349, when you provided a bench request response to the company, I got that as Exhibit 25. If you'd like to quickly look, for 2019, there's a notation that there was 115 megawatts of solar online. Is that correct for 2019?
So for 20, and I'm sorry, which?
CLC Exhibit 6. Why don't you open that one up and go towards the end of the exhibits in there? I'm just wondering whether there are existing solar facilities that you excluded from the table in your rebuttal testimony.
So
I'm sorry.
That's
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm sorry, it's 25. Request to bench. See response to bench requests. And if you go to page 26 of the document, Exhibit 2, page 9 of 9. At the top, you see that 15%, that number 115 on the top of the above the right-hand column. Wasn't that signifying that you had 115 megawatts of renewable energy, solar energy available in 2019?
I'm sorry, I'm getting there. I am on the right exhibit. I'm getting to the page.
Page 26 of 32 on the PDF.
I'm sorry, mine doesn't have
Oh, you don't get the little
the
numbers
PDF.
on the top?
I just see the stamp exhibit like 4 of 9 or.
You don't get the little page arrows in the top of your screen? That's what I'm looking at. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stevens, could you just say which city exhibit are you looking at? CLC which?
I'm looking at CLC Exhibit 25. The page is Exhibit 2, page 9 of 9. And in my PDF screen, it's showing as page 26 of 32.
Yes, so that does, I'm sorry. May I proceed or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is there 115 and not 100?
This is the one we're looking at just for clarification?
Yes.
Yes.
that?
Yeah. So no, yeah, so that is 115 installed. Let me do the math on the table and that you're referring to on my rebuttal on page 15. So yes, I think on page 15, I think the project that is, I don't see listed there is the one, our 10 megawatt Newman facility, 10 megawatt Newman UE project.
And why was the 10 megawatt Newman excluded?
That may have been an oversight to have excluded the 10 megawatt UE project.
It wasn't excluded because it's in Texas?
No, because the Lastro Texas Community Solar is also located in Texas. So it wasn't for the reasons that it was in Texas.
And would you, can you explain why on this, before we leave this table here, why would the Hecate one and the Buena Vista one have the exact same curtailments in megawatt hours when Buena Vista one has storage?
So again, this is an allocation of a pro rata allocation based on the nameplate of the solar. And so given that they are both 100 megawatt facilities, that's why they come up with the same number.
So it doesn't represent what would really occur at Buena Vista one?
Well, again, I think that the methodology of this is not that each facility would be physically curtailed those amounts, but rather that's the amount of total curtailment would be allocated on a pro rata basis across the curtailments, across the solar facilities.
And would you agree that this represents a total curtailment of 230,400 megawatt hours? I would accepting that subject to check. But
yeah, I mean, it sounds about correct, looking at the magnitude of the values there, that it's in that approximately that number range.
And then when we go back to your testimony in support of the stipulation, and I'm still on my computer, blessedly opens to the same page, table 2 on the of OG stip 1, ST1, table 3, the procurement plan. No, this is not the one that you're showing. I take it back. It's not that. It is. Well, actually, on that procurement plan, you are not showing curtailments, are you?
In the plan itself, curtailments, I do not recall curtailments being denoted in the plan.
Okay. But if you go to your rebuttal testimony, not your rebuttal stip, but your rebuttal, and that is number 6. Darn. I've got too many windows open here. That would be your back to 4. You provided a table. Let me find it. Table 7. Okay, I'll go back to my notes. It's actually it's your table. I'm on the wrong place. It's your exhibit 1, page 18, table 4.
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1, page 18, table 4.
And this is in my rebuttal or direct?
No, this is exhibit 1 is your direct in support of the stipulation.
Which page was that, Ms. Stevens?
This is page 18 on the bottom of the page, page 20 on the PDF screen. On this, you're showing 105 potential curtailments of 105 megawatt hours, well, 105, 648 megawatt hours in 2023. That would be the allocation to New Mexico?
I'm sorry, Ms. Stevens, I apologize. I got lost with the, so we're back on, you said it was my
direct.
My rebuttal for in support of
no, it's your exhibit 01, your direct in support of the stipulation.
Okay, I apologize. And you were saying it was page
18 on the bottom of the page, the actual text page, page 20 if you look at the little, which I guess you're not getting, the little PDF page count on the top.
So I'm on table 4 on that page.
Okay, let's look at 2023 because that's the first year when you're treating all the plants as being fully in service, right?
Yes.
And you're
Excuse me, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens, you have about 4 minutes left.
Thank you. Are we supposed to be getting little buzzers or something? Because
I guess you're not hearing them.
Okay, I do appreciate your interrupting because I've not heard them. So on that column, you're showing 105,648 megawatt hours or RECs of potential curtailment. Is that right?
Yes.
And that represents the New Mexico allocation of the 400 megawatt hours that you said were the total on the screen that ratably, the table that ratably allocated?
Yes, based on the pro rata allocation, and then on looking at which of those projects either are 100% or 20% to New Mexico. Yes, the 105,648 would be the share, the New Mexico share of that, which would be what impacts the RPS in New Mexico.
And going back, and just we can do this out of memory because I know time is short here. Going back to your exhibit in support of your second supplemental testimony, the tables of with the what the curtailment specific to the units proposed here, you were at that point looking at 90,951 megawatt hours of curtailment. How did we get from 90,000 to 105?
Yes, I can describe that. So when we did the analysis, and I believe those analyses were provided as part of discovery of how much would be curtailed, we looked at them as we were adding more renewable resources. So that analysis was done as more resources were added into the system. What additional curtailments would we expect to see? And so that number at that time assumed that all of the curtailment at that point would be that physically was assigned to these two new procurements, the Hecate 2 and the Buena Vista 2. And this proceeding, that was the estimate. But as explained in my rebuttal, the proposal is that EP will assign those on a pro rata allocation to all the renewable projects that would be in operation in that 22-23 timeframe. And so that's how the difference is. The pro rata methodology is all solar curtailment of all solar facilities. It's just total solar amount curtailment, pro rata assigned to each project, as opposed to how the initial analysis was done was basically last project in took the brunt of the curtailment first.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you just indicated there is that when you came up with the 90,000 or so on a incremental basis for your bench request response, there actually were additional curtailments that were going to happen to existing facilities that were just not reflected in that presentation. Is that right?
Correct. There would have been curtailments for other renewable facilities that were either already in operation or were selected in advance of these two projects.
And in any those adjustments in the the one we have open here, our table 4 in the RPS energy approved resources line, or the plan 2022 all source resources line, or the new New Mexico RPS resources line, have you?
Not per those lines individually, but the on row 8 where it says potential curtailment, that would through the pro rata allocation assign curtailment across all the New Mexico RPS renewable resources.
And that's
Okay,
the only.
Ms. Stevens, your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Rios.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I think at this juncture, it'd probably be appropriate to take a break before we turn to any further questioning. Is that acceptable to everybody? Take a 10-minute break. We'll do that. It is now 10:40, so we'll come back at 10:50. And just FYI, the live YouTube stream is running, so the Zoom feed will go to whatever sounds it hears. So you may want to mute yourself and then stop your video if you don't want it looking at your apartment or wherever it is you're. So see you at 10:50.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
in 10 minutes. Do we see, is everyone back yet?
I am back.
Yes, the most important person. That's correct. I totally agree. Hard to tell. I mean, it seems like we have everybody. Okay, well, we're back. So at this juncture, turn for my questioning of Mr. Gallegos. Carolyn will have brief questions after that, and we'll do the redirect and recross, which will be 10 minutes. So Mr. Gallegos, how are you?
Good, yourself?
Fine, thank you. And so I think this is probably obvious to you and for everyone else. I'm new to this, so I'm going to ask questions, and I assure you the questions that I'm asking are not asked from the perspective that I'm trying to get you to say anything. If it sounds like I'm asking you a very obvious question and like just asking for an explanation as to what you mean, it really is just that. So feel free to speak to me as you know, someone who is eager to be educated on lots of subjects.
Okay.
I wanted to first turn back to, and I'm going to use the screen share function here throughout this. So I think that'll sort of move things along quickly. So we're looking at the chart there. This is EPE's Exhibit 4. It's the chart showing percentage allocation, and that's at page 15. You can see it there on the screen, I assume?
Yes.
So I was wondering, could you explain to me what you mean when you say pro rata allocation? Could you just explain that concept a bit further? Because I will say when I understood Ms. Stevens' question, she was indicating, well, are you saying that this is how much they're actually going to be curtailed each of these things? And your answer was no, this is a pro rata. And I don't know that I understand what you mean by that.
Certainly. So, and I guess first to clarify, you know, the curtailment amount would be under the conservative assumption that we wouldn't be able to make any off-system sales and that we couldn't absorb all the renewable, right? And so that's a conservative estimate because there will be times that we will be able to sell off-system and maybe reduce this curtailment amount. But, you know, operationally, to say on a day-to-day basis, I need to curtail 100 megawatts this 1 hour, it would be difficult to say I'm gonna physically curtail 10 different projects per se, and I'm gonna curtail that one 1 megawatt, that one 5 megawatts. So what we're stating is that day to day, there will be the need to curtail renewable. Operationally, we will operationally decide which one to physically curtail, which would reduce renewable output in total for EPE by, let's say, that 100 megawatts. But then it would be pro rata allocated to each of the facilities. So in essence, not that each facility is backing down a curtailment amount, but rather in our accounting for the energy generated by each facility for the purposes of whatever that facility was implemented for would be assigned a pro rata curtailment. So in the case of Hatch Solar, and I'm sorry, I can't see, well, let me take another example because our video image is over those numbers, but let me look at the example of, let's say, for example, Macho Springs. It would imply that Macho Springs may have been generating at full 50, but they would be pro rata allocated 30,720 megawatt hours of curtailed energy for the year. So that means that since Macho Springs is a system resource that is allocated, generally speaking, 80-20, 20% of that curtailment would come off of the New Mexico RPS, and then the other 80% would come out of the Texas share. So it would just be a pro rata allocation and assignment of curtailment. I'm not sure if that helped clarify.
It's still pretty complicated. I mean, I guess the basic question is the percentage. I mean, am I correct to say that the percentage allocation is what you hope to curtailed a particular asset resource by at this percentage amount. So we'll take 13.33% of Macho Springs and just sort of curtail that. I mean, is that, or am I just completely understood what you just said?
So, yeah, so those percentages are a percent of nameplate. So 5 megawatts of hatch is 1.3% of all the installed solar nameplate per this table, understanding that it was missed the Newman 10 megawatt facility, but 5%, I'm sorry, 5 megawatts is 1.3% of the total solar on this table.
Okay.
And so then that 1.3% is utilized to allocate or assign a curtailment amount for the Hatch solar facility. And I believe that, you know, and Mr. Shisto might be able to explain this a little bit further in terms of how the allocation would actually take place from an accounting perspective in regulatory filings and things of that sort. But
okay.
You know, I think that the jurisdictional challenges that we'll have is that each of these solar facilities were implemented. You know, there's the first 4 there were specific for New Mexico RPS. They're our earliest utility scale projects. And then we've progressively added more projects. And at a certain point, when you start getting into the, you know, Hecate 1 and Buena Vista, we're going to run into this need for curtailment. And so then the debate would be, well, does the last facility take the full curtailment amount? And then whoever is the off-taker of that Hecate 1, if it was for RPS or system, who takes the reduction in RECs is the debate, right, or the question. And so this methodology equitably assigns curtailment to all of the solar facilities that would be operating in 22 and 23.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna think about that a little bit, and maybe I'll just, Mr. Shisho can help me out too. Wanted to ask a question. This table here, 3, we're looking at. Are you able to see that on the screen?
Yes.
Great. And so this is just for the record, EP Exhibit 6, and this is page 7 of EP Exhibit 6. Is this the table 3 levelized cost of energy comparison? Is this your projection of the cost per megawatt hour with curtailments? I know it sounds like a sort of straightforward. That's what the chart seems to indicate. I just want to confirm that's in case that's what I'm looking at.
Right, and this LCOE calculation was done prior to the pro rata. So I do want to clarify that it was done prior to the pro rata methodology that we just covered. So here what it shows, and we hope that we interpreted the bench request appropriately, but looking at these last 2 facilities being the last 2 most recently selected resources, what amount of additional renewable energy we would have to curtail. And we taking into account the curtailment amounts in years 1 through 5 and deducting that energy amount of curtailed energy from the LCOE calculation provided this 2286 number for Hecate and 2411 for Buena Vista.
So in effect, yeah, it's the levelized cost of energy for these resources with the anticipated curtailments.
Right, anticipated curtailments through years 1 through 5. Okay. If all of the curtailment if all that curtailment was assigned to these 2, if we were to utilize the methodology that I just described from my rebuttal, this LCOE number might be a little bit lower if we only looked at how much gets allocated to these facilities for years 1 through 5.
Okay, and I sort of want to ask another question about, I think this is the thing I heard during your discussion with Ms. Stevens. You were talking about the proposal is, well, let's think about the curtailments as necessarily increasing the cost of a resource. And I think, you know, Ms. Stevens suggested that their math suggests that you end up in a number somewhere around $32 per megawatt hour. And I guess the question I want to ask, and I heard you say something, I think, to this extent, is it correct to think about curtailments as having some sort of proportional relationship to the cost of the resource? So in other words, as you curtail more, the cost of the resource goes up. Is that basically a correct concept?
Right, and I guess I'll try to respond to that, hopefully adding, I guess, my perspective, the clarity, right, of the world that we're going into in terms of increasing renewables. So I think conceptually, the levelized cost of energy does take into account how much energy is actually utilized and delivered and utilized. Up until now, that definitely is how LCOE is calculated. You know, it's based on the expected energy output that you'll be utilizing. But I think that, you know, that served its purpose when you looked at comparing, you know, maybe a gas generator that says, why would you build that generator if you're only going to use it, you know, X amount of time? And so you don't want to overbuild and things of that sort. What do you really need? What's the best effect, right? I think as we get into curtailments of renewable energy, this is the first time that I've heard the discussion of developing a new LCOE considering curtailed energy. And, you know, so, you know, I'm not sure that it's, you know, I'm not sure that it provides a significant benefit to look at it in that manner. The cost of energy will be that cost of energy. We recognize that if it's curtailed, we don't get the energy, but what we're stating is that we would still pay for it, you know, even if we do curtail it, because the energy payment to the developers is the energy payment they calculated that was necessary to fund their investments in the facility. And so changing that or telling them we're not going to pay you for curtailment would leave them to say, well, then I need to adjust my price. If we did that from the get-go and then we were able to save some of the curtailment by making off-system sales, then we're going to be penalized with a higher PPA price, assuming a certain amount of curtailment that may not occur. And so getting the price as low as possible, mitigating curtailment, I believe is the best way to go about it. Not sure if that helps.
No, it does. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I think it's, in some sense, a question about, well, when you represent the price of a renewable resource that has to be curtailed, the basic, I mean, I think your chart on table 3, the one I have on the screen, I mean, you are in fact trying to do that even in that table, correct? To say that here's what we believe, it's 1893 without curtailment, but with it, we acknowledge that there's lost energy that you have to account for in the price. But I understand your other point, which you're responding and saying, well, look, as a company, we think we can do something beneficial to the ratepayer by strategically, you know, positioning ourselves such that we minimize curtailments and we take efforts to do that. And therefore, the reason why we don't price it in is because we try to avoid having to do it at all.
Right. And to add to that, I think that the inherent possibility for curtailment exists for any renewable, solar or wind, and the larger the facility, the more potential curtailment. So in our selection process to properly size the amount of solar we've selected, we're already inherently trying to pick the smaller project that would provide the lowest risk for potential curtailment. And we did evaluate what the cost of the additional cost of battery storage eliminate or mitigate curtailment sufficiently or more cost effectively. And as I walked through the description earlier in my responses to Ms. Stevens, it does, you know, it doesn't eliminate it. And we feel it's not cost effective at this moment for purposes of RPS at this juncture, but without a doubt in the future, as battery storage continues to decline or the portfolio evolves even further, I'm pretty confident that more battery storage would be potentially utilized in the future.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. With respect to the annual cost methodology, I'm trying to make sure that I understand, and I'm sorry to be, I won't jump around the screen, I'll stop that for a second. I want to understand the annual cost methodology. I think I have a fairly significant or sufficient understanding of the low levelized cost of energy. and the rule does in fact state that, you know, you're supposed to use the net present value, which incorporates some assessment of levelized cost of energy and coming up with net present value. You also employed an annual cost methodology, and I think that seems like one of those things that is essential to understand in terms of understanding how you all evaluated these varying projects. So I'm wondering, in your direct testimony, you gave us, I believe it was a table in which you plotted the two costs of a levelized cost of energy and the annual cost, and you use it as an illustration. I'm trying to remember where that is. I think it's your direct testimony.
Yes, it's a direct testimony, page 18.
And Carrie, which of your exhibits is his direct testimony?
I believe that's exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3. And you said it was page which again, Mr.?
The narrative starts on 17 and the table is on 18.
Thank you. So I'll just put that on the screen so we can all look at the same thing. So here's your comparison of a levelized cost of energy and annual cost comparison. I mean, just if you can, Mr. Gallegos, try to explain to me, like as well as you can, what does an annual cost actually capture when you use those words? Here's the annual cost of this resource.
Right. So what we did is that we took that LCOE, calculated LCOE number, which is inclusive of transmission. And in this illustrative example, you know, these were not actual bid prices, but in this actual, we would multiply the amount of energy output times that LCOE to come up with what is the annual cost. That would be the cost burden to ratepayers for engaging in this additional procurement. And so the reason we did that was because you know, we definitely recognize that there could be an economies of scale with larger projects. And if I may, if you may go to the following page on table 4, that might help a little bit more. And you know, this is a range, a table providing some ranges and LCOE values for the various proposals that we were looking at. And that 2068 is the total LCOE of the Hecate 1 project that's being proposed here. And if you were to look at that, it comes in at an annual cost procurement of inclusive of, you know, based on the LCOE, which would be the procurement and transmission impact of about $2.9 million per year of additional cost. And then if we look at, we do recognize that there was a project that was greater than 100 megawatts, less than 160 megawatt, a nameplate that would be at 2042. So that's a, you know, 20 cents and change difference, right? Difference in LCOE, one might say inherently it's better to take the lower priced LCOE, the lowest calculated LCOE. But I think what's paramount to understand is that in looking at these LCOE numbers, none of the proposals offered a net savings to customers to take these projects. So all of them are a cost add to customers, hence the rider that Mr. Shisto probably presents and how he calculates the net impacts to the rider. But all of them present a cost add to customers. The pricing was not at a level that would have resulted in a savings to customers for fuel and purchase power. Had that been the case, then it could have been feasible to say, even though it's more energy than we need, we'll take that larger project with a lower LCOE because it would be a benefit to customers. But in this case, these levels were not. So what we're then comparing that, okay, it's a cost add to customers. How do we minimize the cost burden to customers to comply with the imminent and, you know, immediate targets of the RPS? And then hopefully think that in the future, if prices drop further, you know, then we can engage in those transactions or those procurements for future RPS targets when the target goes up to 40% in 2025. So in this case, kind of the way we look at it is, okay, you could either take the 2042 at an approximate annual cost, and it depends on which projects, right? They don't necessarily line up annual low cost, annual cost low versus LCOE low, but they're generally aligned. So for 2042, for the size of project that was proposed, you're probably looking at about $8.5 million annual cost impact, considering the procurement cost and the LCOE, because it's 3 times as big as the 50 megawatt project. And so that's why we felt it was important to take into account that annual cost, because it would be synonymous with potentially in a capacity filing. I think the utility in a CCN filing would probably be told, we're not going to allow you to overbuild capacity by 3 times the amount just because your LCOE is 10 cents cheaper. It's more capacity than you need. So it's a synonymous effect that we're trying to mitigate here. We don't want to push a cost burden onto customers greater than what is essential at this time to meet the RPS targets.
And I guess the major, so it's a big difference, the annual cost of the smaller project, the 0 to 49 of 1.4 million versus the much bigger project at 100 to 160 coming out at 8 million plus. Is it just really at the end of the day, you're dividing by the total number of years and then the bigger project just costs more? Is that the idea?
Right. Yeah. So since the levelized cost of energy is a dollar amount per megawatt hour, so while you see that a larger project might have a slightly lower levelized cost of energy, but if you're going to pay for 3 times the output of a larger project, then your procurement cost will be 3 times. It would be higher. If they were exactly equal in price, it would be 3 times the procurement cost.
And I guess that sort of dovetails with another question I had is when I read the testimony, varying testimonies as I went, it's hard to say specifically which one, but at some juncture, I did ask myself the question, well, why would you choose in this instance a lower generation project if in fact in 4 years from now, the RPS standards will double? And I'm guessing your answer, and you've alluded to this in all of your testimonies, is, well, it's actually more cost effective to shoot low because you can take savings in the long run if market forces drive down the cost of resources further, and it would be better to incrementally build rather than to build big right off the bat. Am I kind of generalizing and just saying correctly the thought there, and is there more you want to add to that?
No, that's correct. What you described is correct. I think you described it well in terms of our thought process on the selection, and that in addition to potential cost declines, there can also be technology improvements. And so, if it were not for the potential risk of curtailment, and if that delta that we're seeing there, 2068 versus 2042, if that delta was greater, then maybe it would have been a different decision. But yes, given what we're seeing at this moment, what you described is part of the information that we took in deciding which procurements to bring forward for approval.
Okay, I'm going to go to here. I'm looking now at, this is Mrs. LaRoque's testimony in opposition to stipulation. And I actually, unfortunately, don't know exactly which exhibit this is from the city of Las Cruces. I don't know that it's necessary that I say that just as much as this is what was submitted. And I think everyone can look at it on screen and see this. And this is page 6 of Ms. LaRoque's testimony in opposition to the stipulation. And I've highlighted some testimony here. And if you could just read there, the highlighted portion between lines 10 and 16.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you lower it a little bit, because the picture is on my upper.
Oh, I see. Is that better?
Yeah, so yeah, that's good. And I'll ask you when to scroll up. So the commission should reject the stipulation, disapprove EP's proposed Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2 PPAs, and order the company to engage in a realistic and comprehensive integrated resource planning process.
If you just want to read it to yourself, that's fine. I just want you to familiarize yourself with what she's saying. That's okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm good.
So my question was, and I'd like to ask you is, assume this sort of suggestion was actually borne out. And then I'd like to ask, what would be, so the linchpin in all of the planning in the stipulation is that EPE will make up RECs. Well, assume that someone accepted this this proposal here and reject Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2. What is the likelihood that EPE could realistically comply with the makeup REC plan? if this was in fact the outcome here. Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2 were denied. Do you think a makeup rec plan would succeed?
Yes, I believe that, and if I understand the question correctly, that do we believe that if we went forward with Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2, if we would be successful at meeting all the recs to comply back to 2020?
Well, I'm actually asking the opposite. If assume Ms. LaRoque's suggestion was accepted and Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2 were rejected, do you still think you could do the rec makeup and make up the losses for 21 and 22 by 25?
Not by 25, no. I mean, these projects, we probably require at least 3-year lead time from when we issue an RFP to when we select. I mean, if you look at a timeline that we typically allow developers 3 months to submit a RFP proposal, and then it requires us, another potentially, 3 to 4 months to make the selection, and then initiate a proceeding. That's a 6-month process. At least the RPS is, if I recall correctly, is a 180-day 6-month process. We're already talking about you're at a year, and then they would still need to move forward and construct, right? So if you were to ask me to issue a new RFP here in fourth quarter of 2020, we probably would be looking at being ready to file. Also considering that we'd have to go through contract negotiations after selection, then submit the filing. We're looking at being into late, probably early 2022, submitting filing for proposal, and we would get that 6 months later at the end of, and so then at that point, to build a facility that would go COD in 25 to build, by 2025, that would provide enough energy by 2025 to retroactively fulfill the requirements of 2020 through 2025 just doesn't seem a viable timeline if the goal is to have compliance by 25. If we then, if you were to say, well, overbuild later and retro, that it just pushes out that timeline. We issued this RFP. It was open to existing resources for short-term PPAs. We were, at least optimistic that somebody may have had excess renewable energy that they were willing to sell to us, at least in the early years. But I believe that it illustrates that the reality is that probably the majority of renewable projects are already assigned to specific jurisdictions for their own RPS purposes, that no one bid in being able to sell renewable to us for the early years. So I don't see it, I don't see that being realistic if it's declined. And I would add that, we, as described as to how we evaluated and considered battery storage and how we considered and evaluated, not over procuring at this time. I believe that we did our due diligence on the integrated resource planning decisions that needed to be made at this time for this filing.
Thank you. I'm gonna just go a little bit, I went way too fast there. Let me go to different portion of the testimony. So here, and I'm not sure if is that in the position of the screen that you can see it?
Yes.
So if you could just kind of read that to yourself, and then I wanted to ask you a question about this.
Okay.
Is this statement correct as far as you're concerned, that Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2 are not necessary to satisfy RPS requirements in 23 and 24?
So the number, so I guess what we'd like to add to that, though, is that the Hecate 2 and the Buena Vista 2 give us an opportunity to meet the RPS as early as 2022. 2023 and 2024 is on the cusp of potentially Hecate 1 and Buena Vista 1, the original 100 megawatt proposals, are hovering around the 20% mark. And it'll ultimately be dependent on actual output of all of the solar facilities. Do those projects come online on time in 22? Do what will be the retail sales in 22. So it's on the cusp of, and but if there was a low production year, energy retail sales went up slightly, or we had curtailments, then we would need additional solar output to comply in 23 and 24. I believe that in part that kind of dovetails well with the stipulation as filed in the contested stipulation as filed, in that those slight excess of renewable in 23 and 24 is what allows us the opportunity to substantially comply with the 2020 and 2021. So yes, if looking at it just at Hecate 1 and Buena Vista 1, there is a possibility that it will be hovering around the 20% mark. We've seen numbers of like 19.8, 19.7, some 20, 20.1. So it's hovering around there, that it would come close to complying with the 20% requirement in 23 and 24. We pursued it for purposes of being able to get compliance in 2022. And then ultimately it does stage us well of getting to about, assuming no curtailments, getting to about 30% by 2045. So then leaving another 10% for procurement in 25.
Okay, here. I'm just gonna move forward here a few pages.
Mr. Gallegos, if I could remind you to speak up, please.
Okay, sorry. Got to put my arms down. I think that's what I need to do.
So now we're looking at Ms. LaRoque's testimony in opposition stipulation at page 21. And if you can just read there what you see in between lines 2 and 6.
Okay.
Is this a correct statement?
Yes, as I mentioned a little bit ago here, a few seconds ago, that adding Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2, and in consideration of all the resources we have already for the RPS, and assuming no curtailments, we would be at about a 30% going into 2025. So that will leave another 10% of renewables to procure in time for 2025.
Yeah. Okay. This refers back to your table 7 in your Omar. It's referred variously throughout her testimony. There's a lot of reliance on table 7. And I guess I want to know from you as well, it's sort of a long question. I don't want to ask a confused question. Let me just change the subject a bit here. In your rebuttal testimony, I'll stop the share screen so we don't get confused. In your rebuttal testimony, I believe you indicated that it was EPA's intention, and Ms. Stevens asked this question when she was speaking with you, to first sell conventional resources to mitigate the curtailment of the renewable resources. That's a correct understanding of your testimony, right?
Yes.
And so how effective do you think this is going to be? And I'm trying to remember back in your testimony if there was anywhere where you said, I think this is what we'll achieve if we do that.
So I think it's difficult to be exact, but I would expect that we would probably, I mean, it would be my expectation that we would be able to minimize curtailment to potentially less than half of those amounts. But it's very, very dependent on what the rest of the Western market does, as every state is progressing to comparable RPSs, just as Nevada has, I believe, might have been the most recent state right before New Mexico or right after New Mexico. I forget the order. and California continues to progress down the road of higher renewable integrations, that will impact that ability to sell, because what's going to happen is that everyone will have excess solar during the same time frames. But I believe that, if I had to kind of, what I believe would happen, I think it would be somewhere less than half of that amount of curtailment, but we definitely were striving to be, provide that bound of a conservative estimate of if there were no sales.
When Ms. Stevens asked you about the contract for curtailments and the 2% that are permitted, I believe Ms. LaRoque's testimony in the subject is that your understanding of the permission to curtail up to 2% for, I think your testimony indicates reliability. I think she comes out and says that that's just wrong. I mean, it seems that you and Ms. LaRoque have just a difference of opinion about what it is your company is permitted to do when you curtail up to 2%. I mean, am I correct to understand that you just basically disagree with one another about that subject?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it your position that basically the curtailment that you're permitted to take as a company is up to 2% for purposes of reliability, which I understand you're indicating is effectively to maintain load and respond to that, the demand for load or whatever?
Right, we need to be balanced. If we're over generating, then we start impacting frequency and different aspects of the transmission system. And that's why there is a reliability requirement for a utility to balance our resources and our loads in real time. I think that, we wouldn't be allowed to curtail and take it under the 2% for purposes of economics, to say, well, I can buy power over there cheaper, so I'm going to take that and I'm going to curtail you for purposes of economics, which may be what Mr. Roque is getting at. But, if there is no market and there are no off-takers and we can't balance, then that's a reliability issue that we would have to curtail for reliability. And so that's why our interpretation of that is such that having the curtail to be able to balance is a reliability item that falls under the IA.
In your agreements with these companies, I mean, do you have any indication that they intend to construe the contractual arrangement differently? I mean, I know I was asking you to speculate on some hand, but I assume you all, if you're assuming that's the case, would have ensured that's the case when you're agreeing to these PPAs. I mean, do you have any indication that they think you're wrong about this?
No, I think that if they had a concern, they probably would have tried to be more explicit. I have nothing to indicate that, to say that they would try to argue that. And my understanding is that that is the discussions that occurred was exactly what I described.
With the question of curtailments and the jurisdictional, I don't know what's problems, but it's the sort of jurisdictional complexities of your business, where it's two markets, two different regulatory entities. With curtailments and that multi-jurisdictional component of your business, is there any concern that the energy you curtail could somehow affect one class of ratepayers differently, the New Mexico ratepayers, the Texas ratepayers, or is there a concern that when you're thinking about all of that, that needs to be balanced in ways, or does EPE attempt to figure out ways to incorporate those jurisdictional concerns when thinking about how is this going to affect Texas ratepayers versus New Mexico ratepayers and vice versa?
So I think as we progress further down this, there could be implications. That might be a better question for Mr. Shisto, that works in rates department and works on cost allocations between jurisdictions.
Okay. You spoke with Ms. Stevens at some length, and I had the same question. The explanation about how is it you come to the conclusion that adding the second resource and curtailing is a better choice than battery in terms of overall costs. And I think I understood your response, but I'll just give you an opportunity to offer it. That it is more cost effective, and you basically described, I think, you kind of went through the math very quickly. Can you add anything further to make that clear?
No, I can kind of recap it again, just real quickly that, looking at the price of the battery storage, the capacity payment portion of the Buena Vista 1 project, which is public in the 348 case, that was approximately, if I recall correctly, like $5.45 per dollar per kW month. And so if we were to assume, let's pick up a 25 megawatt battery storage in this case at that price, doing the math and recognizing that battery storage really only predominantly helps us now in the summer months when the loads are heavier, you're probably looking at that it could potentially salvage about 19,000 megawatt hours of curtailed energy, approximately, ballpark. And the cost of that $5.46 multiplied out times 25 megawatts, 12 months a year, would be approximately times 1,000, it'd be approximately $1.6 million to purchase that 4-hour battery to potentially save 19,000 megawatt hours of curtailment, as opposed to the Buena Vista 2 project that comes in at an annual cost of approximately between $1.2 to $1.3 million a year, and it provides 62,000 megawatt hours of energy, of renewable energy. And so when you look at those, at that comparison, it's more cost effective. Even if I were to say I'm going to curtail half of the Buena Vista 2 project, I'm still getting 30,000 megawatt hours of energy from that project at a cost of 1.3 million a year, as opposed to salvaging 19,000 megawatt hours or less at a cost of 1.6 million. So that, I don't know if that helps clarify. I know it's just a recap.
No, I know. Just give you the opportunity to say. I mean, it seems like a legitimate question, and it's not in your testimony anywhere. Is that correct? That sort of you say that we did the cost benefit analysis, but the actual statement, if there's nothing in the testimony that I missed, right?
Right, correct. And it's sometimes it becomes the confidentiality of the bids that are not selected, and so sometimes we struggle of how to convey what to convey.
Sure, understand. Ms. LaRoque also suggested in her testimony at some point that pointed out that, well, there's in Texas a recent proposal that you all either accepted, or I can't remember what the status of it was. It involved solar plus battery, and it was pointed to as a example of like, well, look, we should have selected therefore solar and battery in New Mexico. Are you familiar with the portion of her testimony that I'm referring to?
Yes.
So could you explain, is there an explanation as to why one was done one way and that was not done in this instance?
Right. So I'm not explicitly familiar with that RFP that's done out of a different department in our company, but I do know that generally speaking, we do explore options with battery storage, as we did in this RFP. We requested proposals and we explicitly requested that bidders submit an option with battery storage for purposes of evaluating if there was a benefit or not. And so the fact that there's an RFP requesting for storage to be submitted as an option, and I believe it's an option. I'm not sure that it mandated that you can only submit with storage. But anyway, we do evaluate storage continuously in the different projects, and there may be different intents of some of those projects. If EPE did the Holloman project, for example, which is a dedicated customer facility in New Mexico also, and so the objectives of each of those may be different. So as I mentioned, battery storage does serve a purpose in trying to obtain capacity, which we proposed battery storage in the 348, which was opposed by the city for cost. But in the 348 is really the place where battery storage, where we're pursuing capacity, it made more sense for those purposes. I wouldn't say that the fact that we have an RFP out there soliciting solar with battery storage would imply that we're, for a specific reason, trying to prevent that in Mexico. Quite differently, we looked at those options of storage in this case.
Okay. Carolyn, I have your questions written down here if you'd like to ask them, or if you'd like me to go ahead and ask them.
Sure, I can.
Sure.
Mr. Gallegos, did I hear you correctly in response to one of hearing examiner Ryan's questions state that the Hecate and Buena Vista 2 PPAs did not come in at the lowest LCOE?
That is correct, that there were, at least in the Hecate, there was the one that I showed on table 4 that from an LCOE perspective was slightly lower. That was that 2042 versus 2068 of Hecate 1. And in terms of Buena Vista, there might have been a couple more that had a slightly lower LCOE, but if they were, just to add a little bit to that, if they were larger nameplates, then they would increase the total cost burden to customers and the annual cost to customers.
I understand. So what type of project did come in at the lowest LCOE?
That was a solar project, also a larger solar project.
Okay. I'm screen sharing Commission Rule 17.9.572. Can you see that, Mr. Gallegos?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read from 17.9.572.13 B and C. B states, of the resources or REC purchases identified above, the company shall use the net present value methodology to identify the most cost-effective additional or new renewable resource necessary and available to satisfy both the annual renewable portfolio standard and the diversity requirements. C says, in the case that the resources required are not required to satisfy diversity requirements, those resources must represent the most cost-effective option available. So my question is, why didn't EPE ask for a variance from that rule to select the procurement based on the annual cost methodology?
I think as we looked at the calculation of the annual cost methodology, inherent with the levelized cost of energy calculation, there was a net present value of those projects that was calculated inherent with the LCOE calculation, and then that LCOE calculation is what is in turn utilized for the annual cost selection methodology that I described. So we didn't see that as an issue, and that we were looking at the net present value procurement cost intrinsically within the LCOE calculation.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chris.
And Mr. Gallegos, I wanted to ask one final follow-up on that. I was hoping to just get your comments on this. Can you see what I'm sharing here? This is Mr. Oliver's direct testimony.
Yes.
And I'm realizing now, reading it with some corrections, it may change the meaning of it somewhat significantly. So this portion where he says here, he indicates that there was the annual cost methodology was integrated into the consideration of the projects, and he indicates that that was a bit different than what he anticipated or has experienced previously. And then he goes on to say, and this begins with this portion here, as the process evolved, this potential impact, the utilization of the annual cost method was not a factor, since EP selected two of the lowest cost, rather than the two lowest cost, two of the lowest costs and most viable offers. And then the next following sentence down, he says, in addition to having among the lowest cost LCOE values, and the sentence as it was read previously said, to having the lowest LCOE values. So his testimony, really, he never was intending to say that, in fact, the project selected had the lowest LCOE values. My understanding is, I mean, I'm not asking you to, you may know that this is what he's reporting because this is true.
Right, I think it was just, and he could probably cover, his verbiage, but I think it was conveying, and I recognize there's a lot of moving parts and how do we bring projects together and minimize the cost to customers. And so, yeah, I think that it was, his changes more accurately convey the whole concept of taking a 50 megawatt project that was, very competitively, second lowest LCOE as shown on table 4, and then taking a 20 megawatt project that is also competitively, but maybe there was a couple of others that were larger. So yeah, I think it's to convey that the aggregate of the two projects minimized or the procurement to minimize the cost burden to customers in the most cost-effective manner.
So the annual cost methodology you guys applied here, did you guys, I mean, did you, where did it come from? I'm just curious. Is there a source of this? Was it sort of like a, how did you decide to do that?
We were trying to discern how to develop or take into account that, as I mentioned, synonymous with building capacity, that, as a utility, we really don't look to overbuild capacity at the cost of ratepayers, right? And so in this scenario, there's an RPS requirement. We first determined none of the pricing from the renewable resources provided a cost savings to customers. So at that point, going with a larger project would create the additional cost burden to customers with no benefit to achieving the current RPS requirements. And so,
can I pause for just 1 second? Can you explain the business where you said about the savings for fuel for the customers? Can you expound upon that just before going on further?
if the pricing, just to throw out numbers, if the pricing had been, if the LCOE had been 8 or 9, just to throw out a number for illustrative purposes, it could have been that number as a net impact would have saved fuel and purchase power money, avoided cost. So it would be a savings to customer. We recognize that at time entities have proposed projects that offer a fuel and purchase power savings to customers. In this case, the pricing and the LCOE numbers that we received from the proposals did not provide a net benefit to customers for fuel and purchase power.
Because with renewable resources, you just don't have that as a consideration. Is that the concept?
Well, I think that as the prices continue to decline in the future, they may be the scenario that it does provide a fuel and purchase power savings. I think it becomes very dependent. It's very specific to each utility and the resource portfolio that they have and gas prices and things of that sort. So I think that renewables are getting to the cusp of potentially offering fuel and purchase power savings, and the proposals we got and the analysis we did, it's not the case yet, but it could be in the future if prices continue to decline.
Okay, so I didn't mean to cut you off a moment ago. So you're saying there is no fuel and purchase power savings in these two particular proposals, and therefore you went on to sort of evaluate the annual methodology because...
Right, because we wanted to ensure that we didn't assign a project that appeared to be, 10 cents cheaper, but triple the cost burden to customers. So we identified the annual cost methodology and the annual, which would be in turn drive basically almost the revenue requirement and the cost burden that would go on to ratepayers through fuel and purchase power pass-through. So if we engage in these contracts and in this case, I guess they flow through the rider, and maybe Mr. Shishta can describe that more. But if taxpayer customers are going to be paying through the rider the cost of these procurements, they would be bearing the cost of those procurements on an annual basis. So that's how we just developed that it would be an appropriate method of selection to minimize that cost burden to customers of the procurement cost that they'll have to be paying for through the RPS rate.
With, I assume what I understand, and we could have talked about this earlier, but the ultimate goal being to only purchase what is necessary for the moment, because in the future, there may be better deals to be had.
Correct.
Okay, well, that's all from me. We have 11:45 now. Carolyn, do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
At this juncture, 5 minutes is apportioned for redirect from EP's attorneys. Ms. Olson?
Hearing examiner, can you take down your share screen, please?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. I read lips as well, and it's hard when the picture's small.
Sure.
Hearing examiner Ryan, EPE does not have redirect for this witness.
Okay, and then we would move to Ms. Stevens for recross. She muted.
Got it. No questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay. So at this juncture, Ms. Stevens, is Ms. LaRoque with us? I think our next, I think that's what we decided. We were going to go not to Mr. Oliver, but Ms. LaRoque.
Yes, I believe she's here. Lisa, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hello. Sorry for the trouble earlier.
And now, Ms. Stevens, before you begin, just real quickly, like, so we're at 11:45 now. I'm trying to take into consideration lunch and all these things. What do you, I mean, not just you, but the other parties as well. How do we want to move forward with this?
Well, Miss LaRoque has until 2 o'clock. So she absolutely has to be in another meeting from 2 to 4. I guess if you could poll the other parties to see what I believe it's the company asked for an hour and Ms. Souls asked for 45 minutes. I don't know whether they at this point truly mean to ask that much. That might be helpful.
I apologize, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Am I dismissed?
Sorry, excuse me, it's Mr. Gallegos. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't really think it's appropriate to ask the other parties how much time they think are going to have. I think we need to assume there will be 3 hours and 13 minutes of cross-examination for Ms. LaRoque. So the question is, I don't think we're going to, with our lunch break, we're not going to finish by 2 o'clock. So the option would be she comes back at 4 to finish up, or we do some other order of witnesses.
I can also try to see if I can step out of my meeting and to extend time here.
Do you think that, Lisa? I was thinking at this point, we do have, if we took the rest of the EPE witnesses and Mr. Provencio before you, that we would probably end up with you in tomorrow afternoon. I'm following, Hearing Examiner Glick's assumption that we should figure that the full time will be taken on everybody. I was still holding out a slight hope that we might be done in the whole hearing today, but that's not looking too likely because we've got, I'm looking at this chart again, an hour and 42, almost an hour and a half with Mr. Schiestel not included.
I don't think we should take any time up with having this discussion. I think we should go forward with Ms. LaRoque.
Okay.
Get as far as we can by 2. If she has to leave at 2, we will call her back at 4. If she can get out of her meeting, we will finish her up this afternoon.
Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay. Well, then, if the court reporter would swear Ms. LaRoque, we can bring up our testimonies.
Very good. Can you raise your right hand, Ms. LaRoque? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Ms. LaRoque. Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Lisa LaRoque.
And what is your position?
I'm the Sustainability Officer for the City of Las Cruces.
Did you have the opportunity to file testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have before you a document that's marked CLC Exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
And is that your testimony in opposition to the stipulation in this case?
Yes, it is.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And are there any corrections that you would like to make to that testimony at this time?
I was under the impression that small typos were not necessary.
Would you look at page 7? Did you see my message? You didn't see my message yesterday. Would you look at page 7, lines 1 to 2 of that testimony?
Yes.
And
the utilities. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yes.
is a change made on lines 7, 1 to lines 1 to 2, page 7?
The title that was put in for Jose Provencio was incorrect. It's the Utility Business Service Deputy Director of Utility Business Services, not the Business Services Administration and Services.
And if you would turn to page 87 of your testimony. On line 16.
I'm still scrolling, hold on.
Yeah, I know this is hard when it's such a large document. Is there a little correction that you'd like to make on line 16 there?
Yes, let me find it, please. You love this, my computer's freezing. So bear with me one more second, please.
Could you repeat what exhibit number is she looking at?
This is CLC exhibit number 1, the Rock testimony in opposition to stipulation, page 87.
Thank you.
PDF 89.
It's 89 in the PDF, yes.
Thank you. I have, I'm on page 87.
And on line 16, what is the little correction that you'd like to make there?
Oh, it's the number 2 that I wanted to strike out of 16.
So that the statement reads that the Hecate Buena Vista PPA approved in 1948. Okay, with those 2 little changes, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, thank you.
And would you provide the same responses to the same questions today under oath if asked them?
Yes, I would.
With that, the city moves to admit city exhibit number 1, the LaRock the testimony in opposition to stipulation of Lisa LaRock as corrected.
Are there any objections to the admission of the document? The document shall be admitted.
Now, would you also turn to CLC, a document that's marked CLC Exhibit 2? And do you recognize that as your direct testimony in this case? Shall we look for a few revisions in that one before we, and if we look at, if we turn to page 8 of the testimony. These have all been marked on the documents that have been uploaded, correct, Ms. LaRock?
Yes. The again, it's the correction of the Jose Provencio's title to Utilities Business Services from the Business Services / Administrative Services.
On page 16, would you turn to, please? Page 16, line 6. Is there a correction there?
A small, yeah, the Renewable Energy Act requires instead of as requires.
That's just a typo. Is that right?
Mhm.
Page 19, please. On this, this is not shown here, but, oh, there it is. It is on page, on line 9, which is oddly on the bottom of that page.
Yeah.
There's a strike through in the case number. What case number should that refer to?
348.
On page 73. There's a modified table 7 with curtailments and without MS. Are there a couple of numbers changes on that document that you'd like to make?
On the column 2025, the deficiency in margin is 237,523 instead of 471,939. And then the cumulative deficiency margin should be 256,539 as opposed to 490,953.
And when you provide in your testimony, you're in exhibit number, city exhibit number 1, your testimony in opposition to the stipulation, did you include these revised numbers in that testimony?
I believe so.
So with those changes, Ms. LaRock, would you provide the same answers to these questions if asked under oath today?
Yes, I would.
And is the testimony with these revisions true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
With that, I move to admit city exhibit number 2, the direct testimony of Lisa LaRock as corrected, which was filed on July the 6th, 2020.
Any objection to submission of the document? It shall be admitted.
And with that, I pass the witness for cross-examination. Thank you, Ms. LaRock.
Ms. Olson, 60 minutes.
Ms. Olson, I will give you warnings at 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. LaRock. How are you today?
Good, thanks.
I'd like to just start by briefly discussing your experience. Your CV is included as part of EPE Exhibit 18 for efficiency purposes. I'm not going to pull it up unless you would like me to. I'll leave that to you. I assume you're familiar with it. And you have a higher education in life sciences, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're not an engineer, correct?
No.
And on your resume, you highlight your core competencies and professional experience, and that's focused on showing that you have a developed area of expertise in community outreach, education, and fundraising. Is that correct?
Yes, I haven't updated my CV since I started work at the city of Las Cruces 8 years ago.
Okay, but in Discovery, you provided your existing CV. So to the best of EPE's knowledge, that's your CV, is that correct?
Yes.
And you don't list any expertise in utility planning, is that correct?
No.
Or utility operations?
No.
Or any subject related to utilities?
No.
And you've never worked for a public utility, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've never operated an electric utility?
No.
And you've never done planning for an electric utility?
To some degree I have, because I have assisted, no, I'll still say no.
Okay. And you're not claiming today to be an expert in electric power generation, power transmission, or distribution, correct?
No.
And similarly, you're not claiming to be an expert in electric system operations or planning?
At a utility scale? At a utility?
Let's start generally. Are you claiming to be an expert in electric system operations?
No.
And are you claiming to be an expert in electric utility load research or load forecasting?
No.
Okay. I want to just touch briefly on some of the concerns you've raised in the RFP process. Let's start from a high level. Your primary opposition to the stipulation pertains to approval of the two stipulated new solar projects. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to focus my questioning on those resources. You testify in this case that you've overseen proposals similar to EPE's request for proposals for the renewable resources proposed in the stipulation. Is that correct?
I have overseen RPS, or I mean, RFPs for renewable energy, large scale.
But the city's recent RFP process that you reference in your testimony is not a utility scale renewable resource. Is that correct?
What defines utility scale?
Well, I think you expressly testified that you've never personally been involved in the procurement of a utility scale renewable resource similar to what's being proposed in this case. Is that correct?
Objection, please point to the testimony. I don't believe that's in her testimony, utility scale.
I believe it's on page 4 of your stipulation testimony and page 6 of your direct. So let's start with CLC Exhibit 1. Oh, I apologize. It's on page 3, lines 6 through 8.
Of the
CLC Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1.
One?
Yes. And I believe line 6, do you see that, Ms. LaRock?
Yes.
And can you just go ahead and read that first line?
While I have not personally been involved in procurement of utility scale renewable resources such as those of that EPE is proposing in NMPRC case 190099, during the last 2 years, I've overseen a similar request for proposals, an RFP process through which the city solicited bids for solar photovoltaics purchase power agreements to help the city meet its own goals for meeting its energy needs through renewable resources. Is that good enough?
Yes, thank you. So are you claiming that the RFP process that you oversaw for the city was for a utility scale?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So is it a correct characterization that you have not personally been involved in procurement of utility scale renewable resources?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry, I lost my train there for a second. So you are claiming though that the city RFP process that you oversaw is similar to the RFP process at issue in this proceeding, is that correct?
I'm Assuming that there are similarities.
Okay. But the process that you were involved in, the city of Las Cruces didn't use an independent evaluator, is that correct?
We used, no, we did not use an independent evaluator.
But you don't disagree that EPE did have an independent evaluator in this RFP process, is that correct?
The independent evaluator that you had came after the fact of selecting, of providing selected RFPs, didn't it?
So is your testimony that EPE did not use an independent evaluator in this RFP?
I'm not confident to say. I would say no.
But you understand that Mr. Oliver, the independent evaluator, is a witness in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And so would you disagree with his testimony over the role that he served in the RFP process?
Yeah, yes, my distinction is when he served in the process.
Okay. We'll hear from Mr. Oliver on that point, I believe. And you agree that the city of Las Cruces did not evaluate the bids and the RFP process that you referred to in your testimony by LCOE, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you understand that EPE did evaluate bids by LCOE in their process, is that correct?
They referred to, well, I did see it in the charts today as well, but they often referred to the annual costs instead of the net present value or the LCOE.
That was an additional evaluation they did, but you understand that they also evaluated by LCOE, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience with running the cities, and by city I mean City of Las Cruces, renewable initiatives, have you observed a downward trend in the cost of pricing over the last, say, 15 to 20 years?
Yes, there has been a reduction in the cost of photovoltaics, but it is leveling off somewhat.
Okay. Will you agree with me that there's at least a possibility that selecting a larger project now when EPE does not need the associated energy and RECs to meet RPS may be more expensive than obtaining additional amounts in the future when EPE.
I object on the ground that the question presupposes a hypothetical that the company has not established about the need for the not having a need for the resources now, given Mr. Gallegos's own evidence that the company is going to, with expected curtailments, come up short by 2024?
May I respond?
Yes, please.
If I understand Ms. Stevens' objection, it's to the fact that the question I'm asking involves speculation. Assuming that is the grounds for objection, I understand that Mr. Rock is offering expert testimony, and I think it's well established under the rules that experts are allowed to, and are commonly asked to give opinions.
My objection is that the question itself assumes the facts, it was not presented as a hypothetical.
Ms. Olson, if you just slightly rephrase the question, I think that will satisfy Ms. Stevens, and then we can move on.
I'm not sure that I understand, but I'll try again. I'm asking Ms. LaRock, do you agree with me that it's possible selecting a larger project now when EPE is not claiming to need the attendant energy and RECs to meet RPS may be more expensive, and maybe that the parenthetical is what is causing problems, so I can leave that out. Will you agree with me that potentially selecting a larger project now may be more expensive than obtaining the additional amount of energy in the future that EPE may need to meet increased RPS targets?
I actually, I would say that there is always that I have experienced an economy of scale, especially just for photovoltaics, where the cost is less as you increase the quantity that you are buying or using through a PPA. I've seen the different that appear in different proposals that I have seen. And I do, but I also agree that batteries will be coming down in cost. So if it is a combination, then there is a larger increase in costs. But I think that the issue that you're raising is one about whether or not EPE needs more energy to be able to fulfill its RPS requirements. And I think that's what is at issue here because of different scenarios of curtailment and how many RECs are available. So I would say that being responsible and how you fulfill the renewable portfolio standards is equally should be equally considered.
And I understand that, and we can get into your testimony on curtailment in just a minute, but I think it's getting more complicated than the question I'm actually asking is fairly simple. You've agreed with me that there's been a downward trend in the cost of solar. And all I'm asking you is it a possibility that solar prices could continue to lower in the next several years and that procuring a larger project that would potentially over procure energy today may subject customers to higher costs than if EPE waited to procure energy in the future?
I have not checked reports lately, but Sunshot and graphs have demonstrated again that the cost of PV is flattening out. So I can't see that there would be a disproportionately high amount right now compared to 5 years down the road. So my answer is no, it's hard for me to believe.
Okay, but you don't know, you say flattening out, but you're not testifying today that solar pricing has hit rock bottom and will not get any cheaper in the future. Am I correct?
I don't think it is a significant factor that the decrease in cost in the next 5 years is a significant factor in the cost of PV.
Is your testimony today that the price of solar is as low as it can feasibly get?
If I could answer that question, I'd make a lot of money. No, I don't know specifically, but I have seen trends that show it is leveling off.
So in your expert opinion, based on your understanding of available data, is solar pricing as low today as it can feasibly be?
No.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any information that contradicts Mr. Gallegos' testimony that selecting a larger renewable resource would exacerbate the curtailment amount?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, do you have any information that would contradict Mr. Gallegos' testimony that selecting a larger renewable project would exacerbate the curtailment amount?
As Mr. Gallegos said, there are a lot of variables that come into play when you're looking at curtailment. There's things like peak load and low load and other and cost of off market sales and other things like that. So I'm going to use his answer and say there's a lot of variables.
Understood, but I'm asking you about information that you have that's different than what Mr. Gallegos has presented. And it sounds to me like you're just relying on what Mr. Gallegos has said. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the output from renewable resources such as solar and wind can vary with differing weather conditions?
Yes, I agree.
And that hourly solar output may vary from hour to hour and day to day?
Yes.
And do you agree that this variability makes it difficult to perfectly size a solar project to an exact hour output?
Yes. Yes.
Or an exact annual output?
Yes, I understand that the energy transition is requiring utilities and other entities to be able to be more nimble in how to deal with that challenge.
And so you don't dispute that an annual solar output of an installation may give an estimated range, right?
I agree.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony solar ground installations at 6 city facilities that are net zero. Is that correct?
There's 3 net zero facilities.
3, okay.
3.
And the net zero concept means that they generate as much energy as they use, is that correct?
That's their intention. Mm-hmm.
Do you know if the hourly solar output from those facilities matches the facility's hourly consumption through all 24 hours of a day?
Well, no, it wouldn't. Say, all right, ask the question, I'm sorry.
Sure, and the reason why I'm asking, do you know, is because I'm not entirely sure what your nuanced knowledge of these facilities are. But I'm asking, do you know if the hourly solar output matches the facility's hourly consumption throughout each of the 24 hours of the day?
We don't measure on an hourly basis, nor does El Paso Electric offer that service.
So is your answer, no, you don't know?
Well, I can tell you, no, I can't tell you on a 24-hour basis. I can only tell you on a monthly. Well, that's not true. I can tell you if I were to go to, we also run the data on a special server. I don't have it available right now.
Sure. So just as a general concept, do you understand in a net zero facility that during each hour of every day, the generation 100% matches the consumption?
No, that's not how I understand it. I understand that the renewable, the total amount of renewable energy is equal to the total amount of energy needed by the facility, not that it's a match to match. So at 12 o'clock noon, the renewable energy could be producing twice as much as we need, which is why we have an interconnection agreement. But then we have contributed energy to the grid, which compensates for what we are not generating at midnight.
Understood. So essentially, the city has the benefit of flowing its excess solar generation during daytime hours onto the EPE system, and then gets a credit when they're using energy and not producing corresponding generation. Is that correct?
Well, this was demonstrated on Exhibit 18 that that we submitted that shows that relationship on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, but just in a general concept, do you agree with me that the city is able to flow excess solar generation onto the EPE system?
That's the only option that we have, is
Sure.
net metering.
Okay. And that's true for all of your systems that are interconnected as QFs, right? They all pass off the excess energy onto EPE's system. So you personally have not ever had to address balancing solar production with consumption on an hourly basis or a minute-to-minute basis, is that correct?
No.
And as far as you're aware, in these QF relationships and the net zero projects, that's not something the city has to address, is that correct? Because the energy just goes on, the excess energy goes automatically onto the EPE system.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but you do recognize that unlike the city, balancing solar production with consumption is an operational constraint that EPE is required to address.
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that EPE is in a better position to understand the load balancing that's required to meet the North American Electric Cooperation Resource and Demand Balancing Reliability Standard.
Than I am. So the
Yeah.
rest. Yes, I hope so.
Okay. And they're in a better position to understand the system operation and planning that may be necessary to meet that standard.
Yes.
Okay.
But there's also responsibilities that I have or that the city has, and that is to be able to understand what El Paso's electric is doing to make sure that its ratepayers are duly served.
Sure, and duly served includes having reliable energy and cost, is that correct? And meeting sustainability goals.
Yes.
Okay. And you have at least skimmed over, if not read, Mr. Gallegos's testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were present for his cross-examination today?
Yes.
So have you seen his testimony that EPE's existing operating parameters impact dispatch requirements? For example, I think the examples he gives in his stipulation rebuttal are old conventional steam generators that cannot be cycled on a daily basis and must be on at all times during heavy load periods. Or another example is resources that are not dispatchable and therefore have to operate at full output.
I didn't hear a question.
Are you familiar with that testimony?
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
And you haven't presented and you don't have any information that contradicts that, do you?
No, no.
Okay. And you've also heard or read his testimony that curtailment has become an inherent practice for the utility industry, both in New Mexico and in other states, is at higher renewable integration levels.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sure, I'm happy to repeat the question. Have you also heard or read his testimony that curtailment has become an inherent practice for the utility industry in New Mexico and outside the state at higher renewable integration levels?
I'm going to object to that question because I don't believe that Mr. Gallegos has testified in this case or in any other about curtailments occurring in New Mexico. His testimony has been about California and other jurisdictions. Can you point me to where that testimony is?
Let's see here. Let me, before I waste the time looking for the testimony, do you disagree with that concept, Ms. LaRock?
I got distracted. I'm not sure what you're asking me again.
Do you disagree that curtailment has become an inherent practice for the utility industry at higher renewable integration levels?
I think that it's what is used now, but I think what is happening is that we're facing a serious energy transition that's going to require a whole systemic change in the way that energy is managed, and it's going to be much more dynamic. And curtailment is used now, but I hope will not be used in the future. I hope that there'll be a combination of factors where utility can orchestrate all things without having to cut them off. And that is part of my concern, is that I'm not clear how EPE is orchestrating this and how prepared it is for this energy transition. Because I hear a lot of different things about whether we should have storage batteries or not have storage batteries, or how much curtailment we should do. And so, you know, this isn't a hypothetical for me about whether or not EPE should. It's about what is EPE has demonstrated and you know, will be demonstrating in the future to make all of its ratepayers confident that it is able to manage this large transition.
And you understand that under the Renewable Energy Act, EPE has obligations today, and then they have obligations for future resource planning as well, correct?
Are you saying future resource planning related to the Renewable Energy Act, or in its entirety?
I guess both, but I was specifically referring to under the Renewable Energy Act, they have renewable energy obligations today, and then they have additional renewable energy obligations that they'll have to address through future resource planning. Is that correct?
They'll have to have 40% in 2025 and 50%, yes. I'm familiar with
And
those.
today, the hearing that we're at right now is discussing EPE's Energy Act, or compliance plan with the Energy Act today, not EPE's Renewable Energy Act plan for 2040 or even 2025.
But I understood from what you said that it is very challenging for the utilities to be able to predict and manage and monitor all of these new dynamics that are happening in the energy transition, and specifically the requirements of New Mexico's REA. So for me, my concern is feeling comfortable that EPE is able to not only articulate its plan, but also to buffer in case its plan doesn't quite work, because Mr. Gallegos mentioned so many variables. And so, you know, cutting it close to the line and not having it connected with the integrated resource plan makes me nervous that as a city representative, that El Paso Electric is doing this piecemeal instead of looking at it as a system change. And I don't think that we can just cut it off at 2024. I think you need to look down the road, because that pace is happening really quickly. And Mr. Gallegos already said it takes 3 to 4 years from, you know, announcement of an RFP to having it be online. So why wouldn't you take more time in a longer view?
Ms.
Understood,
Olson,
but
excuse me, Ms. Olson, you have about 28 minutes.
okay, thank you. Going back to my initial question, I think that sparked this discussion, I asked you if curtailment was an inherent utility practice. And I believe your testimony was today it is, but you hope in the future it won't be. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes, and even Mr. Gallego said that he hoped that he didn't have to curtail, but he wasn't sure.
Sure. And so when we're looking at the plan for approval today and meeting energy resources today, your testimony is in agreement. You don't have any information that contradicts Mr. Gallegos's testimony that today it's common to have to use curtailment as you're bringing on higher levels of renewable energy.
My issue is not that curtailment could exist. My issue is about the transparency of how we see when curtailment must occur and who bears the cost when curtailment occurs, and will it interfere with our ability to meet the renewable portfolio standard.
So you're not disputing that curtailment is likely at this point in time as you're bringing on renewables?
I see that that is a strategy that El Paso Electric wants to employ.
And do you dispute that that's a strategy that's commonly employed by other utilities?
I can't really speak of other utilities, but I know that the rate that several other utilities are using is much more aggressive than El Paso Electric's. And I think that it would be incumbent upon EPE to be able to look at other options, like what Excel is doing, to be able to see if there are other ways of managing energy besides curtailment.
And you understand that these facilities have not yet been built, is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so you understand that what EP is doing is trying to give their best estimate and their predictions for curtailment, because there's unknown future elements of how the curtailment will actually occur.
I understand that, but I also understand that the reporting really hasn't been consistent, so it makes me uncomfortable to know the extent of the impact.
Okay. Okay, moving on to, I think you discussed battery storage as a potential solution, is that correct?
I think that yeah, is a potential solution to curtailment.
Right. Does the city have any PPAs for battery storage?
No, we are we have a PPA to be battery ready to do demand management in that context for a large building, but we do not have a battery to date.
And have you reviewed Mr. Gallegos's testimony that battery storage may provide some mitigation, but it will not resolve the curtailment constraints that they have?
I did hear that, and I don't purport to be an expert on batteries because it is such a new technology, but I do. It is really difficult for me to follow EPE's logic about batteries because it was important with the Buena Vista 1, Texas's new installation has batteries. You wanted a third battery with the Conatillo, and so I can't wrap my head around what EPE's position is about batteries.
And you participated in the case number 19-00348 UT, the LTPPA
Yes,
applications that you're referring to, correct?
yes.
And was it your understanding that the resources at issue in that proceeding were capacity resources?
This is another problem that I have with the context that you're describing this in, because to me, separating the renewable portfolio standard requirements and capacity and system, the system planning should all be one. And it's a very short window when we will be requiring a very large renewable energy portfolio as part of EPE's service to us. So it's hard for me to separate them because I think of them together. And as I think you should, EPE should.
Understood. And similar to me, you're not a utility load research and load forecasting and operations and planning expert, correct? Those are your observations as a EPE customer and sustainability manager.
And I've heard other interveners say that as well. Yes.
Sure, but the hearsay testimony I think that you're referring to isn't necessarily expert testimony from people qualified to testify in those matters.
That's true. I don't have the technical expertise, but what I want to have is the assuredness that EPE is managing our electric delivery in a fashion that, as you said before, is sustainable, cost-effective, and abides by the REA.
Understood. And I think you've testified a few times that the cost of battery storage is declining. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not as quickly. It still has a ways to go, but yes.
Sure. And do you recall that in that case we just talked about 19-00348 UT, the city opposed the storage resources presented in that case in part because it was an unreasonably high cost?
That was for Canutillo, but the other one for Buena Vista was because EPE wasn't managing it during the high load hours in the summer.
So your understanding was that the higher cost of Buena Vista wasn't a factor in your opposing that resource?
No, it had to do primarily with the fact that EPE was not managing it during the time it would be most critical.
Sure, but do you recall testifying that one of the reasons that the city was opposing the Buena Vista combined energy and storage price or project was because it was a higher energy price than the Hecate facility?
Well, it was a minor consideration, but the main factor was the management.
Sure, but it was a consideration.
Yes.
And do you recall testifying in that case that now is not the right time for EP to consider battery coupled with storage?
Objection, battery coupled with storage?
I think I understand what that question means. I'd let her answer the question.
Are you talking about the 348 case?
Yes, I'm talking about the direct testimony that you submitted in the 348 case. Do you recall stating now is not the right time for EPE to consider battery coupled with storage?
Yes, and that was in the context that of my lack of confidence of EPE embracing the energy transition, and that distancing, the EPEs distancing themselves from the overall managerial processes of storage and batteries. So as a consequence, EPE's not getting its orchestration skills developed because it's not learning how to be more nimble as different types of energy flow through the system.
And I understand that today you're qualifying that testimony with several reasons, but your testimony was that now is not the right time for EPE to consider battery coupled with storage. Is that correct? You're not disputing that was your testimony?
I'm not clear on your question.
You're not disputing, despite the reasons supporting it, that your testimony was now is not the right time for EP to consider battery coupled with storage.
Are you asking me to answer that question out of context?
I'm asking, do you dispute that that was your testimony?
No, no. Yes, that was my testimony with the additional context I just provided.
Sure. And do you recall also testifying that battery storage in that proceeding should be denied because EPE had no need for 50 megawatts of battery storage if the commission approves the Hecate agreement presented in case number 19-00349 UT, I think you meant 348, and potentially other renewable resources to be proposed in case number 19-00099 UT. That would be this case.
But that, again, that's out of context because the reason for that was because much of the
before you give the context for it, can you just answer the question that I asked? Was that your testimony?
That was my testimony because of the context, which was that EPE had said it needed a lot of additional resources because certain resources, certain plants were going to be retired, which hadn't proven to be the case. So the position was based more on the lack of demonstrated need than it was on the desire to have more renewable energy.
Okay, but the actual testimony was there was no need for the battery storage if the commission approved the solar resource presented in that case and potentially other renewable resources to be proposed in this case. Is that an accurate portrayal of your testimony?
I did say those things.
Okay. And you aren't claiming that battery is a renewable resource, correct?
No, it's kind of in a gray area.
Sure. And today, less than 6 months later, you're recommending that the commission deny the renewable resources proposed in this case, in part because you're testifying that EPE should have instead, I believe this is quoted from your stipulation testimony, seriously evaluated renewable energy paired with storage. Is that correct?
Excuse me, Ms. Olson, you have about 14 minutes.
Thank you.
Again, I feel that you're asking me a question out of context. I am concerned about the piece.
Before you give the context, I didn't need you to answer my question. And
Please,
then
please
welcome
allow
to
the witness to answer the question, Ms.
That's
Olson.
exactly what I'm asking her to do, Ms. Stevens, is answer the question that I asked before.
Wait, stop. Let's go back and ask one question and wait for an answer. So go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Today, less than 6 months after the LTPPA proceeding, you are recommending to the commission that they deny the renewable resources proposed in this case, in part because EPE should have instead seriously evaluated renewable energy paired with storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, hearing examiners. I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Olson, it's now 12:45. The Miss Souls is up next for 45 minutes. This would be the time we take a lunch. Carolyn, if you think that's the thing to do for half an hour.
Yes, I'm starving and I get cranky when I'm hungry.
That's very good. I'm sure you're not alone on that one. So why don't we do that? If we come back, is there going to be a concern about the time for Miss LaRocque and Miss Souls to finish that cross-examination?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Mary Lee Souls. I will waive my cross-examination of this witness.
Okay, that would leave. All right. So, where does that leave us, Miss LaRocque? What is your availability?
I'm available till 2, and if there's just a short amount of time that remains beyond 2, I could join in late.
Okay, well, let's just do the half-hour lunch. We'll come back. CCAE and WRA and Mr. Simpson, are you all for 10, 30, 10 respectively?
Yes,
Everybody
CCE
feels-
10 minutes, Your Honor.
And Western Resources, is that 30 minutes still what you need?
I may not, I am not likely to need the full 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it sounds like we can perhaps do that by Ms. LaRocque today, but let's see if we can. So we'll break for 30 minutes, be back at 1:15. Very good.
What, 1:15? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let me call the bank.
Brad, you're not muted.
Oh, thanks. At least I didn't swear this time. I don't think.
That's what I was warning you about. Get it on mute.
Well, what happened was I got bounced. So and normally I keep it muted, but I got bounced, and I had to come back in. And when you come back in, you're not muted unless you actually affirmatively do that. So.
Well, we all appreciated that moment of levity anyway.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, might as well have been me.
Hey, what happened? What did he say? No, don't repeat it. We're
Don't
on
repeat
Zoom.
it.
Yeah.
Share that offline.
I'll let you know in another forum, Sydney.
Okay. Sounds entertaining.
Oh, it was fine.
Did it make the transcript?
I didn't look, but I should. I got them open because I was writing the briefs.
Yeah, I didn't look either, but at the time I was thinking, ooh, transcript.
FYI, it did make the transcript. not quite technically accurate, but bad enough. Page 908 if you want to look.
Did they have little asterisks?
No, because what I said was this is the this is did not get transcribed, but I guess that's not what people were listening to.
I just heard one word,
Uh,
is my recollection, with an exclamation on the end.
the exclamation did not make it to the transcript.
So it's out of context then.
Well, it's fine.
Okay, we're a little bit 2 minutes after. Ms. Jur, I think you're up. Unmute.
Unmute. Could I have just one more minute here?
Sure, no problem. People are coming back as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And then we have our court reporter. I guess that's the most important question.
Yes, and I'm here. I'm ready to go back on the record.
Terrific.
Hearing examiner Ryan,
Yes, Mr. Simpson.
I'd like to also waive my cross-examination of Ms. LaRock.
Okay.
Do you want that on the record?
Sure.
Mr. Simpson, thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you.
I'm looking at Mr. Downs speaking, but I can't hear him.
I hear him. I see him speaking as well. Maybe we. Mr. Downs, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. I do see your mouth moving though, however.
There we go. That do it?
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. I would also waive my cross-examination of Lisa LaRock. This is Alan Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. So if I understand, it leaves Ms. Jur and then Western Resources for 30. We're looking at a total of 40 minutes, which 2 o'clock is. Yes.
No, Chris, there are some more.
Are there?
There's
Staff, excuse me, I'm sorry.
staff and redirect and recross.
Yes. Okay, well, we'll see how we.
Yeah, and on behalf of staff, I may not wind up with it. Because it seems like most of my questions are being asked and answered. So in order to move things along, I don't want to repeat them.
Okay, I'm ready, Your Honor.
Very good. Ms. Jur, please go ahead, CCAE.
Okay, do we have Ms. LaRock here? I don't see her. I am. Okay, so Ms. LaRock, I want to ask you questions about the CRLEF facility. Do you have a way you pronounce that? Is it Curlef or something like that?
I don't know what the correct pronunciation is. I have to say that the majority of that was covered by my colleague, Joe Provencio.
Okay, so can I just call it the Curlef, CRLEF, and you'll know I'm referring to the landfill gas. Okay, so, but do you understand, Ms. LaRock, that it is the City of Las Cruces recommendation that the costs for procuring RECs should be removed from the rate rider?
I do understand that's the position of the city. Again, my colleague, Joe Provencio, would be better able to answer questions about that.
Okay, so do you not have any knowledge about that, or just he has more knowledge?
He has much more knowledge about it.
Do you agree with that proposition that the CRLEF payment should be removed from the rec rider?
I think that there's a lot of areas in question about how much is being charged and whether or not it is fair to the ratepayers.
Would removing it from the rider be fair to EPE in your opinion?
I'm
going to object. This is really Mr. Provencio's testimony. If you can point to somewhere in her testimony where she has testified to anything about the rate rider or CRLEF, otherwise I think we should save this for Mr. Provencio.
Ms. Jur, what are you?
I'm just asking her if she has an opinion on that. She could tell me yes or no. And she did mention it in her testimony.
Yes,
to summarize his
wait, no, so stop. Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to ask Ms. LaRock to answer the question.
I feel that the rec credits are excessive, and And from that point of view, I think it would be an advantage to everyone not to compensate for something to that proportion.
So my question was whether removing the SIRLEF REX from the rate rider would be fair to EPE. Do you have an opinion about that?
No, I don't.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Schreier. Ms. Beatles.
Yes, thank you. Let me enable video.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Western Resource Advocate. You requested 30 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. LaRock.
Good afternoon.
Does the city of Las Cruces have to comply with the Energy Transition Act?
No. Well, no.
Do you agree that the Energy Transition Act contains provisions that provides an opportunity for utilities to seek financial or other incentives if they acquire renewable energy that exceeds the RPS?
Could you repeat that, please?
Let me try to state it more concisely. Do you agree that the Energy Transition Act contains provisions that incentivize utilities to acquire renewable energy in excess of the RPS?
I'm going to object because first of all, I think she's testified about the Renewable Energy Act and its amendments, which are technically not part of the ETA. And if you're talking about the ETA, that's something like a couple hundred pages long. You know, you need to be a little more precise, please.
Ms. Beatles, I think I understand generally the question where you're going with it, and if you could just sort of generalize it in a way that would satisfy Ms. Stevens, that'd be useful.
Thank you. Ms. LaRock, do you agree that the amendments to the Renewable Energy Act that were contained in Senate Bill 489, I believe it was, that also produced the Energy Transition Act, but that the 2019 amendments to the Renewable Energy Act, do you agree that they contain incentives for utilities to exceed the renewable portfolio standards?
I'm thinking. Not directly. I think there are incentives for utilities because the cost of renewable energy is lower.
Have you reviewed the amendments to the Renewable Energy Act that were made in 2019?
A while ago. I don't think that I'm an expert on quoting it.
Well, I'm not asking you to quote it, but how familiar with the Renewable Energy Act amendments are you?
Moderately.
So do you recall that there is a subsection in the section, there's a part of the section governing the renewable portfolio standard that allows utilities an opportunity to file for financial or other incentives to exceed the RPS?
Well, if you quote that, then I would agree that there is an incentive.
Thank you. So I believe you testified in response to Ms. Olson that you were nervous and concerned that the utility is not prepared for this energy transition and that it needs to make its ratepayers confident that it's able to do that. Do you recall that line of questioning in your response?
Yes, I do.
And you testified at a certain level that you have obligations that, so you testified at a certain level that there are obligations to ensure that its ratepayers are duly served. Is that were you referring to the utilities obligations, or were you referring to the city's obligations?
Well, as an intervener, the city is concerned about its residents, and also EPE has an obligation to provide cost-effective energy to its ratepayers. So both.
But you're testifying here today on behalf of the interest of the city as a customer of El Paso, right?
Yes, but we also have concern for the residents within the city of Las Cruces.
Mm-hmm. So in your motion to intervene, you identified yourself and your interest as a customer of the utility. Is that correct?
Yes. But we also
go ahead.
But we also have concerns for all of the residents within Las Cruces as well, because there is a cost burden that many of our residents feel. So if we can advocate on their behalf, then it benefits the whole community.
So are you saying that you are here today testifying on behalf of the interest of the city's residents as ratepayers of El Paso Electric?
That is a secondary benefit, we hope.
But those interests weren't identified within the scope of your intervention, is that correct?
Not in this case in particular.
Okay, thank you. I'll go on. So how long have you been sustainability officer for the city of Las Cruces?
Between 7 and 8 years.
Does your sustainability, do you have a sustainability action plan?
We are in the process of developing our third plan. We also have a climate action plan.
So what about your existing plans in the recent past? Were any of those developed and finalized while you were sustainability officer?
Yes.
And was one of the goals to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy?
Yes.
So how is that consistent with your position in this case to oppose approval of 2 medium-sized renewable resources for the utility that serves your service area? That serves their service area that covers the city and its environs.
Well, the city takes the energy transition very seriously, and it's, I mean, for me, it's imperative in terms of climate change mitigation. But the city's also concerned that EPE is approaching this in a thoughtful and transparent and legal fashion. And as I've suggested before, this is a systemic change, and my concern is not the acquisition of solar per se or renewable energy per se. It is the process with which they're doing it, because they have not they have not repeated their they have not used their integrated resource planning plan as a tool for making decisions. They have not been transparent on their evaluation techniques, as whether they're using net present value. They're not really accurate about their RECs and how they're assigned, and we haven't really addressed the rider, which is something that my colleague Joe Provencio is going to do. So my concern about stopping this is objecting to this has to do with the lack of transparency and the lack of the overall plan that they're doing, because it doesn't, I mean, they there was a proposal to include Montrose Springs, and it didn't really pencil out to help them reach the 2020. They don't need the recs from there's question about what the recs are going to serve and for how long. I don't think that they have an overall game plan. And that's the thing I object to. I also didn't think in the earlier case that was mentioned that they knew what they were what their retirement plan was. And I also I question how they're preparing to manage things. So I don't have a beef about, I shouldn't use I don't have a complaint with I want solar energy. I want renewable energy. I want to address climate change mitigation. And I mean, it's terrifying to me. And it breaks my heart that I have to do this, but as the energy transition occurs, the IOUs have the potential of growing in size exponentially because our electricity is going to be the main energy source. And I want to have a utility I can trust. And I don't feel that way because I don't think that El Paso Electric has been transparent or consistent. And that is my complaint. I don't have a complaint against renewable energy. I want renewable energy. I don't even want to deal with these cases, but I want to feel that we don't have to manage a utility to be able to understand their testimonies.
So, that went way beyond my question, but I don't know that the hearing examiner would appreciate me interrupting you. But can you stop there?
I'll stop now.
Okay, thank you. So you don't disagree then that El Paso should accelerate the deployment of renewable energy, is that correct?
Yes, again, with the idea that they have an integrated resource plan and a protocol that they're using in that expansion.
So are you familiar with the timelines of an IRP and an RFP, and then the filing of the resource for approval?
Yes.
So that could take years, is that correct?
It can take several years. That's true. But it also, if it takes several years, then you chunk it out. So you have time to pause and learn, not like react. So
in the meantime, the city is accelerating the installment of solar facilities for itself as a customer and on its properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. By next year, we should be generating 25% of our electricity from renewable sources.
So you criticize El Paso's request in part because their analysis doesn't take into effect the considerable bump in solar that the city's solar development will provide.
I'm unclear at your statement.
Well, I'm looking at your direct testimony, page 23, and you're criticizing the city's analysis of their distributed generation RECs because they do not explicitly take into effect the considerable bump in solar DG that the city's solar PPA with PV facilities to be installed at 12 interconnection points will provide under El Paso's practice. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes.
Ms. Beatles, you have about 16 minutes.
Thank you. So Does the city of Las Cruces compete with El Paso Electric to provide solar into the system?
Compete? No.
However, the more solar the city develops and provides to the system, is it your position that the less El Paso Electric needs?
Even if the city, the municipality went to 100%, that still represents 10% of the overall electricity that El Paso Electric is currently providing to the city. To the community city limits.
So let me go over my notes. So I believe you also heard Mr. Gallegos testify earlier in response to hearing examiner Ryan's questions that approval of the solar resources in this case would not only enable them to substantially comply with the 2021 and 2020 RPS, but also 23, 24, and also get them a lot closer to the 40% that they're required to meet in 2025. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
So are you opposed to the approval of resources that will get your utility closer to satisfying the 40% RPS in 2025?
But some of those resources will attribute recs from previous years when there was a deficit, and then going from 30% to 40% is a big jump for them. And historically, in terms of their record, El Paso Electric doesn't increase one's confidence because they were not able to meet the earlier RPS standards, even though the RCT gave them reason for not doing it. And that, you know, I'm not confident because because their approach is their approach is not their approach drops the ball in 2024 from my perspective. Because if it takes 3 years for the next RFP, or then how are we to know whether or not they'll meet it, or if they'll come back and try to do something differently? They don't have a history of really being able to keep up with the demands, so I wonder who bears the brunt of this if EP fails to meet those requirements.
I mean, if you think that going from 30% to 40% is a big jump for El Paso Electric, isn't it less of a jump if they start at 30% rather than something closer to 20%?
I am concerned that they don't have an overall plan. And I am concerned that they have not followed the rules to date, which are to use net present value and to be counting the recs accordingly, to have a clear plan about curtailment and all those things. I know that those variables are difficult, but if I was going to go forth on a long journey, I would like to plan ahead, plan for what that journey entails and not just react on each step of the way. And so again, I'm not saying that, what I'm saying is that I would like them to be more thoughtful and follow the rules that are put forth in the REA.
However, you believe that the city's sustainability goals are critically important for the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Mr. Simpson has waived his request for cross-examination, has Mr. Downs. That would bring us to staff and Mr. Foreman.
I have no additional questions for Ms. Rock.
Okay, that brings my questions. Hello, Ms. LaRock, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. I guess I'll just pick up where Ms. Beatles left off there. If I understand correctly, one of the benefits of the stipulation that the parties are all advocating for is that there is the opportunity for EPE to bank recs moving forward. And at some point in time between I think it's 23 or 24, I don't remember the exact number, they begin to sort of pay off the deficit and then begin to pay forward towards the compliance. Is that correct?
According to their charts.
If I understand, I'm going to show you a chart that you gave in your testimony, and I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So I'm going to share that on the screen. It's got to just do its thing. So this comes from CLC Exhibit 1, Mr. Rock's testimony opposition to the stipulation. We are at page 53, that is PDF 55. Can you see the chart on the screen there?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Am I correct? This is sort of like, I mean, this is referred to as table 7. I'm not sure actually, because it's kind of results are shown below, and I thought it was table 7. I wasn't entirely sure, but needless to say, this, if I understand correctly, this is kind of your projection of the next few years for EPEs. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So and really at the end of the day, I guess my question is, and I'm going to pull up let's just look at this one here. So somewhere between 20 and 25, I mean, and this is a question I asked Mr. Gallegos, is that they need to be able to make up, and I mean, that's the linchpin of the stipulation, is that they're gonna do retroactive makeup. And without, if I understand correctly, is this, what would this chart look like if, I mean, this chart actually incorporates Hecate and Buena Vista too, both of those, does it not?
Yes, it does.
So what would it look like without those? I guess, is there another, I suppose I'm just sort of realizing now as I look at this, I mean, because under this projection, it seems like they're barely making it to 2025 with the deficiencies. So if you knock out Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2, I just don't know that I see a path forward to them. I mean, that it really realistically gets them to a place where they're at 2025 and really facing a very difficult situation where you're doubling it and they still are in the hole for the past few years. Like, well, I guess I don't think I'm trying to advocate a position. I'm really asking what I think is sort of the elephant in the room, which is more or less like, how does EPE do it if you knock those resources out?
Well, I think that there are just as EPE forwarded the concept of splitting Macho Springs differently, where New Mexico would take 80% and Texas would take 20%. We could also split Hecate 1 and Buena Vista 1 differently.
Okay. Yeah, I remember reading that argument that's one proposal that you could change that. And that's where the differentiation we see between the Plan 22 all source, which is the 348 case. And it's a great, then the numbers are much bigger for the Jacate 2 and Buena-Vista 2 because they're jurisdictionally apportioned to New Mexico. So yeah, I mean, but I still think that suggests too that the Jacate 2 and Buena-Vista 2, because they're jurisdictionally apportioned, seem all that more significant when you look at this chart. Like they're big numbers contributing to the renewable portfolio of EPE. I mean, and again, just using your chart, I mean, that's from my perspective of looking at it, that's the hurdle for the opponents to the stipulation. And that's one answer. So to reapportion Jacate and Buena Vista, do you have any other? I mean, I know there's stuff in your testimony. I've read it all. I guess I'm just wondering if you have anything further to comment at this point.
Well, I think the thing for me is that we take more, that there be some, that this be approached, that there be a precedent. I don't want to create a precedent where El Paso Electric is not accounting for RECs appropriately, has an inconsistent way of creating rules for curtailment or not curtailment, and suggesting that the curtailment will increase as acquisition increases, because I would like the PRC to be able to, I would like the PRC to say to El Paso Electric that they follow the rules and legislation that exists, that they have a consistent set of numbers and calculations and are transparent and clear in what they do. I mean, the whole idea of curtailment and batteries and number of RECs are the story flip-flops all the time. And all I want is a set of rule or set of consistent and transparent and legal processes that El Paso Electric takes. And until then, it's very difficult for the city to honestly advocate for any position, because it's not a, it's because it's hasn't proven to be a consistent set of principles that EPE it has worked from.
And thank you, Ms. Can I just, I know you have limited time, so I have a couple questions I want to ask. I don't mean to rush along, but.
No, thank you.
I want to make sure I understood. Ms. Beatles asked you a question previously. Your specific appearance in this case as an intervener, if I understood, did you say that your appearance is really for yourself as an individual?
No.
Okay.
I meant it was that the city is concerned and advocates on behalf of residents too, in particular with the rate cases.
Okay. With respect to the annual cost methodology, and that was a big sort of portion of your testimony in discussing that, I would ask you this question. If you were to credit EPEs, I mean, just assuming for a moment that you accept that there are in fact savings to be had from selecting projects with lower costs, annual costs. Number one, because of curtailments, you have to curtail less with a smaller project. And then secondly, that then opens up the possibility that in the future, there's cost savings to be had on market forces driving renewables down. Assuming that stuff is true, should the commission, and I'm asking you partly as a factual matter, not necessarily to answer a legal question, I mean, would it be in the commission's interest to evaluate that sort of cost metric if in fact it can be shown to be a benefit to the New Mexico ratepayer?
I feel that methodologies like net present value are a more reliable indicator, because there's other factors that are involved, like escalation and the value of money in the future and things like that, that make that a better tool, and is one that's been used by the the ESCOs that I've worked with in the past. on energy projects. But I think that the most important thing in this is that it's an objective third party that's not selected by the IOU. And then I think it would be great to have a consistent methodology that's used by everyone.
And yes, and I do want to, did see that Commissioner Fishman joined us, and I will welcome him here. Hello, Commissioner Fishman, how are you?
Hi, everyone. Just listening.
Great, and so we do, Lisa has some, Ms. LaRoque has some scheduling difficulties. I guess Commissioner Fishman, do you have specific questions for her, and that will sort of dictate whether I continue on or maybe pass her to you for the moment?
No, you continue on.
Okay. So in any case, Ms. LaRoque, I guess if you just would agree with me for a moment that perhaps there are other methods to evaluate cost. I think what I'm trying to ask you is, I mean, do you think that would be inappropriate just because the rule privileges net present value? That in fact, the rule is what the rule is, and that's what we must do regardless of what that ultimately means. And I'm really not asking legal judgment. I'm just sort of asking you.
I believe that we have to, if there's question as to whether or not that rule is not functioning well and all the parties agree, then it should be challenged. But at this juncture, that's the rules. And
Okay.
Everybody knows the rules, or should know the rules.
And so I'm sorry, I have my screen share. I'm gonna jump here to, this is EPE Exhibit 1. Mr. Gallegos' testimony in support of this stipulation. And they have a different chart, obviously, and I acknowledge this is the projections with no curtailments. And as I read this chart, there is, and I think this is where I kind of got you get effectively 11% overage in 23 and 24, which sets them up, at least under some basic math that I did as I was preparing for this, well positioned for the 40% in 25. So when they say, for instance, here, this scenario is possible, do you just reject that out of hand?
Well, if you go to the next table in this document and table 4, he does introduce the curtailments on, whoops, you're there. It would be
No,
like
I know. And then the sentence that follows, of course, is that this is not expected.
Right. And so, and there haven't been curtailments to date with the limited amount of renewable energy that they do have. But the question is what is, just like you said about whether net present value is something we should adhere to or not in the long run, how is it that we determine what's a reasonable curtailment, or how it should be calculated, or how it should be distributed? And so I mean, these are the challenges that the city faces in determining what's reasonable or not. And as we go down this uncharted territory.
But I'm not sure, Ms. LaRoque, were you with us earlier when Mr. Gallegos testified? Did you happen to have a chance to listen to all he said? I'm only asking because I'm going to ask you a question. I just want to know that first.
I was present.
Great. So I asked him a question, which was sort of a conceptual matter, and this is sort of a point that's really fundamental to your position, was that, well, if you build in costs of the curtailment into the resource itself, the price is very different. And so the preliminary question I had as someone who's new to all this, and I'm happy to admit that, is like, well, okay, well, conceptually, does that make sense to do that? To say that the cost is whatever the cost is with curtailments, that's in fact the actual cost. And Mr. Gallegos' answer to that question was, well, that isn't necessarily established, and that would be something new, at least by his account that he's not seen. So I'm wondering if you can respond to his comment or offer your own judgment about that conceptual question.
Well, I think the idea of curtailment, of what you can count in the peak load are still based on the nameplate, are still questions up for grab. And I would feel more comfortable having those defined by, again, a third party that's objective. but the ration, I mean, when you talk about what the cost is, the cost is you have to base it on what the generation is. So I don't see how that calculation would be so skewed or different, even though he hasn't seen it.
Well, and I think really the question kind of goes to, I think when you say, well, his answer was, well, the generation is you can't base it upon the kind of way that we think about conventional resources, because you can't account for all the generation, and that's just some sort of inevitable consequence of the renewable resource. But that's fine. I've heard your response there. Do you agree ultimately, though, that some curtailment, I mean, of any resource, any form of renewable, whatever size, is going to be necessary?
Well, I think that will it be necessary? Yes, I think, will it be necessary? I think it will be, I think it will occur. I think that the utility industry, especially El Paso Electric, is still very new in the game of finding a balance with the use of renewable energy, and that it will use curtailment as a method to try to balance its resources or its load, generation. Sorry, but I don't. It seems like that's not a good long-term methodology to be able to, curtail things when you're still trying to pay them off, and I mean, the technology, I'm just babbling. The technology's still in the making.
And what do you make of the position, BP's position that, well, I mean, and I think there's some appeal to it, and I'll just be frank about it. I mean, their answer is, well, let's be conservative, and let's invest in only the solar that's necessary, and then procure as we go, because to do the alternative and take a big project on now means more curtailment, which would, I think, under your sort of thinking, not be positive.
My position still remains that I don't think that EPE is taking the long view of this, and that they're just kind of going piecemeal and trying to figure things out. Maybe that's the only way that they can do it, but I would hope that there would be more diligence and lessons learned that they would be trying to supply or trying to absorb. I guess the point for me is that, what happens if they don't meet the RPS requirements? And, and what happens if that means that we have to buy more and more solar, and they just curtail more and more? I don't understand the checks and balances in this system. And so until I see more transparency on how they're approaching it, it's difficult for me to be behind it.
And I think, just to clarify from the statement you made earlier when Ms. Beatles was questioning you, I think you said pretty clearly, like, your wagon is hitched, to use an expression, to the acquisition of renewable resources, and your objection isn't to that. It's just that you find these specific resources under this proposal lacking for the reasons explained in your testimony, but you don't object to the acquisition of resources. And it sounds like you acknowledge they actually are going to do this and must.
Yes, but the ETA is clear. And how and another whole issue with this is how you alluded to this before about the jurisdictional, how they're going to treat Texas versus how they're going to treat New Mexico in terms of costs, in terms of how it buys its acquisitions and how it splits them, and those are other issues that we have to address. This is, if we've got if they have two different scopes of work they're going to do, how do they approach it? earnestly.
Yeah. With respect to the direct generation RECs, and I realize there's a pending legal question, and I know that will likely be the subject of briefing after the hearing as to whether or not one can continue to count RECs from direct generation. So I'm familiar with that, and I'm not really getting into that question, but I guess my question to you would be, one of the rejoinders that was offered, it's a factual matter from the stipulating parties, was, Ms. LaRock's suggestion that you cannot use the direct generation RECs is only further support for including Hecate 2 and Buena Vista 2, because it's going to be obviously then more necessary to fulfill the RECs taken away from the absence of DG RECs. So what do you say to that?
Well, how do you know that Buena Vista 2 and Hecate will even fulfill that need? I mean, I've from the back of the envelope seen that they need at least 35,000 more RECs to be able to account for that.
Okay. There seems to be some basic disagreement between you and Mr. Schichtel on W. Regis costs. He seems to make a certain point, and I can go to his testimony. Are you familiar with the point of his contention? He said, no, I just don't think, I think Mrs. LaRock is incorrect about that point. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, but I wasn't really clear with his statement either.
Okay. I think that'll be a question I ultimately will ask Mr. Schichtel, but I was really just asking whether it sounds like you wouldn't concede that Mr. Schichtel is correct about that subject. You don't understand what he said?
That's true, I did not.
All right, well, that concludes the questions that I have. Is that your position still, Commissioner Fishman, that you'd like to just listen, or do you have anything for Ms. LaRock?
Whoops, sorry, had to unmute. One question, Lisa, as I was reading through, there was some discussion about if there is curtailment, how do you allocate curtailment among utilities? At one point, it looked like EPE was saying that in terms of curtailment, they would basically prorate total curtailment across all solar resources as a proportion of each resource's total capacity. That made sense to me in the sense of it would prevent them from penalizing one jurisdiction versus another. Does that make sense to you as a way to handle that situation?
If they were going to do the pro rata method, then I would make sure that the renewable energy that was specifically designated for New Mexico, with or without the conservative with the conservative curtailment added in, that it would clearly fulfill the renewable energy requirements. And that is not necessarily been, illustrated clearly that they could do that, because it's a very dynamic system. So I would just, yeah.
Well, so I'm not quite sure whether I got the answer there. Does that feel like a fair way to, whether they meet the requirement or not, does that feel to you like a fair way administratively to assign curtailment rather than taking actual numbers from a facility?
Well, I feel like, I think that's a tough question, because there is, because Texas doesn't have the obligation that New Mexico does of increasing renewable energy generation. And so as much as I perceive electrons to be special, if they're from renewable sources, Texas may not. So curtailment for them may not mean the same thing.
Okay,
Still didn't answer your question.
that's it for now. Good.
All right, good.
And if I could follow up on that question, can I actually ask you, Lisa? I did ask Mr. Gallegos to kind of give me his attempt to explain to me the pro rata method. Can you give me your conception of it and how you explain it?
Oh, of his?
Well, no, just of the concept that you and Commissioner Fishman are discussing right now. So some of us might not be quite as up to speed as some of the rest of you when you talked about a pro rata based on nameplate by. So give me the explanation. If you
Well, the thing that's a little bit confusing, I felt about the pro rata table that Mr. Gallegos gave is that you have to, those percentage numbers add up to 100%. And then there's a secret column that you don't really know about, which is the generation and how that affects the annual generation from that percent. So the table I think was really difficult to understand, but I think what Commissioner Fishman and I were talking about is that you, over the course of a year, you take the same, you take a proportional amount, an equal proportional amount from each installation.
Okay.
And
It was awful.
and so, Mr. Hearing Examiner, just if I may, just a quick follow-up observation. When we have these jurisdictional assets, but in reality, that's just a kind of an accounting convenience or fiction to support what we're, our legislation. I think it's really important and that we have an opportunity in this particular docket to set a precedent of how an issue like this is going to be handled in a way to be sure that utility doesn't unfairly charge one jurisdiction more than its share of, now I'm forgetting the term, I'm having a brain fart here, excuse me, but gets more than its share of curtailment. And so I think it would be good if, in the way that we move forward with this, that we set a precedent in this case about how we're going to handle that we can know in all future cases, and we can use it as an example to be sure that curtailment is fairly allocated proportionately. And if one facility is curtailed 60% of the time, one solar facility, and another in actual practice is curtailed only 30% of the time, and they're in different jurisdictions, that can be pretty unfair. So we need to be sure we come up with a mechanism that fairly allocates the curtailment. And there was some discussion around that was good that I read in the record. But let's be sure we get that very clearly delineated. So for what it's worth, it's a commissioner's perspective.
Certainly, and I'd asked Mr. Gallegos earlier to sort of get into that, and he had deferred to Mr. Sheesh to discuss those subjects. So it'll be a subject to that conversation. So that if that ends your questions, Commissioner Fishman, I don't have anything else for Ms. LaRock. We are now set for a redirect. If the city would like Ms. Stevens for 5 minutes.
Yes, Lisa, are you available to stay off your other call for a few more minutes?
Yeah.
You're already in trouble.
I am a little bit.
Okay, you're already in trouble. Let me ask you one quick follow-up on Commissioner Fishman's questions about the fair allocation methodology. And I forget whether it's his question or Hearing Examiner Ryan's question, where it was you was discussed in terms of annual allocations. Is there any evidence that you've seen in this record that explains how an annual allocation would be reflected given the monthly calculation of fuel costs to customers through the fuel clause, the FFPCAC, the fuel clause factor, and the fact that some of EPE's renewable energy costs go through the fuel clause factor, some of them go through the annual RPS cost rider?
Well, I think that really reinforces what Commissioner Fishman said, is that there is some sort of methodology that's used to value energy and or conversely value the curtailment of energy that needs to be addressed. And those, I mean, those numbers, those factors that you describe are applied differently every month. And but it's not really clear as we move towards more renewable energy how the rider should be in effect if renewable energy becomes a greater part of the system.
And my question simply was, is there anything to that effect in the record here, in this case, to create the methodology for rate recovery that you're aware of?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Now I'm going to take you way back to Miss Olson's questioning this morning, and she was asking you about the city's 3 net zero facilities, and she asked you, does the hourly output match the consumption on an hourly basis? Your response was that we don't measure hourly, and then you referred to an exhibit. Can you find city exhibit number 18?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Is this what you were referring to?
Yes, that's, we do have a service that monitors our every minute's solar generation, but for the most part, we just rely on the records that come from our electric bills. And so that's where
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I think you're referring to an exhibit that's not in the record, and I'm not sure what you're.
Yes, would you just pull up from the file? It's labeled CLC Exhibit 18 from the Dropbox, CLC Solar Bills 2019.
Sure, and if
CLC 18 is listed as this.
If we're talking about the exhibit, Ms. LaRocque is giving testimony about an exhibit. I think we need to admit it into the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at something else. My apologies. This would be City of Las Cruces. Is this what I?
That's the one, and I have to apologize that it was correctly labeled as 18 on the PDF labels at the top, and when we pulled it open this morning, we realized that, oops, we made a mistake, and it says CLC 16 on the physical piece of paper, which with your permission, I will correct. But this is the exhibit that we're talking about. I think it's easier for everybody to find it as 18 on their computers.
Yeah.
Okay, and excuse me, Ms. Stevens and Chris, 5 minutes is up, so you need to wrap up your questioning on this, Ms. Stevens.
This is the exhibit you were referring to, Ms. LaRocque.
Ms. Olson, wait, do you have an objection to this exhibit any further?
Can you tell me whether that shows, what that shows in regard to how the company measures energy output of a generating facility, that the energy it actually purchases from the QF versus the total generation of the QF.
Yeah.
And
So
Yes, thank you, Ms. Olson. She didn't get to respond earlier. Yes, your objection is what?
that we're talking about an exhibit and testifying to a document that hasn't been admitted into the record.
Might it help if we just move to admit City Exhibit 18?
We'll have to run over time. I'm
Chris?
going to cut this off. Yeah, go ahead, Caroline.
So I realize that the practice among hearing examiners may be different. My practice is that a witness can be questioned about a document, even if the document has not been admitted into evidence.
Very good. I think the concern for the time is the primary thing. So Ms. Stevens, if you could just ask your question and get a swift answer from Ms. LaRocque.
Yeah, yes. The question is, would Ms. LaRocque just demonstrate for everybody how on a monthly basis the company measures the energy, the renewable energy it purchases from AQF, and then how that gets shown up in its annual reporting, which
okay,
is
I can do it quickly. If you look at the last column where it says compensation, and you see the $3,798 on Munson at Mesquite, and then scroll down since you're the navigator, thank you. You'll see that the CLC Munson Center has a similar, oh man, mine is so small. Has a similar value that it's compensating for Munson at or Mesquite. I'm sorry, I said it's Munson, but it's Mesquite at 3777.60. So when you're talking about total RECs, those figures are consistent for those places that compensate. And if you looked at 550 North Sonoma on the bottom one, you would see that they count the RECs at 365,741, yet there's no compensation that I get or the city gets, and that's because it was after 2017, although now the ETA rules have changed. And if you scroll back up to the columns, like in Munson again, you can see that that there are, if you add up the negative values of 4, 5, 4, and 1, you get the 16,370, yet the net value of the solar that's given in return is only 7,000. So the point is that those are not the same values that play out in terms of how it's reported for total purchase power. And so the point being is that we to date are not compensated for what we just deliver to El Paso Electric. They are counting everything that we generate that's solar and compensating us at variable at amounts that we return. And so the point being is that it's not consistent with what our interpretation is of how RECs should be accounted for. They should only be compensated when we give them back, and they should not be accounted by El Paso Electric if they're if it's not energy returned to the grid.
Ms. LaRocque, so that concludes
that exhibit.
No, Mr. Stevens, we're way over time at this juncture. So we're going to move on now. There was a 5 minutes of recross permitted for the parties, if there's a desire for that.
I have a couple questions, if it's okay, and I could do it quickly, I believe.
Sure, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I hope I'm not cutting off anyone that was going before me, but I'll proceed. Ms. LaRoque, so you testified in response to the hearing examiner's question about how EPE can meet the RPS in a timely manner by stating that EPE could reassign some of the Hecate or Buena Vista PPAs to New Mexico customers. And
Yes.
okay, let me just clarify too, when I'm referring to Hecate and Buena Vista, I'm talking about Hecate 1 and Buena Vista 1, the ones that were previously approved in 19-00348.
Correct.
Okay, so when EPE was proposing a reallocation of Macho Springs, did you understand from their testimony that they would also need approval from their Texas customers to do that?
Yes.
I should say the Texas Utility Commission. Yeah, and your answer is yes. Okay, and did you understand that when they reallocate a resource, basically Texas jurisdiction would not have any reason to object as long as they're compensated a price that would cause them to be indifferent to the reallocation, right?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the Hecate PPA at $14.99, that was the price of that renewable energy?
I something low like that, yes.
So to make Texas customers indifferent, would you agree with me that first of all, EPE would have to allocate some other resource to Texas if they reallocated the Hecate energy to New Mexico, right?
Yes.
And the Hecate PPA, would you agree that offsets fuel costs?
I would assume so.
Okay. And by that, I mean that when you generate renewable energy, you don't need fuel, and so there's no fuel costs, right?
True.
Okay. And do you also understand the Hecate PPA Texas allocated share would produce RECs for Texas, right? Renewable energy certificates.
Yes. Yes.
Did you see the discovery from CCE to EPE?
You guys on a YouTube.
I'm sorry, can I proceed?
Yes, sorry about that.
Okay, so let's see, where was I? All right, did you see CCA's discovery asking EPE about the sale of RECs? Are you familiar with that, or have you seen it?
Briefly.
Okay, so you do understand then that Texas is able to sell some RECs and generate income for its customers from renewable energy. Yes, is that a yes? Okay. All right, so my question to you is that in order to, if EPE were to propose reallocating the resources that were approved in the 19348 case, the renewable resources like Hecate, in order to do that reallocation and make Texas customers indifferent, they would have to compensate Texas customers for the capacity, the alternative resource that would have to be allocated to Texas, 1, 2, any fuel savings, and 3, the value of the RECs that could have been sold. Is that all correct?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This calls for legal conclusions, and this witness is, I do not believe, either a lawyer or familiar with the rules in Texas.
Yeah, no, I understand the objection, but I'm going to overrule that. I understand why Mr. is asking it. If the witness has an opinion on the subject, she can state it. If she doesn't know the answer, she's free to say, I don't know.
And I know the witness just answered yes, if the record didn't pick that up. So now my question to you is, how much would it cost to make Texas customers indifferent to that reallocation? Do you know that number?
No, I don't.
Then,
Hey, Ms. Zor, your time is up.
thank you.
Thank you. And that was the 5 minutes of recross for all parties. That would bring our examination of Ms. LaRoque to a conclusion. Ms. LaRoque, you are excused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Mr. Provencio.
Actually,
Excuse me. Yes, sorry. My apologize. We went, yes, yes, I understand. Sorry. I believe we are Mr. Wayne Oliver. Back to the top of the list.
Mr. Oliver, are you with us?
Yes, there we go. Okay.
Perfect.
I'll go ahead and swear you in, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
May I proceed?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Oliver. Good afternoon, I apologize.
Good
Will you
afternoon.
please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Yes, it's Wayne Oliver, Wayne Oliver.
And Mr. Oliver, what is your current profession?
President of Merrimack Energy Group Incorporated.
And Mr. Oliver, do you have before you what has previously been marked as EPE Exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Please state what that document is.
That's direct testimony of Wayne Oliver as independent evaluator.
Was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And below the table of contents on your direct testimony, there's a list of 4 exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are those 4 exhibits identified as part of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, I do. I have corrections to my direct testimony and also to exhibit WJO-4.
Okay, starting with your direct testimony, can you walk us through those corrections?
Sure. On page 12 of my direct testimony, line 17, cross out the word the first word in that sentence or that line, and then add after the word two words of the lowest cost and most, and add the word most after before viable and after and. So it should say since EPE selected 2 of the lowest cost and most viable offers. And then in line 19, after the word at the beginning of that line, to having, after the word having, add the word among the lowest LCOE values.
Okay, and did you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, on page 13, line 20. Towards the end of that line where it says EPE includes and add the word among after includes. So among the lowest cost resource options proposed.
Okay, and then you mentioned you also had corrections to your exhibit WJ04, which is your report. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, let's start with the correction, the first correction.
Okay, the first correction is actually it's on page 26 of the report or page 28 of the exhibit. And it's in the paragraph at the top of the page. It starts 5 solar PV proposals. And it's basically the second sentence, which says while 4E, just, eliminate the 2 E's at the end of the word for.
Okay.
And then,
And then the next correction, before you go, I'll represent to the record that I inadvertently inserted the wrong, or the correction in the wrong spot on page 29. So would ask you to correct my correction and give for the record the correct correction.
okay. This is on bullet number 7, where it says towards the bottom middle of the paragraph, it says, as the process evolved, this potential was not a factor since EPE selected 2 of the lowest total cost, and the word total should be eliminated in that line, but added in the next line, which says, which also represented the lowest cost portfolio, and it should say after lowest total cost portfolio. So the word total was misplaced.
And did you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
No, those are all the corrections I had.
With those corrections, Mr. Oliver, is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give these same answers under oath?
Yes.
Hearing examiners, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number 7 along with the accompanying exhibits.
Are there any objections to the admission of the exhibit? Hearing no objections, the exhibit shall be admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Oliver, do you have before you what has also been previously marked as exhibit number 8?
That's my rebuttal testimony?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And was that rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And did you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I don't.
And Mr. Oliver, is the rebuttal testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
Did you have any exhibits to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I didn't.
Hearing examiners, El Paso Electric offers EPE exhibit number 8.
Any objections to exhibit 8? None heard, the exhibit shall be admitted as well.
And hearing examiner Ryan, at this time we tender Mr. Oliver for cross-examination.
Ms. Stevens, you have requested 10 minutes to examine Mr. Oliver.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Oliver. While
Good afternoon, Ms. Stevens.
I'm still at least on page 31 of 32 of exhibit WJO. Is that change, shifting the total from one line to the next, is that an allusion to the annual cost methodology that EPE used in this case?
Yes, I mean that's basically a discussion about the total cost of the resources procured or evaluated.
Could you look at CLC exhibit number 37? And I don't know. Can you pull that out? Or do you have the database in front of you? Because I don't have it posted.
I don't have it.
Which one do you want to be pulled up?
37, please.
Page 37 of
No, CLC exhibit 37 from the database.
CLC exhibit 37 would be, let me bring the share up. Is this the document you're referring to?
That is it, yes. Mr. Oliver, when the city did discovery in this case, was a question asked about whether or not you had previously, in your many years of being an independent evaluator, seen a methodology like the company's annual cost methodology? And I'm pointing you to, I just for completeness, I have the objections, but if you look, if we switch over to page to pages 11, pages 10 and 11 of the actual questions and responses.
The same document, Ms. Stevens? You want page 10 and 11, is that what you're saying?
Of the PDF, yes. If you start, look at 11.
There's 12.
Oh.
That's 5. 4, 5.
Oh, you don't have the little arrows. Oh, there are the little arrows.
12. I don't know how this, some pages are missing, Ms. Stevens. It appears. Unless
No, I'm talking about these PDF numbers at the tippy top there.
Oh, I see. Okay, yes, you want page,
they're
page 10?
the numbering on the bottom of the page is based on what I pulled it from. So, yeah. So, question E, Mr. Oliver, do you recall this one? And it says that how many previous RFPs for which Mr. Oliver and or Merrimack Energy has served as an independent evaluator has a utility or other entity pursued proposals for renewable energy resources or consider or propose utilizing an average cost evaluation methodology of the sort described by Mr. Gaye's testimony? And if you flip down now to the next page, Mr. Hearing Examiner, could we do that?
Yeah.
No, I guess it's 2 pages down.
I think it's this, is it not? I don't.
There it is, E. I do not recall any such cases. Is that still your testimony that you've not seen anybody propose the annual cost methodology EPE used in this case, except for in this case?
Yes, I haven't seen it, seen the average cost methodology being used, but my experience is, is limited in that regard in California and a few other jurisdictions. So I don't know, if other utilities have used it or not. So I can't testify to how, if it has been used in other jurisdictions.
And then question F, subpart F was basically how many previous RFPs did you recommend that a utility use an average cost evaluation methodology? And again, your answer to that was you do not recall having done so. Right. Was that correct when you answered that question?
That's correct.
Since then, have you made that recommendation to any other client?
No, I have not.
And the third question there in G was, in how many previous RFPs for which Mr. Oliver or Merrimack Energy has served as an independent evaluator, or has a utility or other entity rejected a recommendation by Mr. Oliver to not utilize an average cost methodology? And again, your answer was you don't recall that happening, right?
That's correct. However, I did, in my testimony, I have supported the, the company's use of the total cost methodology is not the average cost, but the total cost methodology in this case. And, and basically, I look at it as a methodology that does provide some protection to customers. And the way it was applied, by the EPE here, I think it did serve in that role. And so I even though I haven't seen it being used, I think it's a methodology that does make sense in applications such as solicitations such as the RPS type solicitations.
And in this particular solicitation, is it very important to the use of the annual cost methodology that you have a very definitive finite number of annual RECs or kilowatt hours that is defined as needed?
Well, yeah, this is sort of the way that I looked at the solicitation. I to me, the key parameter, and this is what I have seen in a lot of solicitations that we work on, is, how many megawatt hours are the utilities targeting, to solicit or to procure? And the RFP, clearly mentioned that, the target was, 141,000 megawatt hours. It wasn't 500,000 or, a huge number. So that was the way I was sort of looking at the solicitation, that the 141,000, give or take, some range is really the operable number. And
So
when you have these large bids, some of these bids were 3 times that target. And to procure that much, it meant that customers would be paying millions of dollars more for that renewable energy.
So if that number turned out to be significantly larger, would that kind of undermine the analysis that was done based on the 141,000 megawatt hours?
If the company had selected a larger project?
No, if the commission were to determine that the company needed more than 141 because of curtailments or because of DG Rex or for any other reason, would that undermine using that type of a methodology?
I don't believe so. I think that the next step would probably be to issue another solicitation. If the commission determines that more energy is required.
But would that mean that that you passed up on something with a better levelized cost of energy in order to get a smaller piece of the pie, and if the pie needs to be bigger, that you maybe did not get the best result?
It's possible, but and I don't know how much I can say about the bids or the pricing, but we're not talking about a huge difference. And it was, to step back, there were really 5 bids that were very competitive, and they were all fairly close. So the differential, really, when you look at the total cost, was driven not by the difference in price of these bids, it was driven by volume. So the volume created a bit, quite an increase in the amount that the customers would have to pay for that energy.
And you mentioned the 141,000 megawatt hour number. That was the number that was used throughout the RFP, was it not?
Throughout the RFP and in the bidders conference, bidders were aware that was the target.
And were you involved personally in developing this RFP and setting that number, or did you come in a little later in this process?
No, actually, to be clear, because I know there was,
Previous
Ms. Laura, did mention that I wasn't involved in the beginning of the solicitation, and that's not accurate. I was involved at the very beginning, from the development of the RFP all the way through the final selection. Although I didn't have, I didn't generate the 141,000 megawatt hours. That was the company's figure.
Your time is up, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fishman, if you're still with us, do you have any questions for cross-examination of Mr. Oliver?
Unmuting. Thank you. So, Mr. Oliver, when I was reading the objections by the city, there seemed to be some implication that in the accounting for cost, that the curtailment had not been adequately accounted for. Could you just give me a brief overview of how curtailment was accounted for in the analysis that you did?
I actually didn't account for curtailments. The part that I was involved in was really focused on the evaluation and selection of the bids. And from the evaluation side, it was the review of the levelized cost information, that the bidders provided, and the company's analysis, and we did our own analysis. And then the selection became basically using that information, which bids are the top ranked bids and the bids that should be considered as the selected bids in the process. But the curtailment piece was really something that the company was focused on. I think Mr. Gallegos would be the person. Or Mr.
Okay. So for your purposes, basically you just assumed no curtailment, and here's what the cost would be assuming no curtailment.
Correct.
Is
Yes.
that accurate? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Commissioner Fishman, anything further from you, or is that?
That's it.
Great. Okay, so Mr. Oliver, I do have a few questions.
Yes.
So when I was originally reading your testimony, and I think I want to go back to that real quick. The report of the independent evaluator, it was something that I thought was a nice, clear answer to the question about, what was the annual cost? And you had said originally that they chose the lowest cost, and the statements now, it's really quite significantly different. And I'm not faulting you or anything. It solved a lot of problems in my world. And then the ground has shifted under my feet today a little bit. So as the process evolved, this potential impact was not a factor since EPE selected two of the lowest cost and most viable, and in addition to having among the lowest. So it sounds like what you're saying now is that no, they did not have the lowest LCOE values, but they were among the lowest.
That's correct. Yes.
That's a pretty different statement than saying that it is the lowest LCOE values.
Yeah, and I can explain the change if you like.
Happy to receive that.
Yeah, what happened when like as I mentioned, there were 5 bids that were most competitive, and when you looked at the bid prices for both the Hecate bid that was selected and the NextEra bid that was selected were the lowest bid prices of all 5. However, the transmission or network upgrade costs were added to the LCOE values for purposes of calculating a final LCOE for each of the proposals. And basically, I had utilized initially out of date data for the transmission and network upgrade costs. So the values we were using at the time we're ranking, Hecate and NextEra as the 2 lowest cost projects overall. When during the development of the, I guess it was right after developing the rebuttal testimony, I realized that it was, that my numbers weren't correlating to what the company had, and what it was basically is that I had used outdated data for the transmission costs. So that's why I changed it to among the lowest cost. It doesn't change my conclusions because of the fact that the larger projects, the other 2 projects were 150 megawatts. And on a total cost basis, they were significantly higher than what the costs were for the 2 projects that were selected.
Okay, and so let me just make sure I understand you. Are you saying that so the company, when it set the RFP out, it had a specific target? And I've read all this testimony, but it's been some time, so I thought it all through. And so would you remind me what that number was, the target rate was?
Yes, it was 141,000 megawatt hours.
And then are you saying that the bids that they received in response in some cases exceeded that amount?
Yeah, there were bids that were 150 megawatts.
Okay, so effectively,
maybe if I could just step back, really the 141,000 megawatt hours is basically a 50 megawatt solar project. Okay. When you look at the capacity factors.
Okay, so there was bids for larger projects, and
right,
those come in at a lower cost of energy ultimately by the LCOE value. But your point is that no, if you want to target a specific amount of energy generation, then you do need to look at something other than LCOE, or else you don't meet your target. Is that you exceed your target?
Yeah, so the company had a number of factors they had to consider. One was the timing, about projects. Can you get a project in 2020 or 2021 or 2022? So that's one factor. And generally, prices, when the bidders submit the bids, the prices were lower for the later year projects. So that's one thing they have to consider. They also have to consider the size of the projects and, basically, the developing that portfolio around what you get. And so all those considerations go into it. And I think what I thought the methodology the company implemented as a total cost methodology really addressed all of those considerations. So that's why I thought it was a pretty viable methodology to, to include. Now, I did include in my report that it wasn't transparent to bidders. The methodology was developed before the bids came in, but it was after the RFP went out.
And so let me just get point of clarification. When you talk about total cost methodology, is that effectively the same thing as the annual cost, or are those different things too?
I'm sorry, it's the annual cost, but it's the annual total cost of that portfolio, of that bid, right? Those bids, I should say.
And so I've heard you, and Ms. Stevens inquired a little bit of this, but I think it's an important point. I mean, I guess, so it may be true that other utilities haven't utilized this, but do you think, just as the objective independent evaluator, that and it sounds like you're saying yes, that this was a beneficial metric for the ratepayers of New Mexico?
Yes, I'll tell you the truth. As an independent evaluator, if El Paso, if EPE came to me and said, we want to acquire a project for 150 megawatts that has 501 megawatt hours or whatever, 500,000 megawatt hours, I would have been critical of that. I would have asked them to justify it, and how they came up with that, because to me, that's a burden to customers to pay, millions of dollars more for energy that you don't need to meet your requirements at that point. And we've heard discussions about, well, our solar price is going to be coming down in the future. Technology is going to improve. I mean, even if it stays flat, I mean, I think you want to defer those decisions till a time when to best take advantage of what the market's going to dictate. And I think that all fits into this too. There's a multiple faceted decision that comes into play here. But I thought the total cost concept made a lot of sense in looking at how you would decide in the procurement, because there's really two parts of this. One is the evaluation process, and two is the selection process. The evaluation process really focuses on the NPV, or the levelized cost, to select the best bids. And the selection process then takes into consideration, how do I mix and match these resources to make a reasonable selection.
So, I want you to correct me if I'm saying something wrong, but am I to understand from what you've just said that in some ways, if you get a bid that's larger than the target amount, you would necessarily have to apply something like an annual cost methodology in order to exclude a bid that's beyond what your capacity requires? Is that a true statement?
Yeah, unless there's some flexibility there to maybe if it has a major cost benefit, you might take that, or it really depends. I mean, I have seen utilities that that are doing RPS solicitations over procure in some years and under procure in others. That under procure, over procure their targets depending on what the situation is that they face. But it's I think if it's in this case, it was substantially higher than what the target was. It was 3 times higher. And then I think then you get into a situation where you say, is it worth it to procure that much more? And I didn't go back and calculate it. If they had taken the 150 megawatts, what percentage of their RPS targets would that have meant? But that would be an interesting number to look at as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I'm understanding your points, and I may have something to do with targets and what bids do you actually receive, and then in fact you would need to ask questions that go beyond the levelized cost of energy. And so that sounds persuasive to me. All right. Let me just see what else I have here. So Ms. LaRoque made some comments about the elimination of the best and first offer. And specifically, she said that the elimination of that stage likely subjected ratepayers to higher than necessary costs. I won't pull up her testimony, but I assure you it says it. And you probably saw that as well. So yes. Can you respond to that?
Yes, and I have it in the rebuttal testimony. The point I try to make is that there was a very short period of time from the time the bids were received till the time that the company had to make a decision, or the time they would actually have to submit, ask for best and finals. It would be probably about a month, and in that month's period of time, there's probably not going to be a lot of change in the market where bidders are going to rebid. for lower or higher prices. The 2017 solicitation now is different because it was it was months between the time the bids came in and the time the shortlist was going to be selected. So it was like 6 months. Now that during that period, it makes sense to ask for best and final because, things can change in 6 months, but within a month's period and, unless there was something dramatic that happened, I don't think it doesn't really make that much sense. And besides, many utilities use just a single price approach. It's not like that the whole industry uses best and final.
Very good. Yeah, the first point was a major question for you. You've answered that. I have no other questions. Carolyn, no time was allocated for the redirect to recross.
Correct.
Christopher?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, go ahead.
Yeah, one other question occurred to me, if I may.
Please.
For Mr. Oliver. We've talked about the limitations, you're trying to acquire X amount of New Mexico resource, 150,000 megawatt hours, whatever it was. Isn't it true that right now El Paso Electric is going through other system resource acquisition proceedings? 349 case 3.
Yeah, 349 is the 2017 solicitation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I guess that's what it was from when the RFP went out.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So my question is, and this was part of some of the questions the city asked, and maybe more relevant for future planning and future dockets than for this one, but kind of important to me, it seems important to understand that one option that EPE could have taken was to say, oh, we'll acquire more for the New Mexico jurisdiction so that we can take a larger bid, and we'll take less for the system jurisdiction. So that number is 141,000 megawatt hours, whatever it is, really is not fixed in stone. It could have been pushed between the two jurisdictions in order to get maybe a larger and a lower cost bid. Is that a correct way of viewing this?
It could be, but I think the timing was such that the decisions and the contracts were executed for the 2017 solicitation before this RFP was issued. I don't, so I don't know if there was a, if you could have sequenced in that same way, or if they were, in lockstep where you could have made that decision.
Understood. And is there would it seem to you that in future resource acquisitions that we might want to look at those two together, because there's always that management option that you could shift between the two jurisdictions, right, and come up with an overall better, more efficient full system result?
Well, I would assume that down the road that the future solicitations would probably consider both the RPS requirement and the capacity requirement, probably in the same solicitation. And it, as Mr. Gallegos testified, it's probably going to include more storage and more renewable resources in the future. But it's like I would think that those decisions wouldn't be separate decisions, in the future
going forward. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Oliver, that brings your testimony to a conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Oh, yes. Ms. Stevens?
Might I ask one follow-up question on a question you asked Mr. Oliver?
I have no objection unless Carolyn does. If it's a single question, yes.
So, Mr. Oliver, the Hearing Examiner Ryan was asking about the 141,000 megawatt hour target. And you mentioned that 141,000 is basically 50 megawatts. Is that right?
That, approximately 50 megawatts, yes.
Can you explain why EPE with your support didn't just go for the 50 megawatt Hecate 2, but also added the 20 megawatt Buena Vista 2?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it was a combination of, the curtailments question and then the fact that it was a, a competitively priced option.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oliver. That will be the end of Mr. Oliver's testimony, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
And we need a break at this juncture.
Yeah, we would ask for a break because Attorney Burns and I are going to be switching, and so we need to wipe down.
Why don't we come back? It's 3:02 now. We'll just say 3:15.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem. No.
Ms. Stevens, I have a question for you.
Yes,
When you were referencing your exhibits and you said one was marked 18, but it was actually 16, are they still all in there in the Dropbox?
They are still in the Dropbox, and he never admitted it, so I guess it's not going to end up in the record anyway when you do the transcript, I think.
Okay.
That's my guess. I'm not certain how, I'm pretty sure that's the way you'll be pulling them out, right? But if you look at the correct label is the one that's the Dropbox PDF name.
Okay. I'll figure that out then. Thanks.
Yeah, again, I think it may never resurface.
Okay, all right then, thank
I have
you.
like 40 exhibits, and I think you may have maybe ending up with maybe 6 of them.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
This is a strange process, this posting everything in advance, you know?
Yeah, it is.
This is Nancy, and it looks like I'm a little blurry.
More than a little blurry, Nancy.
Carrie's going to get the IT person.
I think it's on purpose. It's like a privacy feature, so you don't have to turn the video off, but you can just leave it blurred.
Are you going to distort her voice too? The witness protection, the attorney protection program, right?
So it's 3:15 now. Is everyone back? I know we have our court reporter here. Ms. Burns, are you still having technical? Yes, there. Oh, there we go. All right, well, we're back on the record here. We are now at Mr. Rene Gonzalez. Ms. Burns, you can call the witness.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. EP calls its next witness, Rene F. Gonzalez.
Hello.
Court reporter, swear the witness, please.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Rene Gonzalez, RENEGONZALEZ.
And Mr. Gonzalez, can you state your position with El Paso Electric Company?
I'm a senior rate analyst in the rates division.
And I've placed 2 documents in front of you. The first has been pre-marked as EPE Exhibit Number 9. Can you identify that exhibit?
Yes, that's my direct testimony.
And was this direct testimony filed in this case prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
And do you have any changes, corrections, or additions to make to this testimony today?
I do not.
And does this testimony attach 3 exhibits?
It does.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions that are contained herein and you were to answer them under oath today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And would your answers be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to move what's been marked as EP Exhibit number 9 into the record.
Are there any objections to the admission of the exhibit? The exhibit will be admitted.
And now I'd like to direct your attention to the second exhibit, which has been pre-marked EP Exhibit number 10.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have that in front. And can you identify what that is?
That is the compliance filing for 2019, filed in December.
Okay. And if you turn to your testimony that's attached to that compliance filing, dated December 2nd, 2019. Was that testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And do you have any changes or corrections to make to your testimony?
I do not.
Okay. And the testimony was filed in support of the compliance advice notice attached to this compliance filing, correct?
Yes.
And are there any changes or corrections to make to that compliance filing?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions that are contained in this direct testimony for the compliance filing today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And there's also attached to your testimony 3 exhibits, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so is your testimony and the exhibits attached to it correct, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I'd like to move what's been marked as EP Exhibit 10 into the record.
Are there any objections to the exhibit? Hearing none, the exhibit should be admitted into the record.
I will pass the witness for any cross-examination or questions.
Ms. Stevens, the city has requested 5 minutes of cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez. Nice to meet you in this strange sort of way. I have just a couple of questions, and it would have been fewer had Mr. Gallegos not deferred one to you. Let's turn to Exhibit 9, your Exhibit RFG1 in your direct testimony. Are you with me?
I am. Go ahead.
And if you would look at the CRLEF column in that exhibit, can you tell me where you get the number? First of all, can you tell me generally where you get the numbers from for this exhibit, and specifically, well, tell me generally where you get these numbers from. Are they records that you keep in your rates department, or are they coming from somewhere else?
No, actually, I get this information directly from the RPS report.
The RPS report, so this...
The annual report that's filed.
Okay, got it. And do you work on the RPS report yourself?
I do not.
So you do not know whether these numbers are actual costs or somehow booked by the company? Would that be true?
So I've seen the invoices that support it as a part of the RPS report.
And let's look at the CRLEF, the October, November, December. Do you have any knowledge about whether or not the company actually paid those amounts?
I don't testify to that.
Do you have knowledge of it?
As far as I know, that they were not paid as a part of the requirement to stop payment.
Okay. And why then did you include them here as costs on the reconciliation statement? This is your document.
Again, I utilize the annual RPS report as the source for what our costs are.
And you don't make judgments about whether or not something should be included as an actual cost? Is that not within your scope?
It is not.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on now to what Mr. Gallegos deferred to you. Were you listening to his testimony this morning?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you hear him defer? Anyway, he deferred to you the question of where he got the numbers, the 40 million or so number for DG Rex on his procurement plan. And I'd like you to look at CLC Exhibit 6, please.
Need 1 second. I've opened it.
And are you familiar with this? Was he correct in deferring this to you?
Yes.
You may not feel like he was kind, but was he correct?
He was.
Okay. So if we go down to the bottom of, let's see, page 34 of 35 or page 38 on the PDF, little PDF numbers in the top. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Is that 6? Oh, geez, no. I am sorry, I have mislabeled my exhibits. I'm looking at the wrong exhibit. So let me go back to 6, and it's a different page. It's page 91 of 100 on the PDF, or Exhibit A, page 87 of 96.
With this document here, this
Are you with me? I think, no, we're back. Flip it there. There you are. Yeah. So, explain to me, what is your basis for using the total generation as the rec number? See the total on the 2 right-hand columns, the total generation and the total recs purchased are the same number?
That's correct.
But if you go up just to the previous page, you'll see that there are places in which there are customers, say Mr. Oscar Zubia, who didn't get paid for their recs. What makes these the total recs purchased if customers were not paid for them?
So not all rec customers listed on here continue to get a rec payment. That was based upon their application and the time when their ability to get that payment.
And what is your basis then for believing that the recs that are generated belong to can be claimed by EPE?
I believe that everybody listed on here is a qualifying facility, and as such, the corresponding recs pertain to EPE.
And would you agree, looking at this particular exhibit, that the actual purchased power was much smaller than the total generation? 4,951,997 kilowatt hours compared to 40.8 million?
I agree.
How many years have you been involved in doing these QF reports, Mr. Gonzalez?
Just 2.
So that would be 2018 and 2019 or 2019 and 2020?
Correct. No, that's correct.
Ms. Stevens, your time is up and I
That's
let
all
you go. Okay.
And this one is, this exhibit, Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is also attached to Ms. LaRock's testimony. So I don't think I need to admit it, but if it's convenient to anybody, we can do that. I'll move it. And if you turn me down, I just want you to understand that it's just as a convenience.
So do you know if it is a part of Ms. LaRock's testimony, or you do not know?
It is the 2019 report is a part of Ms. LaRock's testimony, yes.
Oh, okay, so if that's been admitted, then I believe this would be unnecessary to admit this.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am.
We have, I don't have any, Commissioner Fishman, do you have any questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
I do not.
Nor do I. There's not been any redirect or recross allocated. So unless I hear otherwise, I don't think we require Mr. Gonzalez further.
Great.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gonzalez. Take care.
Thank you.
Excuse. The next witness I have up is Mr. Schichtel. Ms. Burns.
Yes, EPE calls its next witness, Mr. James Schichtel.
Mr. Schichtel, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I didn't hear Mr.
Sorry, we're still swapping out witnesses in the room.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see him, but I couldn't see the last one either.
That's fine, no worries. I thought they were ready too.
Yeah.
I see him, but he's still muted. There he is. Mr. Schichtel, will you raise your right hand, please? I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name, and you can spell your last name for the record and give your position with EPE?
My name is James Schichtel. The last name is S-C-H-I-C-H-T-L. I'm Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for EPE.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this time, I would just like to note that there's been several typo corrections that were made to some of Mr. Schichtel's testimony. I think I've counted about 8 or 10 typos. I know that you had ordered that we not make non-substantive corrections, but what has been uploaded does have typo corrections on it. So we could go through those, or if it's okay with you and with the parties, we could just ignore those typo corrections and proceed.
It's a purely typographical correction. I don't see that it's necessary to go through each one and sort of spend time on that. It seems needlessly formalistic. Are there any objections to that from the parties? I see some head shaking, so I'll take that as a no. So yeah, proceed, Ms. Burns.
Okay, Mr. Schiestel, there's been several exhibits, EP exhibits that have been pre-marked for your testimonies and supplemental testimonies. So I'll start with EP exhibit number 11. Can you identify that?
Yes, EPE Exhibit 11 is my testimony in support of the contested stipulation.
And was that testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And aside, and I don't believe there's any typo corrections in that. Are the questions contained in there? If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And you have a few exhibits that are attached to that testimony, 3 exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are your answers to your testimony, your exhibits, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to move what's been marked EP exhibit number 11 into the record.
Any objections? The exhibits shall be so moved or admitted.
Okay. And if you could identify what's been marked as EP exhibit number 12.
Yes, EPE Exhibit number 12 is my rebuttal testimony in support of the contested stipulation.
And it has one attachment exhibit attached, correct?
That's correct.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today contained in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to move what's been marked EP exhibit number 12 into the record.
Any objections? The document shall be admitted.
I'd like to move what's been pre-marked EP exhibit number 13. Can you identify that document?
Yes, that is my direct testimony in this case, filed on March 31st, 2020.
And that direct testimony has 4 exhibits attached, correct?
Correct.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that under oath today that are contained in this testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to move what's been marked EP exhibit number 13 into the record.
Any objections? The document's admitted.
Let's move to what's been marked EP exhibit number 14. Can you identify that document?
Yes, Exhibit 14 is my rebuttal testimony in this case, filed on July 20th.
And there's no exhibits attached, correct?
Correct.
Was this testimony created by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in here today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge? I'd like to move what's been marked EP exhibit number 14 into the record.
Any objections? Documents admitted.
Now I'd like to move to what's been marked EPE exhibit number 15. Can you identify that exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit 15 is my supplemental testimony in this case.
And you're filed on November 8th, correct?
I believe so.
And there are 2 exhibits attached to that supplemental testimony, correct?
Correct.
And can you just identify what exhibit 1 is?
Sorry, I need to pull this up. Exhibit number 1 to my supplemental testimony is El Paso Electric's 2018 RPS report.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 is a cost per megawatt hour of RPS resources exhibit.
Okay. And if I were to ask you, was this supplemental testimony created by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in the supplemental testimony today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'd like to move what's been marked EP exhibit number 15 into the record.
Any objections? Exhibit 15 will be admitted.
Mr. Schisto, if you could turn to exhibit number 6, what's been marked EP exhibit number 16. Can you identify that?
Yes. Exhibit 16 is my second supplemental testimony in the case.
And there's one exhibit attached to that supplemental testimony. Can you identify what it is?
Yes, exhibit JS3S is El Paso Electric's 2019 annual renewable energy portfolio report, or RPS report.
Okay. And was this second supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
If I were to ask you the same questions that are set forth here and under oath today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to move what's been marked EP exhibit number 16 into the record.
Any objections? Exhibit 16 shall be admitted.
And now I'd like to turn to the last pre-marked exhibit before you, EP exhibit number 17. Can you identify that?
Yes, exhibit 17 is my third supplemental testimony in this case.
And that testimony has one exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
And was this testimony created by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And if I were to ask you the same questions in this testimony that are set forth here in today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to move what's been marked EPE exhibit number 17 into the record.
Objections? Exhibit 17 will be admitted.
And with that, I will pass the witness for questions.
Good. I believe it is Ms. Stevens, and you've requested 75 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schisto. How are you? I don't see you. I'm not seeing you. Are you there?
I am.
Should I be seeing him?
He's there.
Let's start with exhibit 13, your direct testimony. At page 28, you list the variances that the company is requesting in this case. And EP did not request a variance from rule 17.9.572.13. NMAC did it in its amended application.
I don't see that one listed here now.
You haven't sought such a variance since filing the amended application in March, have you?
Not to my knowledge.
And just a few other little questions about your direct, I hope. The regulatory, page 31, you mentioned at the top of the page that there's a $800,000 regulatory asset for RPS costs that has been deferred since the 2015 rate case. And was that deferred because it was a 2015 cost and it was after the base period for that case?
That's correct. That was an SPS wind rec procurement for 2015 that was not included in the 2015 rate case because it was outside the test year.
And that was before there was an RPS cost rider for El Paso Electric?
Yes.
And what is the care, you mentioned that it's being deferred with carrying charges. What is the rate for the carrying charges on that regulatory asset?
The carrying charge, I believe, for the deferred recs is the weighted average cost of capital. So it changes periodically. I believe it's about 7.6% right now.
And when you say weighted, is that the commission, the PRC approved weighted average cost of capital, or does it change between rate cases?
Well, it's an approved methodology. So I believe it changes periodically with either the change in the ROE when an ROE is established or short-term debt costs.
And that would be the New Mexico ROE.
Yes.
On pages 22 through 25 of your direct, you talk about the Macho Springs reallocation. I know that that's off the table now, but my question to you is that PPA officially approved as a system resource in Texas as well as in New Mexico? You referred to the New Mexico case.
Yes, it is.
And you do have a pending case in the Public Utility Commission of Texas to pursue the proposed reallocation or reassignment to New Mexico, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the status of that case now?
We're currently in discussions with parties on settlement.
Could you turn to CLC exhibit number 26, please?
Mr. Schistel, if I could ask you just to speak up a little bit more, please.
Certainly. Sorry, I don't have it open yet.
Yeah.
You said 26?
26. You found it?
Yes, I have.
Would you agree that this is a July 31st, 2020 procedural order in that Texas Macho Springs reallocation docket?
Yes, it is.
And has that schedule changed since I uploaded these documents like on Sunday? I'm looking and see that there are discovery deadlines and a hearing on the merits on September the 4th, which I guess is next Friday. Is that still the status of the case?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, the schedule hasn't changed.
Thank you. Now going back to your direct testimony, on pages 15 to 16, you list you highlight 15. Starting with the heading of amendments to the REA and corresponding impact on prior REA plans, you list a number of changes to the Renewable Energy Act. And am I correct that you do not mention the elimination of the large customer cap provisions? Oh, actually, you do mention, pardon me, you do mention that. Do you mention the provisions that require that RECs be basically eliminate the use of paper RECs by requiring that the RECs be the energy be delivered and assigned, delivered to the utility and assigned to its New Mexico customers. Is that one listed there?
I don't believe so.
And do you understand that that there were changes made to the Renewable Energy Act that changed the use of paper recs or eliminate the use of paper recs?
Yes, I think the amended REA in its definition of what would qualify for compliance with the RPS, when it specifically identifies the energy that associated with the renewable energy has to be delivered to New Mexico customers, I think that essentially precludes paper recs.
Let's go to your, now we'll go to your most recent testimony, and I think that's Exhibit 12, according to my notes. Your rebuttal testimony in support of the contested stipulation, right? And
okay.
I am looking. And I failed to, okay, I'm at the bottom of page 9, carrying over onto page 10. And this was a question, this is a question about the large customer adjustment. And the question is, does the stipulation address, or is it in any way affected by the REA changes removing the large customer adjustment and bill caps? And your answer is no, the tariff to which Mr. Provencio objects was allowed to become effective January 1, 2020 by the Commission. It has no relevance to EPE's filed plan, 2020 plan, or to the stipulation, and was never raised as an issue by any party, including the city in this case until now. Do you really believe that the fact that the company is not collecting in accordance with the elimination of the large customer cap has no relevance to your plan or the stipulation or this case?
Objection as to form of the question.
Okay. Why, well, let me put it this way. Why is the company's current treatment of large customers, continuing to allow them a 2% rate, not relevant, have no relevance to the plan, the stipulation, or this case?
Well, that statement refers specifically to the stipulation and the tariff that's being adopted there for purposes of 2021. The tariff in 2021 doesn't include the large customer adjustment, and no adjustment is made in the rate. And so what I was saying there was that Mr. Provencio's reference to the inclusion of the large customer adjustment in the 2020 tariff that was adopted by the Commission doesn't have any impact on the 21 tariff that we propose be adopted by the stipulation, because that tariff has the large customer adjustment has been eliminated from that tariff.
And is the stipulation, which is entitled comprehensive stipulation, is the stipulation intended to resolve all of the issues in this case?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
So is it your belief that the treatment of large capped customers, formerly large capped customers during 2020 is not an issue in this case?
Well, there's no reflection of it in the stipulation. The effect of the tariff in 2020 that we're applying now affects cost recovery for RPS costs in 2020. And those will be a subject of the reconciliation in our next RPS plan and filing in 2021. So to the extent there's an issue with, for example, how much is recovered in 2020 for RPS purposes, or even who it's recovered from, I think that's a very relevant question for reconciliation for 2020 costs when we get there, when we
Do you
file.
do you disagree with the city's estimate based on 2018 data that the impact of not including, not reflecting the statutory change is roughly $500,000? Is that a ballpark figure?
I'm sorry, you say can you
Do
direct?
you disagree with the city's position, Mr. Provencio's estimate based on the information in case 18-00109 UT that the difference between what the 4 large cap customers would pay under regular rates, under a standardized rate with everybody else versus what they are paying under the 2% is about $500,000 a year?
Can you direct me to that testimony?
Yeah, because you rebutted his testimony, but you did not address that specific amount. Let me see what I can find.
Or even where I addressed it in my rebuttal?
No, the problem is the issue is you did not address it in your rebuttal. So I'm asking you whether you accept that calculation. I understand what your rebuttal says. I just wondered whether you dispute that calculation or you do not dispute that calculation because you did not rebut it.
I would say that rather than estimate that impact, as I said in my testimony, when we get to the 2021 filing and the reconciliation of costs, we can see exactly what which customers were capped under the 2020 tariff and what the effect of that cap was dollar-wise.
I'm still having a little bit of a hard time hearing you all the way, Mr. Schistel. Sorry.
That's all right. Let me try moving the microphone a little bit.
And I'll give him a chance here. Mr. Schistel, does that mean that you anticipate that in 2022 that the company will go and collect about $250,000 from 4 customers?
No.
And refund that to the others?
No, I'm just saying that that's the appropriate time to address the cost recovery for the 2020 tariff.
Well, I'm asking you whether you think it's feasible that as a rate design person, as well as a vice president who has 4 big customers, is it going to work that you come back and get that money back from them because they are not complying with the statute right now?
Well, I would disagree with you about their compliance with the statute, but EP is not making a proposal with respect to the application of the 2020 tariff here. That's why I think it's very relevant for the reconciliation period to address that.
And a part of your general overview of why the stipulation, you and other witnesses say that one of the criteria for approval of a contested stipulation is that it's in the public interest. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you think it's in the public interest for the commission to defer an important issue that's worth $500,000 to ratepayers, potentially to all but 4 of the company's ratepayers, to leave that for being determined next year and addressed in collections a year and a half hence?
Well, we can't address it now. because the year's not over. And so I think the question of the amounts and the reconciliation for the amounts and the costs is something that properly is done based on at least the schedule that we have followed to this point in the RPS plan filing following the year that's being reconciled.
I'm going to ask you a question that I meant to ask in the context of CRLEF, but I think it might be applicable here. And would you look at CLC Exhibit 29, please?
Or hold on a second, my binder is falling apart here.
Well,
You said Exhibit 29?
Exhibit 29, yeah.
Okay.
And this is a supplemental response to an interrogatory from the city about the accounting for CRLEF. But I think that if you would look at your answer, which is on page 4 of 9 of the PDF, and it is your answer, I believe, actually it's not even this, it's not even the supplemental. No, it is the supplemental. It's the page supplemental response D, which is on pages 4 to 5. This seems to indicate that you are tracking RPS costs on a monthly basis. Is that correct? Read it through.
Yes, this refers specifically to the RPS costs being tracked on a monthly basis.
And do you also track on a monthly basis revenues?
Yes, we do. Our billed revenues under the RPS rider.
And are you separately tracking the revenues billed to the overwhelming bulk of the customers under the whatever it is 9/10 of a cent rate versus the 4 customers who are getting the 2% rate?
I wouldn't expect that we're doing that for this purpose. We certainly can look at historical billings to determine what those are, but for this purpose, it's all of the RPS costs and all of the RPS revenues.
So are you separately given the state of the statute, are you making any effort to separately track the 4 large customers to see where they are at relative to what the statute would expect them to pay?
Well, as I said, we have their monthly billed RPS charges for those customers. I don't believe we're currently tracking them specifically with respect to how much they are paying versus some hypothetical of what they would pay.
And do you think it might be, and again, in terms of the public interest of approving the stipulation, do you think that it would be in the public interest for the commission to have a handle on the treatment of those customers under the statute?
Objection, objection to form.
Ms. Stevens, can you rephrase the question? In the way
Okay.
that
Is it in the public interest for the commission for the company and to keep information that it would be useful to the commission to know about this situation with the 4 customers who are paying a rate that is not consistent with the changes in the REA?
I'd like to hear it, Examiner Ryan. I'd like to object to the question that's been asked and answered I think, several
I don't
times.
think he's told me whether it's in the public interest. That was the standard of the for approving a stipulation. He's told me what they're doing, what the company is doing or isn't doing. I just want his opinion as to whether it's in the public interest.
I think it'd be just effective if you just answers the question, just move on.
Certainly. Again, with respect to the stipulation and the question of the public interest, and what I said in my rebuttal testimony is that this issue doesn't affect the stipulation, in the sense that resolution of this issue won't affect the 2021 RPS cost rider. That's why I said at the outset that this question and it's everyone's contribution to answering that question, including perhaps a rulemaking by that time, but certainly all of the parties' ability to comment and respond on this question is relevant to the 2021 filing. Not necessarily this one. One, it doesn't affect the stipulation, the tariff, any of the dollar amounts that we're talking about here. It certainly affects, could affect the reconciliation amount in 2021 for the rate that we approve or that we propose there. But one of my, the company's issues with raising this issue so late is that it doesn't give anyone the opportunity to address this question. And so the combination of that and the fact that this is a relevant question for the 21 filing, I think, I think the stipulation remains in the public interest. It isn't affected by this issue.
So Mr. Schiestel, did Mr. Provencio raise this quite succinctly in his testimony in opposition to the stipulation, actually propose a methodology to expedite the correction of this situation?
Well, I believe he proposed a methodology to propose his correction to the situation, but it's under the assumption of a particular treatment for 2020, for cost in 2020 and tariff, the rate in 2020. So I don't think it would be, I don't think it stands as a viable proposal for doing anything with respect to 2020 costs. One, the application hasn't been determined yet about how the large customer adjustment should or shouldn't be reflected in 2020 isn't over yet, and we have every opportunity to address this issue in our next plan file when we have all the data.
Is there any way on earth that any of the 4 customers will have paid their full share under the 2% as they would have if they were paying the per kilowatt hour rate?
Well, for example, we don't even know if there will be 4 customers. So the qualification for the large customer adjustment is annual consumption size. So, for example, we won't know whether or not a customer is actually qualifies for this or doesn't qualify for it until we see the size of the customer. We assume they do, for purposes of setting the rate. But that could change as we go through the year. That's why I think it's important to have all 2020 data before we evaluate the reconciliation of the costs and the revenues and the removal of the large customer adjustment in the amended REA.
I know it's only been a couple of years in effect, but have you ever gone and changed the large customer, a large customer billing based on the fact that a customer who was assumed to be large didn't quite make the threshold?
Not to my knowledge.
And given the current coronavirus situation, do you think that there's possibly even more uncertainty about who's entitled to that, who would have been entitled to that under the previous law than there might have been in the past? Yes.
But again, that's why I'm emphasizing waiting until we have that information
Well, I'm asking you whether your testimony is it's not relevant, and I'm saying Mr. Provencio raised the issue. You, instead of rebutting it and providing what information you have, you said it's not relevant, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Are there risks to the ratepayers as a whole that one or more of the customers who's been paying less than their, possibly paying a lot less than their fair share, is going to not be reachable because they've either gone bankrupt or their operations have shrunken?
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate on that.
Okay, let's move on to the CRLEF issue, and I'm going to ask you this rather quickly because you're not a lawyer, right?
No, I'm not.
And lawyers aren't allowed to testify on questions of law anyway, right? Is that your understanding? Lawyers don't testify about law, they write briefs?
Unless they sneak it in their questions, no, I don't think they're allowed.
And so your various testimonies about the case 18-00109, final order and stay, you're not testifying as a legal, you're not briefing them, you're just testifying as the senior vice president in terms of regulatory affairs, is that right?
That's correct.
But you do agree that the company is proposing to include $509,222 in the 2021 rider, that it is not actually at this point expecting to pay in January or February of 2021?
Can you direct me in my testimony where you're referring?
I think that it's throughout your numbers. I couldn't say, let's go to your testimony in support of the step. Is the number in there that is the same number as in Mr. Gallegos's procurement plans? Isn't that the number that you use to calculate the proposed rider? And I'm forgetting whether that must be your testimony in support of the STIP, right?
I believe that's where it is. That's what I was.
Yeah, okay, yeah, here it is. I think I found it. I hope I found it. Yeah, here it is. It is, if I can get this little boxy out of the way, it's JS-ST3, page 3 of 5.
Yes.
And these are the numbers that you've used to calculate. Oh wait, this is actually Mr. Gonzalez's. That's page 2 of 5, I believe, is the one we're looking at.
That's the correct exhibit in my testimony in support of the stipulation.
Okay, so the procurement plan prices, so the procurement plan price costs on, I'm going to try to rotate this again, it's not going to work. So I'm going to turn my head if you look silly. I'm now on page 2 of 5 of that exhibit. And I believe that's where the 509,222 number shows up. That's the procurement plan. And those are the numbers that you use to develop the proposed 2021 rider. Is that right?
Correct.
And
Ms. Stevens, just to let you know, you have about 44 minutes left.
Okay, good. I'm moving along. Thank you. Is it your understanding that EPE is not actually, or is it EPE's intention that they will not pay any of that $509,000 on a monthly basis until the stay is lifted in case 18-109?
That's correct. We stopped making payments for CRLEF effective with the stay.
And in your direct testimony, original direct testimony, you referred to the CRLEF as an obligation, and that's led to the city asking you some discovery questions. I'd like you to go to CLC Exhibit 28, please. Are you with me?
Not quite.
Oh God, this is another one that I've mislabeled. I'm so sorry. The exhibit number on the list, the PDF name says 28, but I see that it says 27 on, oh no, it does say 28, okay. I'm moving through things too quickly.
So 28?
It does say 28. This one says 28 on the page of paper and on the name. I'm doing better than I was earlier. So this is would you agree that this is your first answer to the question about how the company is accounting for CRLEF recs?
Excuse me, Ms. Stevens, I'm not sure you've directed us to a page or a.
It starts, well, the response starts on page 8 of that exhibit, eight of the PDF. The first 7 pages were the company's objections. So it's exhibit 28, page 8 of 13, if you look at the PDF pages on top.
And this is CLC 313.
CLC 313. And,
Okay.
and among other things, the city asked you to describe the accounting methodologies and provide the accounting entries. And you basically gave, the answers refer back and forth. So let's just look at page 9.
Okay.
And answer A said EP is tracking its monthly obligations for CRLEF recs under the commission approved contracts. Since ending rec payments to CRLEF under the commission approved agreement with the October billing period, EPE has recorded no accounting entries related to payments not remitted to CRLEF. Is that correct? Is that your answer?
That was the answer here, and that was also the purpose of the supplemental. So let me explain.
May I move to admit into evidence CLC exhibit 28, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Hearing examiner Ryan, council has interrupted the witness several times during this examination. So, you know, EP does not object to the admission of this discovery request, but we would ask that the witness be allowed to give answers and not be interrupted.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. Ms. Stevens, just you know, question and answer kind of in a moment.
Yeah, so
yeah, so there's no objection to the admission of the document, CLC exhibit number 18, excuse me, 28, CLC exhibit 28. Document shall be admitted.
And then Mr. Schiestel, if we look at CLC exhibit 29, this is the supplemental answer that you were referring to. So yes. Shall we bring everybody there, please?
Are you asking me to display this on the screen?
I'm asking Mr. Schiestel to look at 29, and I think he was about to go into this explanation, and I just wanted to have the text in front of him and me and everyone else as he went into he said this is the reason for the supplemental response.
Pulling up here, this document, is this what you're referring to?
Yes. Yes. And Mr. Schiestel, if you could I apologize for the interruption, but if you could resume what you were about to say about why you supplemented the answer, I'd appreciate hearing that.
Certainly. So the original response in Exhibit 28 to CLC 313 in A that you had just finished reading, we were answering specifically with respect to accounting entries specific to CRLEF. So as I note here, we track the obligations under the current procurement agreement with CRLEF that was approved by the commission and that was ultimately stayed. We're tracking those payments because in our opinion, they continue to be an obligation under the commission approved contract until the determination is made on the appeal. So the supplemental in 29, in Exhibit 29 to the same answer was to answer a little more broadly that while we don't have accounting entries specific to CRLEF, we do have accounting entries with respect to the total obligations for RPS. So to the extent that we owe or that we have costs associated with RPS that are not yet, or that are recovered in RPS but are not yet paid out, that is included or recorded in regulatory liability. So we do, for purposes of our accounting, have or take note of the pending or the unpaid amounts for CRLEF that are recovered through the RPS rider today, but are not yet being paid to CRLEF pursuant to the state.
You just said that was for purposes of our accounting. Are you talking about regulatory accounting or GAAP accounting?
It probably applies in both, but I was speaking specifically for regulatory accounting.
If EPE's accountants or other financial people believe that we're of the opinion that there is a legal obligation to CRLEF, would the company be required to make a specific accounting entry, which in your previous answer, the first response to 313, you said that you were not making accounting entries? Would you, if it was a firm obligation in your accountant's opinion, would you have to be recording it somewhere as an accounting entry, a GAAP accounting entry?
Well, I'm also not an accountant, but I believe that determination was made to not record a specific regulatory liability or a reserve account for CRLEF. But those amounts are being tracked in the larger regulatory account for RPS.
Okay, let's move on to the question of DG Rex. In your direct testimony, which is, oh my, there's so many exhibits here. Number, oh no, direct 13. At pages 35 to 36. And these I'm using the page number on the testimony, not the page number on the
I'm on page 35.
And so on page 35, you just described the DG Rec purchase programs. And then on page 36, going on to page 37, oh, this goes on for longer than I thought. It's actually, the relevant portion is on page 38. You say that the number of, you testified that the cost dropped because the expiration of contracts, including a large number in 2020. The number of RECs procured remains constant and even increases, however, because DG penetration continues to grow and EPE continues to retain ownership of DG RECs, as I discussed below. And my question to you is, given that you've already acknowledged that paper RECs are no longer allowed under the amended REA, is it the company's opinion that you may still use RECs from DG system for energy consumed on site by the DG customer to fulfill the company's RPS requirement?
Yes, for the RECs that are being purchased under the REC purchase program.
And does that mean no for RECs that are being purchased, that are being generated by customers who are not receiving REC payments?
At least for purposes of our projections here, we're assuming that we continue to retire all of the RECs produced by DG customers.
And what is the basis of that assumption?
The basis of that assumption is the allowance under the, or for QFs, that to the extent we're purchasing the energy from DG customers, we own the RECs. Generally speaking, for the prior years, in fact, up through 2020, substantially all of the DG RECs are purchased under the DG REC tariffs anyway, and that's what has been recorded and retired. I don't know if there have been DG RECs registered with Regis and then retired from DG customers, specifically SQFs, that weren't also procured under a REC purchase tariff. But at least through 2020, I believe substantially all of the DG RECs are procured through those REC tariffs. As we go forward, our retirements or recording of DG REC and retirements assume that we continue to own those RECs because we continue to purchase energy from those QFs.
Would you look at, this is the same exhibit I had Mr. Gonzalez look at, and that would be, it's City Exhibit 6, but it's also buried in Ms. LaRock's testimony. It's the QF report for 2019. I think it's easier to look at it in this form. And if you rotate it. So what Mr. Gonzalez and I looked at was, if you go to the bottom of all those hundreds, I guess, how many customers do you have now?
There's probably a couple thousand in this.
Couple thousand. That's why it's like 90 pages long. So on page 87 of 96 of Exhibit A, which is page 91 of that PDF document, would you agree that the total RECs, the total generation is 40,893,984 kilowatt hours, right?
Yes.
And RECs are measured now in megawatt hours, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be, and the same numbers in the total RECs purchase column, but again, if we're looking at that in megawatt hours, that would be 40,894 megawatt hours or RECs.
Yes.
Right? and then go over another two columns, and the total purchase power from these same customers is 4,951,997 kilowatt hours, which would be 4,952 megawatt hours, or translated into RECs, that would be 4,900 some. Is that right? Compared to 40,000?
Yes, the sum of that column is would be 4,952 megawatt hours or RECs.
And are you saying that the company's interpretation of the amended Renewable Energy Act is that you get the 40 million or the 4,950, the 4 million kilowatt hours of RECs?
Well, the 4,952 for total purchase power is specifically purchase power under schedules or rate number 16. So that is specifically what we purchase from these QF, the DG QF customers, as net exports over the month. But that's not the total amount that's purchased by the company under net metering. So that number is specifically what is left at the end of the month for any net metered customers after all the netting has taken place. But DG customers, and these are substantially all, there are some commercial customers here, but these are substantially all residential customers. So residential rooftop customers export energy to the grid daily, and in excess, very much in excess of this number, which is net exports. So the company essentially purchases those daily exports at the retail rate. That's the basis for net metering. So I would say that with respect to purchases of electricity from QF customers, that's the appropriate number to look at with respect to how much energy is purchased. There is still the question of contemporaneous usage from a QF customer, on-site usage.
Yes.
But the 4,952 is in no way reflective of the amount of energy that's exported to the grid and purchased by EPE at retail rates.
When you develop the company, when you develop the RPS requirement, the 20% or the 40%, which number do what number do you include in your total retail sales figure? Do you use the 4,952, or do you go in and check what goes through the meters both ways?
Neither. So the retail sales to DG customers is net imports. So just as this column reflects what DG customers have as net exports, what we record as a retail sale for purposes of saying what our total retail sales are in determining the RPS requirement is the flip side of that 4,952. You'll notice that, and if you go through this list of customers, not all customers sell energy to EPE on an annual basis. Those customers they show no net purchases because they're actually net buyers of energy, and those are the what we show for purposes of RPS as sales, and that we use for the total annual revenue number. So that's not shown here on this table.
So for example, let's go to a large user, the city of Las Cruces column, and those are on page 22 of 100. And this is all, some of this information is on the exhibit that Ms. LaRock was looking at. I'm looking at let's look at public safety number 1, 550 North Sonoma Ranch Boulevard. And it looks like
Sorry, did you say
it's City of Las Cruces Building Operations Public Safety 1 on page 18 of 96.
Okay.
And did you hear Ms. LaRock describe that as one of the net zero facilities that the city has on the company system?
I didn't hear that testimony. Can you tell me which line of the City of Las Cruces?
550 North Sonoma Ranch. It's the one with 365,741 total recs purchased.
Okay.
But in the total rec purchase dollars column, there's no money, there's no payments in there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because you didn't pay and is that because that's a facility that you did not pay the city for recs?
Yes, I would assume that that's because that particular account is not on a rec purchase, on the rec purchase tariff.
And that's probably, or that is because it was after the rec purchase tariffs were closed effective 2017-ish. Does that make sense? Is that
Well,
right?
that's one possibility, certainly.
So that line again is showing that the total purchase power that the company purchased because it's a net producer was 1,520 kilowatts compared to 365,000 generated. Where what you're trying to tell me is what you are going to include going forward in your Regis reporting in your retirements for New Mexico RPS requirements.
I'm going to object as to the form of the question. I didn't understand what the question was.
I'm in agreement. If you could rephrase that, Stevens, that'd be very useful.
For this, so this is a large scale customer, not a small residential. It is one that, because it shows that there's a total purchase, small amount of total purchase power, that means that they are by the end of the year putting more power into your system than taking out. Is that right, Mr. Schiestel?
Yes.
Through the net meter over the year? Is that right?
For the annual period, yes.
And that's a fairly small amount relative to the total generation on site.
I would say so, yes.
And so what are you trying to tell me will the company claim as energy purchase so that they can include that in the recs under the new definition of having to have recs have the energy associated with the QF production delivered to and assigned to New Mexico customers. Just explain to me whether it's either of those numbers or some other third number that's not on this page.
Again, I'm going to object as to the form of the question. I don't think a question is being clearly asked.
I have to agree, Ms. Stevens. I'm having a very difficult time following you.
I'm thinking Mr. Schiestel is, but what number will you be recording as recs for if this were 2020 instead of 2019, would you be recording as RECs associated with that facility 365,741 kilowatt hours, 1,520 kilowatt hours, or a third number that does not appear in this particular schedule?
Well, yes. I mean, I don't believe that you can answer that for this specific account based on this data, and that's because it's annual. So, and I also don't know for this specific customer the billing that applies for. I don't know, for example, if this is a net metered customer. I don't think it is, but I don't know. And so, but let's just say generally speaking, rather than talk about this one specifically, as I indicated previously, for a net metered customer, and they're all different from the perspective of how they export energy to the grid. This account, for example, could be exporting a considerable amount, maybe all of its production to the grid, if its production doesn't coincide with its consumption, time of its consumption. And that's generally the case for rooftop DG customers. I don't know about this particular installation or the load that it serves, and all of those are factors. But for example, a commercial account, could export, or a residential account for that matter, QF could export all of its energy that's produced, and offset if it's net metered, and offset its consumption at a different time of the month. In that instance, I would say that all of the production should be reflected as a REC. But I would say more generally, our assumption at this point, and what's reflected in our tables here, as I think is clear from testimony, is that we continue to assume that we record for RPS purposes from DG customers the total REC production. I don't think, again, as I said, in 2020, that was a safe assumption from the perspective of the REC purchase. But going forward, I think that question would definitely benefit from some interpretation of the amended REA and the rulemaking to say exactly how. I think you all, the city and Ms. LaRock have discussed in your testimony how the consideration for whether it's paper RECs or DG output changed in the amended REA. So I think really, as we go forward, what the company is going to record and retire, register and retire with Regis with respect to these customers is a question that we need to answer as we interpret the REA.
And let me ask you to look at CLC Exhibit 18. This was one that Ms. LaRock was looking at when she was testifying. This was her summary of the actual month-to-month bills.
Is it labeled on the page? Exhibit
It's
16?
it's labeled 16 on the page and 18 on the PDF.
Okay, I haven't.
So are you, and I don't want to ask you to commit to any of these numbers because obviously it was her takeoff on the bills, but just conceptually, are you saying that you would exclude, you might exclude the energy that's used on site but it never goes through your meter, but not the energy that goes back and forth through the meter?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I don't know if we're asking about energy or RECs.
Energy, obviously. Energy back and forth through the meter, whether that then becomes a REC that the company can record.
Does that satisfy you, Ms. Burns?
Well, I wasn't sure if we were talking about a retail sales calculation for purposes of calculating the RPS, or if we're talking about counting them.
We're back to counting, we're back to counting recs, not the total overall calculation. So Mr. Schiestel, does this help? I mean, if it doesn't, just say so and we'll move on. I just was wondering whether this in any way helped articulate what you were trying to say about the going through the meter portion aspect of net metered customers.
I think so. I mean, I think we can use this to maybe put numbers to what we were talking about previously. If you take the first set of rows, the Munson, what's identified as Munson, for example, the rec production, which I assume comes through the rec meter, and I'll just accept these numbers as metered quantities for the month. What comes through the rec meter is 194,320 recs for the year. One accounting would be all of those recs get counted towards EPE, records those metered amounts and reports those at Regis and retires them for RPS purposes. But the point I was trying to make about what is exported to the grid, if you go over to the second column of numbers, the 105,360, that's the amount of energy that's actually exported to the grid by this particular QF. So 105 of the 194, for example, are actually exported to the grid, even though if you go over to the net, that's the difference. So on an annual basis, you might show this to be a net purchaser. Not sure, let's see. Yes, a net purchaser of just 7,000, but they over the course of the 12 months exported over 100,000 kilowatt hours to the grid, and those were credited against the deliveries for net metered customers. At least I don't know if this customer is or not, and that's what they're billed.
May I interrupt you 1 second here? And I'm looking at the bottom part is the same thing that is just an excerpt from the annual report that we were looking at. And I think the 16,003, God, my eyesight isn't gonna, 16,360, that looks like, because it's in parens and it shows up on the bottom, that looks like that was a net export sale to the company, is that right? I think you just said that it looked like that was what the city was buying from you, as opposed to, if you look at the bottom, it looks like it means that was what at the end of the year the company bought from the city.
Well, again, I'm going on the numbers provided in this table. Delivered from EPE, for example, is higher than returned to the grid from the system. So I would consider that to be a net purchaser over the year. So I don't know if I didn't produce this table, so I can't speak to it.
I think maybe we should, before we get too deep into something that you didn't produce and I didn't produce, we'll stop there. I'm going to ask you, so let's close that one.
Ms. Stevens, you have about 9 minutes left.
Okay, good. Could you turn to Exhibit 14, City Exhibit 14, Mr. Schiestel?
Okay.
Okay. And give you a second to take a look at that. It's got your signature on it, but would you agree that these are the revised tariffs, rates, and forms that the company filed at the end of case 16-00109 UT to reflect the closure of the DG rec purchase programs effective January 1st?
It appears so, yes.
And the actual tariffs are signed by Nathan Hershey, not yourself. Are these the same tariffs that were filed in the case as part of the company's application?
Objection, I don't know what application, objection.
This is case 1916-00109, the 2016 RPS proceeding. It's in the Rea on the first page, Nancy.
Yeah, no, I see that. You're asking if this compliance tariff is the same tariffs that were filed with the application?
That's what I'm asking, if he knows.
I don't know. I mean, I assume that what we were doing there was the closure of the tariff itself, and it may have been the reduction of the most current rates, but I'm not sure. But so I don't know if these are the same tariffs that were filed in the application. They may have been changed.
But you did submit this as basically a compliance filing pursuant to the order, is that right?
Yes, these particular ones, yes.
The city moves to admit exhibit number 14. City exhibit number 14.
Are there any objections to this?
EP has no objections to this compliance filing.
And
okay, so we'll admit the exhibit 14.
And just to resolve the, I thought I had that. So now if you would look at exhibit number 16, Mr. Schiestel, the exhibit number 16.
Okay.
And this is your very next advice notice, number 243. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you sign that cover letter also, right? And in this instance, you sign the tariffs as well. That was why I was asking whether the fact that Mr. Hershey had signed them meant that they were carryovers. What were the changes? Why were you changing these forms again about 2 months after well, actually about 1 month after the compliance filing in the case 16001?
Well, it doesn't appear that these are changes to the interconnection agreements, not changes to the rec purchase tariffs.
Yeah, I believe the other one included, whoops, also included those same. Go back to 14. They are the same forms. If you go back to City Exhibit 14, you have the tariffs and the forms,
okay,
and that's dated December 16th, 2016. And then you go to Exhibit 18, if I can find it, and you're looking at just some changes to the forms, but they are the same forms that you had filed a month earlier. Is that right?
Yes, about a month earlier, yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell me why you made this change? a second change within a month?
Hearing examiner Ryan, I'm going to object as to the form of these questions. These are very old compliance filings that were clearly filed in the record. And I just don't see that there's been any sort of foundation laid.
Yeah, and I don't understand the relevance of the questions, Miss Stevens.
I'll explain the relevance. His change here, the change here is described in the cover letter is, this is after the tariffs were closed, right? The rec purchase agreements were closed. Added language to interconnection application forms requires a customer applicant to install a rec meter socket so the company can install a rec meter to measure the output of the distributed generation facility. The company changed the rules so that even when customers no longer had rec purchase agreements, the company was preparing to install a rec meter. That's the relevance.
Yeah, hearing examiner Ryan, EP doesn't object to the commission taking administrative notice of filed tariffs, and Ms. Stevens can argue in her briefs, but I don't think she should be, explaining things or testifying.
Yeah, I just would ask you to move on, Ms. Stevens. You have so much time left, and if you want to spend on something productive, I would suggest you do that, something different here. I agree that if these documents need to come into the record through administrative notice, and there's no objection to the admission of these things, so.
Right.
I thought that we'd admitted the one, but yeah, if you'd like to take administrative notice of they're a little hard to find because they're advice notices. They're not as easy to find as case documents, but they are EPE's advice notice number 243 filed on January 19, 2017 is the second one. And the first one is advice notice number 242 filed on December 16th, 2016. So will you take administrative notice of those?
Yeah, that's fine. Could you just tell me the actual exhibit numbers that you're referring to?
My exhibit numbers are 14 and 16. 16 is the January one, 14 is the December one.
Sure.
And Chris, I recommend that you admit those exhibits because under our rule, even if you take administrative notice, you're supposed to admit the document as an exhibit.
Okay, so I believe we've already admitted one of the two. 14 was, I think, already moved. Am I correct, Ms. Stevens?
So if you would then also admit 16?
I understand, Ms. Burke, you have no objection to the admission?
There's no objection. It's a filed document with the
commission. Thank you. Yeah, so shall be admitted in exhibit 16. How much time is left for Ms. Stevens?
One question. How much time do I have?
4 seconds.
4 seconds. Right. Okay.
So that would conclude our examination.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, that is all the cross-examination scheduled. So Commissioner Fishman can now ask the questions I know he's been waiting to ask.
Yeah, I just have a couple of quick ones, and maybe just to clarify the underlying process more than anything else. So on distributed generation, Mr. Schiestel, well, I'll just give a quick example. There's a home that's generating 500 kilowatt hours a month from its solar system. And is it correct to say that on that 500 kilowatts a month that it's generating, kilowatt hours, that El Paso Electric is paying RECs on all 500 of those?
If the DG customer is on a REC purchase tariff, yes.
Okay. And what would, and is it the EPE's position, or maybe you haven't even decided yet, that all 500, if they're on that rate program, that all 500 of those 500 kilowatt hours of those RECs at that point would be applied to the RPS?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm on a REC program personally, and in a year or so, I think it's going to expire. What happens when that expires? Then you're no longer paying for the RECs. How do you anticipate that being handled?
Yeah, I think that was sort of the direction the questions were going from Ms. Stevens is, and I think I was expressing some desire that be fleshed out, say, for example, in a rulemaking or otherwise in interpretation of the amended REA. But I think it's important, and one of the things I tried to get to there was, even though we're no longer purchasing the RECs under a contract, we are technically purchasing energy from the customer in net metering. So the QF requirement, the QF provision for ownership of the RECs had to do with the purchase of the energy. So if the utility purchases the energy from the QF, then they're the owner of the RECs, or if they purchase those RECs pursuant to a contract. So right now, for most of our customers, those DG customers, we're purchasing the RECs under contracts like yourself. But all of those contracts are expiring over about the next 2 to 3 years. But we continue to purchase the energy produced by DG customers, a substantial amount of the energy under the net metering tariff. We essentially we purchase the energy at the retail rate. So I think the question is, in the once those contracts expire and we're no longer purchasing pursuant to a contract, what gets recorded? And what I said in response to Ms. Stevens was that at least what we show on our tables going forward in 21 is the assumption that we're continuing to report all of the DG RECs.
Okay. So it sounds like there's maybe some more discussion that we need to go through to clarify all the issues there. Would that be a pretty good way to look at it at this point?
Yes, definitely. I think the REA, you could lump this in with the amendments to the REA, which dealt with voluntary renewable programs, which changed the way we were recording RECs previously for voluntary programs to what we do today.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple questions regarding the large customer cap. Those 4 or whatever it turns out to be at the end of the year, customers who were previously eligible for that cap, have they been made aware in writing that they're underpaying, or is it possible they're not aware?
Well, I would say that they're not underpaying from the perspective of we're billing them under a commission approved tariff. So
Okay.
the particular customers in this respect, are simply being billed based on the provisions of the tariff. I can't say that I know, I recall in 2019 when we filed filing together originally and after the REA amendments, that there was some discussion of what the impact was going to be on these particular customers. And as I said, even if there's nothing done differently for 2020, there certainly will be something different in 21. So the tariff that's being adopted by the stipulation has no provision for the large customer adjustment, obviously. So those customers are going to see an increase. If they were capped before, they're going to see an increase because they'll be paying the full RPS requirement. I can't tell you sitting here that I know that we've discussed any of this with those customers. Certainly our commercial services reps were concerned about it. I don't know if they've had a discussion. I couldn't tell you.
Well, so it sounds like what we're doing now is contrary to law in terms of what we're charging those customers. Is that correct? It might be what we've decided temporarily at the commission, but it's contrary to statute. Is that a correct statement?
Well, I'll certainly agree that the provision for the large customer adjustment is no longer in the REA.
So if they haven't been notified that they might be underpaid, there might be some point where we ask for a true up, for lack of a better term. And they haven't been made aware of that, and we're not taking care of it now. Might those customers at a future date have grounds to say, well, we shouldn't be required to pay you? We haven't been notified. Does the commission have authority to make up those charges, or does EPE?
Yeah, I can't say that I know the answer to that question. I think that from our perspective, given that we're billing these customers under the tariff, I don't believe when we get to the 21 filing and the reconciliation that I would support retroactively billing those customers for a different number than what they were billed under the tariff. Certainly, going forward, we've dealt with that in the stipulation, in the tariff in the stipulation. But the question of reconciliation of costs and revenues for 2020, I think, that question is very relevant for that reconciliation, and that's why I was responding that I thought that it was a question for 2021. But certainly doesn't affect this stipulation and the 21 RPS rider is what I was indicating.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Carolyn, you had some questions you were going to ask at this juncture?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schichtel, do you agree that the large customer cap was eliminated effective June 14th, 2019?
I'm not certain of the approval date, but yes, right around there with the amendments to the REA.
Okay, let me. So this is the, I'm showing you section 62-16-4 of the REA, which is where the large customer cap provision was. And then if I scroll down to the end of the text, under the history section, do you see it says the effective date of the 2019 amendment? It was June 14th, 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So did EPE continue to cap large cap customers in 2019 after June 14th, 2019?
Yes. So the tariff that went into effect first of this year continues to have the 2% cap for large customer customers.
Okay. So I pulled up page 10 of your rebuttal testimony in support of the stipulation. And at lines 4 through 10, you indicate that in next year's application, that would be the appropriate place to reconcile, if at all, any underpayment under the REA by large cap customers. Is that correct?
that is what I was indicating there, was that again, the reconciliation of those 2020 costs and revenues would occur in the 21 filing.
Okay, what about a possible reconciliation for underpayment by large cap customers in 2019? Not underpayment under the tariff, but underpayment under the amended REA.
Are you saying for the large customer adjustment in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that would, I'm not following you. I think what you're asking is, when would it be appropriate, or would we do that in 2021?
When would I guess my concern is the stipulated rate rider, that includes a 2019 reconciliation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. My concern is that if a reconciliation of possible underpayments by large cap customers in 2019 is not addressed in the stipulated rate rider, is any reconciliation of an underpayment in 2019 then going to be foreclosed?
I don't think so. I think that if you assume that we need to look at 2019 for purposes of the large customer adjustment, that could be accomplished in the next reconciliation as well. I think that, the biggest issue here obviously is a change in the law that occurred mid-year that obviously affects the tariff in effect at the time. But the timing of the normal timing for change of the tariff would be first of the year. So I believe in our original filing for the before this case was delayed and pushed into March, when we filed in October, we would have dealt with the large customer adjustments in the 2020 tariff, but because the filing was then delayed until March, and the way that the tariff was revised, the large customer adjustment remained. I think that to the extent the commission determines that there needs to be something done with respect to the large customer adjustment and RPS revenues in 19, certainly it could be done in 2021. I don't think a reconciliation for a RPS year, once it's done, means that you can't go back and change it if and for any number of reasons an error was identified or any other.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Very good. I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Schichtel. And perhaps if Commissioner Fishman wishes to add to this question, he can. But there was I'd asked Mr. Gallegos earlier during his testimony to discuss with curtailments, how does one avoid the circumstance where different jurisdictions experience different curtailments with a negative impact? And I guess if Commissioner Fishman has better thoughts about this, we had a conversation, and I'd like to invite him to ask that question further, because we said earlier that it was a concern he expressed.
I think he stepped out of the room, Chris.
Yeah, okay, well, that's unfortunate. But so is there a way for you, Mr. Schichtel, to respond to the question? Basically, how do you ensure that whatever curtailments are going to be taken in this, as you bring these resources online, that the curtailments affect Texas and New Mexico evenly to the extent to which they must be taken? I asked Mr. Gallegos, and he said he would defer to you on that question.
Well, I think he actually answered it. I mean, I think that the pro rata curtailment really addresses that issue purely from the perspective of how the treatment or what the impact is across jurisdictions. So, for example, if you have a jurisdiction like we do with a proportionally larger amount of dedicated renewable resources like New Mexico compared to Texas, And we have a growing amount of system resources that serve both jurisdictions. The pro rata curtailment would essentially affect all of them evenly on a percentage basis. New Mexico in that instance would be affected more in terms of curtailed energy just because it has more renewable energy. But on a percentage basis, it would be the same. So if for example, for whatever reason, hypothetically, we determined that renewable resources needed to be curtailed 5%, and the assumption is that it's 5% spread equally across all the jurisdictions, I think that's fair. Now, the system resources are going to be affected by the 5%, and that's going to be distributed evenly across the two jurisdictions based on just the allocation of the cost. And then for the dedicated resources, again, on a percentage basis, it'll be the same. And I think that's probably the easiest way to see curtailment is that, at least in this example, it follows cost allocation. And that is, it flows in terms of which jurisdiction is paying for the resource. So in the system resource example, both jurisdictions are paying for the resource, and so the curtailment is equally spread on a percentage basis. In the dedicated resource perspective, a state that has proportionally more may see more kilowatt hours from a curtailment perspective, but it'll be the same percentage as the other jurisdiction.
Okay, and I see Commissioner Fishman jump back in. Were you present for Mr. Shishto's answer, who was trying to address some of the concerns you expressed earlier in the hearing?
Yeah.
So if you want to follow up, Mr. Fishman, feel free.
No, that was a satisfactory answer for me.
Good. I think I'll have to think more about the pro rata thing, but I think it'll just take me some time to sort of look back at the testimony after this is done. I don't know if Mr. Shishto, if you feel like the explanation you just gave is enough to kind of say like that's a sufficient answer. Because I was happy to hear Ms. LaRoque say that it was quite difficult to understand the percent allocation chart that was included in Mr. Gallegos' testimony, because it appeared to confuse Ms. Stevens a bit, and then I asked some questions about it. You've just commented further. So I think if you feel like you've given enough of an answer, that's going to be fine by me.
I think so. I thought also Mr. Gallegos' comment with respect to recognizing that this, we realize that curtailment for renewable resources is relatively new, because renewable resources as a substantial portion of generation resources is relatively new. But really all generation resources are effectively curtailed. So when we dispatch a traditional gas-fired resource, when you ramp it up and down, you're effectively curtailing it. And when you do that, you're changing the average cost of power from that facility in the same way that you're changing it for the renewable facility. So there's a lot of similarities. The main distinction here being that obviously when renewable facilities are curtailed and the amount of energy that's being provided to customers is reduced, then so is the amount of RECs that are being provided for RPS purposes. But it's our position that at least with respect to the tables provided by Mr. Gallegos and myself, that in 21 and 22, because that's when the new resources come in, that those are accurate reflections of how many RECs are going to be produced, the amount of energy that will be supplied to New Mexico, and the cost.
Can you comment? I think one of Mr. Gallegos' charts shows, I asked him the question and I said, it was one of the charts, and I don't need to go back to it, I'm sure you remember it. It shows the projected cost of the resources with curtailments, and it was somewhere in the $20 range. And that you stand by that estimate? Because we heard from Ms. LaRoque that they have a much higher estimate number.
Well, yes. I think actually I would say that the most likely cost under the contracts will be what we identified for just the expected production or the expected output of the facilities. And it's, I'm sure you know this, but when we're looking at those costs and you're looking at the increased cost per kilowatt hour, what you're really talking about is the average cost of the kilowatt hours that are being produced, because the price stays the same. right? The customers are paying the same. Under curtailment, they're just getting, and setting aside the 2%, they're just getting fewer kilowatt hours, and so under curtailment, and so the average price goes up. But yes, I mean, EPE stands by its original identified output for the facilities as what's going to be produced and delivered to New Mexico customers once those facilities go commercial operation, and what will count towards the RPS.
With the CRLEF question, Mr. Provencio says throughout his testimony that the EPE is only permitted to recover, and I'm not sure if this is exact words, but it's something very close, costs actually incurred. Is this your understanding?
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that, and I think he's actually means costs that are actually paid for procurements. We are recording the costs that are actually incurred from the perspective of the procurement contract. So, at least with respect to the procurement contract for CRLEF, we're obligated to purchase RECs from them at $30 per REC. Now, since the stay, we haven't been actually making those payments, but we still see it as an obligation, and that's why it remains in the RPS rider.
And if you go to the rider itself, and this sort of begins to sort of delve into a legal question, ultimately the rider itself simply describes the thing that can be recovered as costs. It doesn't qualify that word at all in any ways. It simply says costs. I mean, you could then ask the separate question, well, where does the word cost come from, and what gives the authority to use riders? And then you're off into statutes and what have you. But I mean, it sounds like the practice has been that the costs include things other than the actual things paid.
Well, I don't know that we've had another example of other than CRLEF in that respect. But what I say in my direct testimony, and I would just repeat here, is we're continuing to include that in the RPS rider and recover it from customers under the expectation that we may be obligated to pay the full amount to CRLEF under the contract. The alternative is, as the city would, I think Mr. Provencio indicates, would be to remove it now because it's not being paid out. But in the future, if we did have the obligation, let's say that the appeal was denied and the contract continues, we would have the obligation to pay CRLEF for all of those RECs at $30 a REC over the entire period. And I think from a customer perspective, they're impacted less by just continuing to pay towards CRLEF. You know, as long as that procurement contract remains, and until the Supreme Court makes a decision, so that in the future they don't have to pay double, basically. Pay for example, if we stopped including an RPS and we weren't recovering those dollars, and then a year from now the Supreme Court determines that they deny the appeal, and now those customers have to pay not only the current charges for CRLEF, but all the past charges for CRLEF. So our decision to continue to include it in there is less an opinion that that the contract in CRLEF is going to prevail than it is what's best under those two scenarios for customers.
Yeah. You and Mr. Provencio have a difference of opinion, and I'll share the screen here really quickly. Let me get that control button up. So this concerns, if you're looking, you can see this highlighted portion of his testimony. Is that visible to you?
Yes.
So the cost for CRLEF RECs during December 2018 should be reduced by $23,400 and change, or half, as shown in the 2018 annual report summary by the CRLEF. And I understand that you respond to that in this portion of your testimony. Is this correct that I'm understanding this? This is your response to Mr. And effectively you say the REC payment to which Mr. Provencio refers was made in January 19 after the effective date of the EP's RPS cost rider. So are you effectively saying, no, Mr. Provencio, you don't understand the facts? Is that what I understand your response to be?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm more explaining how our system works and how we record and how we recorded that particular December payment. We apply our rates and charges when a bill is produced for a customer. We apply the rates and charges that are in effect at the time. We don't apply the rates that were in effect at the time that the customer consumed, for example. So in this case, because the bill was produced in early January after the $30 rec payment went into effect, we applied the $30. And so, but we reflected that in Mr. Provencio looks at the RPS report when he makes this reference. We reflected that in the RPS report because we wanted to be clear about the amount of recs that were actually procured in that year, because we try to do the RPS report on an annual basis, and then the associated costs. But the issue here is really just the normal application of our rates and charges and how they apply in this particular instance. Just because the bill was produced in January, we apply the rate that was effective in January.
Okay, so I'm just at the end of the story here. Do you think that Mr. Provencio is simply wrong when he writes, as he has here, that there should be a reduction by half?
Yes.
Very good. I don't believe I have any other further questions unless Commissioner Fishman or Hearing Examiner Glick had anything. We do not have, we have Miss 5 minutes scheduled for Miss Stevens, I believe.
Redirect first.
Excuse me, sorry.
EP has no redirect.
Ms. Stevens, recross 5 minutes.
Yes, I have just a couple of questions that will fit into exactly your last question, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The highlighted testimony that the hearing examiner had up, and your own testimony, Mr. Schiestel, you described what the treatment of the December 2018 PRLEF rec payment as being consistent with the way you handle rates. Is there a rate anywhere that grants or authorizes the company to pay CRLEF $30 per rec?
That's the payment under the procurement contract approved in the order in the 2018 case.
And is that a rate anywhere as opposed to a special agreement?
I was speaking broadly. A payment or a charge, and how we apply them is what I was referring to.
And would you agree that in that case, the $30 rec payment amount was requested and approved for a period of 10 years?
Yes.
So based on the application that you used to provide paying the price for recs generated in December and paid in January, would you expect then that the 10 years will expire in November? I'll have to do my years. November 2028, so that you could pay the last payment in December, and you will have covered 120 months worth of rec payments at $30. If the Supreme Court were to approve that agreement, do you see this as a 120-month issue?
Generally speaking, yes, and I think that's a good way to look at the consistency across the contract and the application of the rate or the payment. for example, if we get 10 years from now under that procurement contract, and CRLEF produces RECs in December, but is billed in January of the following year after the expiration of the contract, they'd have no payment at the $30 for those same REC production. So it's consistent at both ends with respect to when the rate is applied.
And which of your, I think it was 15, was she still EP exhibit 15, the 2018 RPS report, I think, I hope. Probably got this open too many different times on my screen here. 14, 15. I think this is probably the one. Yeah, yeah. Could you turn to 15? To EP exhibit 15, your first supplemental direct, which was filed in late 2019. It includes the 2018 RPS report.
Yes.
And if I can find the right page for CRLEF, what I'm wanting to ask you, maybe you recall this off the top of your head, is, and here I did find it, for that month of December, for that month of RECs generated during December 2018, did EPE apply a 2-for-1 weighting under the prior agreement, or did they incorporate the 1-for-1 weighting that was approved by the commission in its final order in case 18-00109?
I don't know, but let's see if we can.
Yeah, if you look at page, it's 35 of 418 on the PDF. These things are monsters, aren't they? And page J, exhibit JS1S, page 20 of 398.
And this will be the last question.
It is, thank you. It's raining.
Did you have a, I'm sorry.
Oh,
did you
Mr. Schiesel, the question is out there is, did EPE apply 2-for-1 weighting under the previous contract to the RECs generated in December 2018, for which it paid the $30 REC price under the new agreement approved by the commission?
I don't believe so. Do you have the, did you have the page for the CRLEF invoices?
They'll, if you, I probably the thing to, are you reading, did you read the text there at the bottom of page 35?
Actually found them, so.
At the very bottom of the page there?
I don't
sign.
It is.
I think the day has come to a close.
Right?
Major thunder out here, Jim. That's what we're talking about.
I heard it. I heard it over the.
Yeah. Not too much rain, but boy, that was close.
I just don't know why I heard it over the Zoom audio before I heard it in real life. And my office is right downtown.
I thought it came through my speaker, actually, Sydney. Is that possible? Or am I
Maybe,
just,
but I heard it in real life here from my downtown office after I heard the audio.
I heard them simultaneously, so I thought it was going into my computer.
The same thing happened for me.
Yeah.
Sydney.
Let's get an answer to our question so we can
Okay, yeah.
all enjoy the outside part of this.
I don't believe we applied the 2-for-1. In fact, I think that we responded now I'm thinking in a discovery question that we did not apply the 2-for-1.
So, Mr. Schiestel, would you read the last paragraph beginning on page 20 of 398 of the report you filed?
Page 20?
Page 20 of 398, which is page 35 on the PDF. The paragraph at the very bottom of that summary of the transaction information with the CRLEF.
All right, I want to make sure I'm in the right exhibit because this is the report for 2018, correct?
Right.
Yes, it does indicate that apply the 2-for-1 weighting factor for 2018.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, well, that brings, I think, today to a close. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 1 p.m. The Zoom invitation indicates 9. You can't create separate times for you start it one day at 9, it's starting the next day at 9, but it's not going to start till 1. And we'll begin with the Ms. Souls.
And is it the same Zoom invitation?
It is, yes. But as I say, you can
Right,
join at
it's
9
1
if you
o'clock.
want. Yeah, 1 o'clock. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye, everybody.
You're an examiner, Ryan?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Is Mr. Schiestel excused?
Yes, he is. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schiestel.